Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1341. The Black Knight shows his power. In fact, the loss of the opportunity to attack from both sides cannot be blamed entirely on Alsace. After all, Alsace is not a cavalry expert and is not good at using cavalry to attack. Because he is not professional, Alsace has previously consulted many officers from the knight families of the 3rd Legion and asked them how to command cavalry to fight. But the problem is here. Many officers of the 3rd Legion come from knight families. They have received traditional knight education since childhood. Naturally, they only know the knight's way of fighting. How can they understand the way of fighting of hussars? Therefore, they introduce the combat method of plate armor knights in detail, put on armor and change horses before the battle, and then line up in a row to speed up the charge. This set is fine for knights, but it can be used for Cossack cavalry. Cossack cavalry do not have the burden of plate armor, nor do they use bulky lances, so they don't need to wait until the battle to change horses. As light cavalry, they can change horses at a distance from the enemy, and then move forward slowly, relatively, as a whole. When they appeared in front of the enemy formation, they suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the enemy formation at high speed. However, Marin had not mentioned to Arthas before that the Cossack cavalry would launch a quick attack. Then, Arthas asked the 3rd officers who were from wandering knights, so he was misled. When the Cossack cavalry, including the black-shirt knights behind them, were ready, the coalition forces of the 8 countries also urgently mobilized more than 3,000 plate-armored knights, mounted their horses and arranged their formations, ready to fight against the Cossack cavalry. Fortunately, at this time, the leader of the black-shirt knights, Dem, appeared and stopped Arthas's stupid plan to fight the knights on the opposite side. "Lord Arthas, these plate-armored knights, leave them to us. When it comes to fighting plate-armored knights, the black-shirt knights are professionals. Don't you need our help?" Arthas was a newcomer and didn't know much about the tactics of the black-shirt knights, so he was a little confused. Fortunately, his fellow countryman, Captain Jürgen, knew the capabilities of the black knights very well. He quickly pulled Arthas and said, "Master, the black knights are specifically designed to deal with plate knights." "Specially designed to deal with?" Arthas was a little puzzled. But soon, he saw what "specially designed to deal with" meant. As time went by, more than 3,000 allied plate knights began to put on armor and mount their horses, and changed their lances to start charging. Looking at the more than 3,000 plate knights who were advancing forward, Arthas was very shocked. Although he had 5,000 Cossacks under his command, the Cossacks were poorly equipped. In addition, their discipline was average. Even if they charged together, they did not seem to be in good order. The more than 3,000 plate knights on the opposite side were obviously regular cavalry. They wore similar full-body plate armor and held heavy oak lances. When more than 3,000 plate knights rode their horses in a neat line and rushed over, Arthas felt tremendous pressure. He could conclude that if he led 5,000 Cossack cavalry to charge and meet the enemy head-on, he might be defeated in one encounter. However, the task of fighting the enemy knights had now been taken over by the black-shirt knights. Therefore, Arthas did not need to lead his Cossack cavalry to fight the knights on the opposite side. Besides, they could not win even if they fought to the death. So, Arthas took the initiative to lead 5,000 Cossack cavalry to retreat to the side. Then, the 2,000 black-shirt knights behind him were revealed. What kind of cavalry is this? Heavy armored hussars? Baron Cross of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel Principality, who led more than 3,000 allied knights to charge, was confused. Because, in his eyes, the cavalry unit in front was dressed very strangely. They wore black clothes, a light chain mail on the outside of their clothes, and a barrel-shaped helmet on their heads. This outfit was a bit like the outfit of the Templar Knights who participated in the Crusades before the appearance of plate armor. At that time, because plate armor had not yet appeared, most of the Crusader Knights wore chain mail and a barrel-shaped helmet on their heads. However, these cavalrymen in front of them did not look like Crusader Knights. Because they had no lances or spears, only swords hanging around their waists. They looked more like hussars. Hussars wearing mail? What's going on? Baron Cross was confused. However, he did not have time to think about it. Because he was now leading more than 3,000 knights to rush towards the enemy. No matter what cavalry they were, they would fight first. After all, the protective power of mail was far inferior to that of plate armor. If the two sides collided, and the opponent did not have a lance, they would definitely win. But unfortunately, the group of hussars in light mail in front of them did not seem to have any intention of confronting them head-on. Just when the allied knights were about to reach their opponents, these enemy cavalrymen in mail suddenly turned their horses' heads and ran away. Ran away, ran away, ran away. Baron Cross immediately choked on a mouthful of old blood. "Coward, don't run if you have the guts, let's collide." However, the Blackshirt Knights were not fools and would not stop to fight with them. Under the leadership of Dem, the leader of the Blackshirt Knights not only turned around and fled, but also turned their heads and laughed at the coalition plate-armored knights. "Sabi, if you have the guts, come and chase them." Baron Cross was immediately furious. Damn, the opponent was a semi-light cavalry, only one more chain mail than the hussars, and the warhorse was not armored. In this way, the opponent was a young and strong man. The plate-armored knights were wearing dozens of kilograms of plate armor, and the warhorse was also wearing dozens of kilograms of horse armor. How could they chase them? Then, after the coalition knights chased for a while, the warhorse began to sweat and began to pant. The plate-armored knights were not good at this point, because the overall weight was too high, and the warhorse could only charge for a while, and then needed to rest. Otherwise, they would be exhausted to death. When the coalition knights completed a wave of charge and began to slow down and rest, the Blackshirt Knights in front who had been unable to catch up also stopped. Then, in front of the allied knights, they took out the previously loaded clockwork ignition carbines from the leather bags on their horses' backs. Seeing this, Reska, the knight captain from the earldom of Gelding, was shocked and said, "Musketeer cavalry." As the former cavalry captain of the Principality of Guedes, Reska had obviously heard that the North Sea had a cavalry using muskets. It is said that this cavalry unit is extremely wretched, good at harassment, and is completely unsuitable for direct confrontation with the enemy. If you want to deal with them, you can only rely on pure light cavalry to catch up with them and kill them at speed. Otherwise, you will definitely be abused by them. So, he reminded loudly, "Baron Cross, please be careful, that is the most shameless cavalry unit in the North Sea, and the tactics are very wretched." However, Baron Cross did not care too much. After all, he had never suffered a loss. Then, he saw what "wretched" meant. Seeing the opponent approaching, the allied knights whose horses were very tired gathered together, arranged a defensive formation, and prepared to meet the opponent's charge. However, the strange group of cavalrymen on the opposite side did not rush up for close combat at all. Instead, they reined in their horses and stopped 50 steps away, and began to aim and shoot. Bang 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 dash, a string of lead bullets cut through the air, whistling towards the allied knights who were on guard. Chapter 1342, Cossacks Attack. The muskets used by the Blackshirt Knights are different from those used by the infantry musketeers. In order to facilitate immediate use, the barrels are generally shorter, less than 50 centimeters. Therefore, their range is also affected. For this reason, in order to ensure the hit rate, the Blackshirt Knights have to fire at a distance of 50 steps. But even so, at a distance of 50 steps, the hit rate of the carbine is less than half. However, they cannot get too close. After all, their opponents are Plate Knights, the group with the highest personal martial arts in Europe. If they get too close and are accidentally caught up, they will definitely not be able to beat their opponents. Therefore, generally, the Blackshirt Knights will take advantage of the Plate Knights' horses being tired and unable to run. Because at this time, the Plate Knights' horses have stopped. Even if the Plate Knights want to speed up, they will not speed up immediately because of their own weight. The Blackshirt Knights approach the light cavalry, accelerate faster, and can escape in time. Of course, this tactic is only useful for Plate Knights. If you face the opponent's light cavalry, it will not work. Because the enemy's light cavalry accelerated quickly, they had no time to escape. In addition, this trick is also effective against infantry without long-range weapons. After all, the infantry will definitely not be able to catch up with them. The Blackshirt Knights in the front row, with 2 squadrons totaling 300 people, took out a loaded carbine from the left leather bag, held the gun with both hands, and aimed at the allied knights on horseback who were resting. Bang 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 dash, after a burst of dense gunfire, about 100 allied knights were hit by lead bullets. After the plate armor on their bodies was hit by lead bullets, a dull bang 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 sound was made. Afterwards, dozens of plate armor knights were probably injured by the impact of the bullets, such as broken ribs, and fell off their horses with a muffled groan. Although these plate armor knights who were shot were not in danger of life because of the super strong protection of the plate armor, they were also injured by the impact of the lead bullets and lost their combat effectiveness. Baron Cruz opened his mouth in surprise. What kind of tactics is this? Didn't the cavalry rush forward to cut people? Why are there people riding on horseback and shooting people with muskets? Sure enough, it's really wretched. But he didn't have time to sigh, because the Blackshirt Knights in the front row did not stop, but threw the muskets they had fired into the leather bag on the right side of the horse's back, and then took out another loaded clockwork ignition carbine from the leather bag on the left. Bang 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 dash, after a burst of gunfire, more than 100 knights were shot, and then dozens of knights were injured and fell off their horses. Baron Cross finally reacted, "Damn, it's not okay to be beaten like this." So, he loudly ordered his men to charge, intending to catch up and kill these wretched guys. But just as they started to speed up, the Blackshirt Knights on the opposite side also stopped shooting. Then, the 300 Blackshirt Knights in the front row suddenly split into two groups from the middle and ran to both sides. The Blackshirt Knights at the back also turned their horses around and started to run away. In this way, the allied knights chased in vain, and their horses sweated even more, so they had to stop to rest again. Then, the wretched Blackshirt Knights approached again and continued to fire. After a few times of this, Baron Cross was horrified to find that he had lost more than 500 of the more than 3,000 plate-armored knights he led. "No, I have to retreat." He reacted and immediately ordered all the allied knights to turn around and return. However, as soon as they turned around, the Blackshirt Knights, who regarded inscrutability as their king, became even more powerful. They bit the tail of the allied knights tightly, and before the ammunition of the 5 carbines was used up, they caused more than 300 wounded knights of the allied knights. At this time, Count Charles of Geldon, who turned his sight from the front to the back, suddenly said in horror, "I remember, these are the most notorious cavalry hooligans in the North Sea Kingdom, the Musketeers." He didn't know the official title of the Blackshirt Knights, he only knew that there was such a type of soldier. "They are best at fighting heavy knights." But Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, asked irritably, "Is there any way to deal with them? The tactics of these cavalry are too shameless, and there is absolutely no honor at all." Count Charles of Geldon thought about it and said, "It seems that using light cavalry can deal with it. Light cavalry is fast, and they don't have time to stop and shoot, or even stop to reload, and can only be chased around. Okay, then hurry up all the light cavalry, including the light cavalry used for reconnaissance, to chase these shameless people." Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, gave a decisive order. Then, in the coalition of the 8 princes, all the light cavalry, even the signalmen, were organized, and a total of more than 4,000 light cavalry were gathered. Afterwards, these more than 4,000 light cavalry, led by Huss, the chief of the court guards of the Principality of Brunswick-Lüneburg, waved their sabers and rushed towards the Blackshirt Knights at an accelerated speed. Facing the more than 4,000 enemy light cavalry whistling, the commander of the Blackshirt Knights was not panicked at all. He led his men to retreat leisurely, came to the side of the Cossack Cavalry Corps, which had been playing soy sauce just now, found the commander of the Cossack Cavalry Corps, Alsace, and waved his hand and said, "It's your turn, Lord Alsace." In fact, facing the more than 4,000 light cavalry on the opposite side, the Blackshirt Knights were not unable to fight, but it was not worth fighting. The light cavalry on the opposite side was a ragtag army put together by various countries. Some of the light cavalry were originally signal soldiers or scouts, and were not very familiar with the cavalry group charge. What's more, some were simply rural sheriffs, police, or postmen recruited from their own countries by the princes of various countries before the war. Facing such a ragtag light cavalry, the Black Mountain Knights were not without the power to fight even if they did not use muskets and only used sabers. However, Gama knew that it was not worth it. Although the Blackshirt Knights were all from civilians, they were also carefully selected. Their unique skill was to skillfully hold the gun and turn back to shoot on the back of a galloping horse. This skill of shooting on the back of a galloping horse requires talent. Therefore, Marin only selected a scale of 2,000 people, specifically for attacking the opponent's plate armor knights. If the opponent is not a plate armor knight, Marin will not allow the Blackshirt Knight to attack casually. Unless, encountering an infantry phalanx without long-range weapons, the Blackshirt Knight can go into battle. Therefore, in Marin's eyes, these Blackshirt Knights who are good at horse riding and shooting are treasures. Since they are treasures, how can they be compared with rags? Even if the Blackshirt Knights can defeat the more than 4,000 miscellaneous cavalry on the opposite side, there will probably be huge casualties. Even if they win, Marin will skin him afterwards. Therefore, when Dem saw the miscellaneous Blackshirt Knights on the opposite side rushing over, he directly and decisively passed the buck and gave the opportunity to the Cossack cavalry. Anyway, the Cossack cavalry has 5,000 people, which is more than the opponent. Moreover, the Cossack cavalry has been training together for a long time and is more adapted to fighting in large groups. And Alsace also needs a victory to consolidate his position, so he drew out his command knife and ordered loudly, "Warriors, raise your spears, let me see your courage and confidence." Alsace said it in German, and then shouted it again in Kievan Rus, later Ukrainian, so that the genuine Ukrainian Cossacks would not understand. After hearing Alsace's words, the German Cossacks and the Ukrainian Cossacks reacted completely differently. The German Cossacks, who were a minority, raised their spears and shouted in German in unison after hearing Alsace's pre-war mobilization, "Victory! Victory! The group of Eastern European Cossacks from the Ukrainian steppes, imitating the Crimean cavalry, suddenly howled like wolves and ghosts, "A wool! Kill them all!" Seeing that the atmosphere was getting heated, Alsace didn't waste any words, and directly swung his sword down, shouting at the same time, "Cossacks, charge!" The Cossacks who received the order rushed up waving their spears and howling. Chapter 1343, Another Victory. Although the Cossack cavalrymen were armed with spears, these spears were not their main weapons. The main purpose of these spears was to take advantage of the length of the opponent in the first round of charge. When charging each other, an inch longer is an inch stronger. Cossacks holding spears would obviously have more advantages than opponents holding sabers. "I can stab you, but your sword can't cut me." However, the speed of the light cavalry's charge was very fast, which brought some problems, mainly two. One is that the reaction force of the collision is quite large during the high-speed charge. If you hit the cavalry on the opposite side with a spear, the reaction force is also amazing. If you are not careful, you can dislocate your arm. The second is that once the spear is inserted into the enemy's body, there is no chance to pull it out and continue to use it because of the high-speed charge. Therefore, the spears of the Cossack cavalry are often disposable items in combat. When the spear is inserted into the enemy's body, the Cossack cavalrymen often let go immediately to avoid dislocating their arms. After letting go, they would immediately draw their sabers and start the hacking mode. This is what the Cossacks are best at. It is true that they are taking advantage. When Huss, the chief of the court guards of Brunswick-Lüneburg Principality, rushed up with more than 4,000 miscellaneous hussars, they found that they were not greeted by the wretched group of muskets they had targeted before, but the group of hussars who had retreated when facing the knights before. But Huss was not afraid, because, in his opinion, the group of cavalry in front of him who did not even have armor was obviously not a regular cavalry, and was not much better than his own light cavalry. The only trouble was that the opponent was not holding a saber, but a spear. Huss wanted to curse in his heart and wanted to say that the opponent was fouling. But at this time, he had no time to care about those. After all, his cavalry had already increased its speed. To use an advertising slogan from later generations, it can't be stopped at all. Yes, it can't be stopped at all. This is not a joke, but it really can't be stopped. The charge of a cavalry group and the galloping of an individual on horseback are two different things. When a person is galloping on a horse, if he wants to stop, he can just rein in the horse. But when the cavalry is charging, they cannot rein in the horse and brake casually. Because if the person in front brakes casually, the comrades who are charging behind will not be able to stop and will hit the person in front. Therefore, once the cavalry group rushes, they can't stop at all, and they dare not stop. Otherwise, they will definitely be hit by the people behind. Then, they will fall off the horse and be trampled to death by the hooves of their comrades. Therefore, although Huss was very afraid of the enemy using spears, he couldn't say anything at this time, and could only lead his cavalry to rush forward at high speed. On the opposite side of Huss, the Cossack cavalry who had already started to speed up were so excited that they started to howl like huskies. For most authentic Cossacks, fighting on horseback is undoubtedly a great way to prove their value. Moreover, they have no worries. Marin promised that all the Cossacks who died in battle will have their descendants treated preferentially by the country. Even if they are injured and disabled, they will be supported by the North Sea Kingdom for life. In the province of Schleswig, these Cossacks have visited the Ronyang Manor, specially used by Marin to accommodate retired disabled veterans. There are many disabled soldiers living in it. In the manor, they only need to do some simple work within their ability. However, the treatment is similar to those of strong laborers. There is even priority in the distribution of materials. For disabled veterans who have lost their ability to work, the Ronyang Manor even arranges special people to take care of their lives. All this naturally makes the Cossacks have no worries. So now they only need to kill those bastards on the opposite side. Kill those guys and smash them. After the two armies approached, the Ukrainian Cossacks showed fierce and bloodthirsty expressions on their faces. The hussars of the Eight-Nation Alliance who were charging were a little nervous. Now the two sides are only 20 to 30 meters apart, and they can already see the expressions of their opponents. For most of the coalition hussars who were not professional cavalry, it seemed that the cavalry on the opposite side was a bit fierce. Then, they saw something even fiercer. When the cavalry of both sides came into direct contact, the Cossacks who were originally wielding spears suddenly threw their spears at a distance of 10 meters from their opponents, and fiercely stabbed the horses of the enemy in the front row. The reason for throwing the enemy's horses was that they were afraid that the enemy cavalry would dodge the spears after throwing them. After all, people are still very flexible. The better the riding skills, the more flexible they are on horseback. However, their horses could not be so flexible. Facing the spears stabbing at high speed, the coalition hussars who rushed to the front had no time to dodge, and their horses were stabbed by spears one after another. The horses stabbed by the spears let out a series of mournful cries and fell to the ground one after another. At the same time, the coalition cavalry on horseback were thrown out violently. Then, these unlucky guys who fell off their horses were either trampled to death by enemy horses or by friendly horses. For a while, the front of the battle was filled with the wailing of horses and the wailing of people who were trampled. And unfortunately, the coalition cavalry was at the front, and according to the custom of this era, they were all the best veterans. As for the new recruits, they were all at the back. So, in this first round of confrontation, the coalition cavalry lost hundreds of the most combat-savvy veterans at once. As for the Cossack cavalry, after throwing their spears, they quickly drew out their sabers, and placed them diagonally across the front, and began to chop and kill with their opponents. At the moment when the front row cavalry of both sides passed by, the Cossack cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom twisted their waists to dodge the opponent's sabers. At the same time, they wiped their sabers at the enemy's body at a suitable angle. Because they were all hussars without armor, it didn't matter whether they chopped the neck or not. As long as the saber hits the enemy's body, even if the saber is not sharpened, it can cut the opponent's body at high speed. Sure enough, many unlucky people were hit by the steel 65 cavalry sword, and they didn't have time to scream before their bodies were cut open with a big gap. Then, they rushed out a long way before they started to spurt blood. Some Cossacks with good skills can easily wipe the saber on the enemy's neck even when dodging, and the head will fly up into the sky. On the coalition side, because it is a temporary ragtag army, most of the soldiers and horses have average fighting skills. When passing by, they often cannot successfully cut the enemy. Only the most elite captain-level hussars can successfully cut the opponent. However, even if they hit, it may not work. Because the opponent would block their sabers. Even when the two sides passed by each other, the two swords hit each other, resulting in a result that shocked the Allied hussars. The sabers of the Allied hussars were cut off. The sabers used by the Cossacks were carefully developed by Marin. In order to maintain the toughness of the blade and avoid cutting off, the blade of the Cossack sabers is mainly made of carbon spring steel, medium carbon steel, with manganese added. The blade was quenched with whale oil and horse urine. Subsequently, the ancient Chinese method of wrapping with bean paste and saltpeter and heating in a metal container for several hours was used for surface carburization. In this way, an excellent saber with a hard appearance but a very elastic blade was obtained. In fact, after applying saltpeter, this is no longer a simple carbonizing, but a very high-end carbonitriding technology. Originally, Marin used the carbonizing method of heating with soybean paste. But after a trip to Daming, he learned how to apply saltpeter on the blade. Saltpeter itself contains nitrogen, so after applying saltpeter, it is not a simple carbonizing, but a carbonitriding effect. In this way, the performance of the blade's surface has been greatly improved. After returning, Marin specially sent craftsmen to Jutland province to recarbonize the sabers of 5,000 Cossacks, using the high-end technology of carbonitriding, so that the performance of the steel knives in the hands of the Cossack cavalry has been enhanced. And the swords of the 8-power Allied forces are still iron swords. Even if it is tempered 1,000 times, an iron sword is an iron sword. Faced with the high-quality steel knives of the North Sea Cossacks, they were naturally vulnerable and were chopped off one after another. After a single encounter, the veterans in the front row of the Allied hussars were either hacked to death or had their sabers chopped off, looking extremely miserable. And what would be the fate of them after losing their sabers? Those old hussars of the coalition army whose sabers were broken were like tigers without teeth. Their fighting power was greatly reduced, and they were then chopped to death by the Cossack cavalrymen who rushed up from behind without mercy. After defeating the old hussars of the coalition army in the front row, the new recruits or amateur cavalrymen of the coalition army behind them were no match for them. Although some masters also chopped down some Cossack cavalrymen, on the whole, because of the huge differences in personal horsemanship and weapons, the Cossack cavalrymen only took 3 rounds to defeat the more than 4,000 hussars sent by the coalition of the 8 countries, and their own casualties were very small. Seeing that they could not beat their opponents, the survivors of this ragtag cavalry of the 8 countries, which was temporarily put together by the princes of the 8 countries, immediately turned their horses around and began to flee. The Cossack cavalrymen did not hesitate to chase them and continue to chop and kill. Chapter 1344. In just 3 rounds of confrontation, the light cavalry of the coalition of the 8 princes lost several thousand people. Then, the remaining hussars of the coalition collapsed, turned their horses around, and fled back. There was no way, they were just a temporary patchwork of ragtag troops, and their combat effectiveness was not strong. In addition, the quality of their sabers was too poor, and they would basically be finished with the Cossacks. Therefore, this battle could not be fought. If you don't run for your life, you will be hacked to death sooner or later. At this time, Baron Cross, the commander of the coalition knights who fled back to the formation, also recovered. He and his plate armor knights rested for a long time and could charge again. As the cavalry commander of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, Baron Cross knew very well that if those light cavalry were lost, then these plate armor knights could only let the opposite side's wretched cavalry with muskets wreak havoc and slaughter. Therefore, from the perspective of self-preservation, he must also save these light cavalry that can make the opponent's musket cavalry worry. So he shouted, "Brothers, let's go and save those light cavalry." As a senior cavalry officer, Baron Cross knew very well that the plate knights under his command could not do anything to those wretched cavalry using muskets, but they were not afraid of those light cavalry using sabers. In front of the plate knights, the Cossacks had no advantage. So he led the remaining 2,000 plate knights to speed up and rushed forward from the side to support the fleeing coalition hussars. The leader of the black shirt knights in the distance, Dem, was also surprised to see the coalition knights attack again. So, while he asked the bugler to blow the bugle to remind the Cossack cavalry, he mobilized the black shirt knights to meet them and prepare to stop those plate knights. But the black shirt knights were too far away from the front at this time and could not stop those coalition plate knights in time. Fortunately, his warning bugle sounded to prepare the Cossack cavalry. When he saw the other side's plate knights rushing over, Alsace decisively ordered the retreat horn to be blown. But before retreating, they still chased and killed more than 400 allied hussars. Baron Cross was greatly relieved to see that he had saved the fleeing allies. Then, he suddenly realized how to deal with it. "Hussite knights, I found that your hussars are very restrained against the opponent's musketeers, while our knights are very restrained against the opponent's hussars, Cossacks. Lord Cross, what you mean is, let's cover each other, and wait for the enemy cavalry to come up. If they are hussars, we will go up to intercept them. If they are musketeers, you will go up." The Hussite guard thought about it and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's do it." Then, the allied plate armored knights and the remaining about 2,600 hussars formed a formation to cover each other and killed forward. Seeing the opponent's light and heavy cavalry formation, the Cossack cavalry corps commander Alsace suddenly found it difficult to start, so he wrote to find the black shirt knight commander Dem to discuss. Dem was experienced. After taking a look, he said directly, "Let's retreat. Their plate knights will definitely not be able to run far. If we chase them for a while, their horses will run out of energy. By then, only the light cavalry will be left, and they are no match for us at all." Then, the black-shirt knights and Cossack cavalry also retreated together. As a result, the cavalry of the Eight-Nation Alliance suddenly fell into a dilemma. If they chased, they could not catch up, because the hussars did not dare to leave the plate knights and act alone. If they did not chase, they could not deal with the opponent. Therefore, the two sides fell into a stalemate. Baron Cross, the leader of the Knights of the Coalition, sighed and said, "Let's retreat." Then, the remaining knights and hussars of the coalition retreated to the formation with each other's protection. In the distance, Marin stood on a high platform and watched the whole process with a telescope. He also saw that the cavalry of both sides fell into a stalemate and could not do anything to each other. In fact, if they were willing to fight, the black-shirt knights and Cossack cavalry could also beat their opponents. However, in that case, the casualties may be very large. Marin will never do this kind of hurt the enemy 1,000, hurt yourself 800 business. You know, cavalry is very valuable, not used as cannon fodder. If there is not enough advantage or the situation is not urgent, Marin will not allow cavalry to fight hard with people. Therefore, Dem and Alsace's choice is not wrong. However, it is not Marin's style to just stand there. So, Marin continued to observe the battlefield situation with a telescope, and finally he saw some problems. He found that the enemy concentrated the musketeers and artillery in front of the formation. Of course, the artillery is now useless, and the cavalry is currently concentrated behind the formation and confronting the North Sea cavalry. But relatively speaking, the coalition cavalry is much more passive. The main reason is that the coalition's plate armor knights are too poor in mobility, and the warhorses have to take a breath and rest after running for a while. The cavalry of the North Sea is much more comfortable. Moreover, without the cover of the plate armor knights, the remaining hussars of the other side would never dare to chase out casually. So, Marin had an idea and ordered, "Send a messenger to tell Dem and Alsace to move to the enemy's flanks, and let the black-shirt knights attack the infantry on the enemy's flanks with muskets." Marin saw it, the enemy's flanks were all spearmen, no musketeers, and no archers. In this way, the black-shirt knights ran to the enemy's flanks to shoot, and the enemy would definitely have no power to fight back. As for whether the opponent's cavalry would chase them out, it's good to chase them out. The warhorses of the opponent's plate knights can't fight for a long time. After running a few more times, it is estimated that they will have to rest for a long time. And the opponent's hussars dare not come out to chase alone, so at that time, the opponent's cavalry will be very entangled, should they chase or not. And if they don't chase, the enemy's spearmen on the flank will be miserable, they can only stand there and take bullets without the power to fight back. A few more times, it's very morale-breaking. Soon, Marin's messenger rode around the enemy formation to convey the order. Afterwards, Marin ordered the musketeers and artillerymen in front of the battle to continue attacking. He was busy observing the cavalry battle before, and forgot to order the artillerymen and musketeers to continue to attack the enemy. Because, at the beginning, Marin had planned to charge the whole army. But now, the opportunity of the whole army charging and the cavalry attacking from the front and back has been lost. So, let's just greet the opponent with muskets and artillery honestly. Anyway, the opponent's artillery is basically gone, and the musketeers have been crippled. It's time for the North Sea muskets and artillery to show off their power. Boom 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 dash, the artillery of the North Sea began to roar again. Bang 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 dash, the musketeers of the North Sea also began to line up to shoot their opponents. Although the hit rate is touching, as long as a few more rounds are fired, many enemy soldiers can still be knocked down. After receiving Marin's order, Dem and Alsace immediately executed the order and began the wretched roaming tactics. Then, the coalition cavalry was uncomfortable. The Cossack cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom covered the Black Shirt Knights and came to the side of the coalition army. The Black Mountain Knights drew their carbines and shot wildly at the enemy's spearmen on the flank. Because they were bullied by the coalition infantry who could not catch up with them, the Black Mountain Knights even approached to a distance of 30 yards. At this distance, the hit rate of the Black Mountain Knights was very high. Suddenly, the infantry on the flank of the coalition army was shot one after another, and they let out bursts of miserable howls. The princes of the 8 countries were anxious and hurriedly mobilized cavalry to chase. However, seeing the coalition cavalry chasing them, these Black Shirt Knights immediately fled shamelessly under the cover of the Cossack cavalry. Afterwards, they went back to change horses, and went around to the other side of the enemy formation, continuing to fire at the enemy's flank infantry. The Allied cavalry chased after them, and they ran away again. The Allied light cavalry horses didn't feel anything, but the horses of the Plate Knights were so tired that they were almost foaming at the mouth. Yes, that's the feeling. This is the correct way to use the Black Shirt Knights and Cossack cavalry. Marin was very excited after seeing it through the telescope. Seeing the Allied cavalry running around, Marin seemed to see the opportunity for a decisive battle. Chapter 1345, All Charge. Then the Black Shirt Knights and Cossack cavalry circled again and continued to attack the enemy's flank. This time, after the coalition cavalry chased them as a whole, the knights' horses could no longer bear it. So Baron Crost sent someone to report to several princes that the knights' horses could not bear it. Then, the Black Mountain Knights began to abuse the infantry on the enemy's flank freely. They rode leisurely to the enemy's flank infantry 20 to 30 yards away, raised their guns and aimed and shot. The coalition's flank infantry suffered huge losses, and their morale became low. Marin watched all this excitedly with a telescope. He was waiting for the enemy's morale to fall to a low point. Then, he could lead the army to launch a general attack. Although it is said that launching a general attack now can also win, the resistance must be fierce. After all, the enemy's morale has not been lost yet. In this way, if a strong attack is launched, the losses will be considerable. If you wait until the enemy's morale reaches a low point before launching a general attack, not only will it be easier to win. Moreover, the enemy with low morale is prone to collapse and escape. The enemy army that collapsed and fled had almost no resistance. At this time, on the high platform behind the coalition army, the 8 princes gnashed their teeth. They now understood why Marin was called the most despicable military commander. Because this guy has no honor at all. The North Sea Kingdom obviously has so many cavalry, but they don't use them to charge, but to harass. Really? For the traditional European nobles who value honor and face the front, this is really an outlier. This bastard has no honor at all and has lost the face of the nobles. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, gritted his teeth. Count Charles of Gelden said faintly, he was born in the lower class and has low blood. So it's normal that he doesn't understand honor. Yes, he is a bitch. No wonder the princes don't like him. Another Duke Henry also gritted his teeth. However, no matter how much they cursed Marin, the situation on the battlefield was becoming increasingly unfavorable to them. The spearmen who were abused by the Black Shirt Knights on the side had not complained yet, and the front row, especially the coalition infantry in the front row of the center army, could not stand it first. Because the bombardment effect of solid shells was too terrible. When a cannon was fired, they either lost their arms and legs or had a big hole in their body, or even had their heads smashed by cement ball shells. Faced with such a horrible blow, they strongly demanded to retreat. Otherwise, everyone would be killed by shells in front of the battle. Seeing that the soldiers in the front row of the center army were very resentful, the two Dukes Henry had to order the army to retreat as a whole to avoid the range of enemy artillery and muskets. As soon as the army moved, it naturally revealed a lot of flaws. The leader of the Blackshirt Knights, Dem, and the commander of the Cossack Cavalry Corps, Alsace, were very jealous and wanted to rush over. However, after thinking about it, they gave up. Why? Before, on the Elbe River, they encountered 3,000 or 4,000 enemy troops, and they were all conscripts, so they could naturally be easily defeated. But the army in front of them was the main force of the enemy, and their number was 10 times greater. Even if there were loopholes, they could not break through them. After all, they were not plate knights who were good at fighting tough battles, but only light cavalry using sabers. If they rushed over to face the spear formation, they would suffer a great loss. Therefore, in the end, they could only take the opportunity to harass the opponent with carbines, making it unsafe for the opponent to retreat. And Marin, seeing the opponent retreat, thought about it and said, "Then we will catch up." Pass the order, the whole army advances. However, we must advance slowly and maintain the formation. The artillery of the artillery in front of the North Sea Army is on wheels, which is easy to push. The row of Udayo's wheelbarrows in front of the battle formation was also easy to move, just pull the bipod behind the wheelbarrow out of the mud and push it forward. So the coalition forces of the 8 countries found out depressed that even if they retreated, the other side would chase them relentlessly. At this time, Count Charles of Gelden climbed up and looked far away, pointing to the earthen slope on the side. "We push behind that earthen slope. After the breakthrough, we are not afraid of the enemy's artillery fire and bullets." So the coalition soldiers moved to the side again and retreated behind a large earthen slope. Marin led the army to press forward slowly, but when he arrived near, he found that the enemy army hiding behind that earthen slope could indeed effectively prevent artillery fire. Marin thought about it, looked at the sky again, and realized that it was already past noon. So he ordered, "It's just right, everyone take this opportunity to eat, and then rest on the spot." So the army paused the pursuit and stopped to eat. Of course, because it was in front of the battle formation, they couldn't have time to bury the pot and cook. Therefore, they could only eat some black bread slices. Then, they took out some beer and each of them drank a little as a drink. In fact, Marin usually did not allow the soldiers to drink alcohol, only boiled water. But during the battle, there was no time to boil water. Therefore, they could only bring some dark beer as a temporary drink for hydration. Anyway, drinking a little would not make you drunk. The coalition saw that the other side was having lunch, and took the opportunity to sit down and eat. However, their conditions were much worse. Because the 8 princes were very stingy, the lunch they provided them was black stick bread mixed with a lot of dirt and stones. This kind of bread is very hard, not only gritting teeth, but also difficult to digest. The soldiers soaked the black stick bread in cold water for a while before they could swallow it. After eating and drinking, Marin once again climbed onto the temporary high platform built on the chariot and found that the earth slope that the enemy used as a cover could be bypassed. So he ordered the army to start bypassing the enemy's side. In this way, the enemy had no earth slope to cover them. Then, the guns and cannons of the North Sea Kingdom fired fiercely again, causing a large number of casualties to the enemy. At the same time, the Blackshirt Knights who were fighting in the roaming battle also caused huge casualties to the enemy. Damn it, this is not a solution, let's fight. So, under the command of the 2 Dukes of Henry, the coalition of the 8 princes once again commanded the army to charge and rushed towards the battle formation of the North Sea Kingdom. However, their charge did not even break through the level of Udayo's chariot. Most of the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps of the North Sea Kingdom were veterans with 10 years of battlefield experience. Facing the opponent's strong attack, they were not afraid, and calmly inserted the chariot into the mud through the bipod, and stabbed the opponent. Because the spearmen in the front row were wearing breastplate armor and iron helmets, they were not afraid to stab the enemy head-on. On the other hand, due to insufficient military funds, few soldiers in the front row wore breastplate armor. In this way, in the mutual harm competition of stabbing each other across the chariot, the coalition forces with worse equipment naturally have no advantage. At this time, Marin suddenly released a big move. He released the 1,000 straw hat swordsmen from East Frisia. These straw hat swordsmen were originally the most elite troops of the East Frisian county, and each of them was extraordinary. These people usually wore simple armor, rainproof straw hats, and charged with two-handed swords. In ancient times, those who could fight with two-handed swords were all powerful warriors with great martial arts or great strength. Although they had not fought for 10 years, these people had a strong foundation. Moreover, this time, Marin replaced their muskets with new equipment. Marin asked them to wear a full set of rhinoceros leather armor. In addition, a brand new steel two-handed sword was made for them. In this way, without increasing the combat weight, their protection was greatly improved. Moreover, the weapons in their hands were sharper. It should be pointed out that two-handed swordsmen exist to deal with spearmen. The spears used by spearmen are difficult to deal with short knives and short swords. But two-handed swords can. These two-handed swordsmen are good at using two-handed swords to block or even cut off the opponent's spears. Then, they bully and chop the enemy with two-handed swords. The rhinoceros leather armor that Marin replaced for them is not bulletproof. However, it is no problem to use it to defend against bows and spears. Therefore, after putting on a full set of rhino leather armor, these 1,000 straw hat swordsmen confidently rushed into the enemy formation from the side, and began to chop and chop, disrupting the enemy formation. After a fierce fight, the enemy was finally repelled. However, before Marin could catch his breath, a deafening shout of killing suddenly came from the rear of the enemy formation. Marin climbed up and looked far away. It turned out that the main force of Steindorf's 3rd Legion had arrived. Steindorf was not a rookie like Alsace. When he arrived with the infantry of the 3rd Legion, he happened to encounter a melee between the two sides. Seeing that the enemy's attention was all on fighting with the main force of the North Sea Kingdom, they ignored the rear. The enemy cavalry was also pinned down to the flank by the Black Shirt Knights and Cossack cavalry. So, regardless of the fact that the soldiers were still a little tired after arriving, Steindorf led his men and horses directly, and took advantage of the enemy's failure to react, and launched a charge. In fact, Steindorf only had 8,000 infantry. However, Steindorf cunningly asked his men to disperse, and he started to charge from a distance, shouting and killing. Once his men were dispersed, he created the illusion of a charge of 10,000 or 20,000 people. Of course, if the enemy only had these opponents, Steindorf would never dare to charge like this. However, Steindorf knew that his master Marin had a good brain and definitely understood his intentions. Sure enough, the coalition forces of the 8 countries that had just retreated saw about 10,000 or 20,000 people suddenly rushing out from behind, and they were suddenly a little frightened and at a loss. Marin was a little confused at first, wondering why Steindorf dared to charge the enemy with only 8,000 people. But when he noticed that Steindorf's men were really charging from a long distance, he immediately understood that Steindorf was bluffing and scaring his opponents. However, Steindorf chose a very good time. The enemy had just been beaten back and their morale was low. At this time, shouts of killing suddenly came from the rear, which was indeed very scary. Marin did not intend to take Steindorf's good intentions into consideration, so he climbed onto the platform, drew out his command knife, and shouted, "Warriors, the reinforcements of the 3rd Army are here, and they are attacking the enemy from the front and back with us. Now, everyone, except the artillery, pick up swords, rush up, and kill all the enemies." And Schwartz also shouted, "Everyone charge! Charge!" Stade also shouted. After hearing the order, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Army of the North Sea Kingdom threw away their baggage, including muskets, picked up close combat weapons, and rushed towards the hesitant coalition of the 8 kingdoms like a tiger descending from the mountain. Chapter 1346 Crazy Collision. The proportion of musketeers in the North Sea Army was very high, reaching 1/4. The musketeers did not carry extra melee weapons, but the whole army needed to use cold weapons to charge. Fortunately, each of Marin's chariots had 4 spears inserted. So the musketeers removed the spears from the front row of chariots and used them as weapons, and rushed up with the spearmen. As for the wheelbarrow, it was directly overturned. Anyway, this thing has a simple structure and low cost, so it's not a pity if it breaks. During the group charge, many overturned wheelbarrows were directly trampled. But when Marin rushed forward with the army on the chariot with a mobile arrow tower, he suddenly found something wrong. The enemy's light and heavy cavalry seemed to be crazy, all rushed to the back of the formation, and headed straight for Steindorf's 3rd Corps. It turned out that Count Charlie of Gelden, who was also standing on the temporary arrow tower to watch the battle, carefully discovered that the army rushing from behind looked mighty, but there were not many people. Moreover, the formation was a bit scattered during the charge. If the infantry went forward, the effect might not be very great. But if the plate knights rushed forward, they would definitely be defeated. Therefore, after obtaining the consent of the 2 Dukes Henry, Count Charlie of Gelden immediately sent people to the flanks and asked the light and heavy cavalry who were confronting the North Sea cavalry to eliminate the enemies behind first. As for the North Sea cavalry on their side, they ignored him. At most, the loss was greater. As long as the light and heavy cavalry of the coalition army could break through the army behind in one fell swoop, the morale of the army would quickly stabilize. Marin obviously saw it and guessed the other party's plan. So, he was anxious. After all, Steindorf was bluffing, not really awesome. In particular, in order to bluff, Steindorf made the formation very loose. And this loose formation is particularly suitable for cavalry impact and penetration. Once it is hit by the enemy knight, something big will definitely happen. So Marin couldn't help but be anxious. How to contain the enemy cavalry? Of course, the cavalry was also used. So, Marin asked his men to take out the bugle, and 5 buglers blew a specific rhythm together as an order. Then, the Blackshirt Knight Commander Dem and the Cossack Cavalry Commander Arthas, who were hesitating whether to chase the enemy cavalry that left, heard such an order: cavalry, at all costs, hold back the enemy cavalry. After this order was issued, not only the 2,000 Blackshirt Knights and the 5,000 Cossack cavalry who made up the knife, but also the 1,000 Lancers belonging to the 1st Legion, all went out to chase the enemy's light and heavy cavalry units. Then, a fierce fight broke out among the cavalry before the infantry of both sides came into contact. Dem and Arthas both understood that this was not the time to show tactics. The only choice was to fight desperately. If the main force of the 3rd Legion was defeated, the morale of the enemy army would stabilize. So, this time they had to risk their lives. So, Dem and Arthas led their cavalry, regardless of horsepower, and began to desperately chase the enemy cavalry that had left in advance. Then, the 2 cavalry formations staggered, the Blackshirt Knights were in front, intercepting the enemy's plate-armored knights. The Cossack cavalry followed closely behind, ready to provide cover at any time. Seeing the enemy cavalry catching up, the coalition cavalry was also a little anxious. In particular, Baron Cross, who had already prepared for a death charge, was very anxious when he saw the other Blackshirt Knights approaching desperately. He had already experienced the power of the Blackshirt Knights' muskets. If they were stopped by the Black Mountain Knights, then they would not be able to defeat the army behind them, and the situation would not be reversed. Therefore, he must lead the team to defeat the enemy behind. However, he knew how powerful the Blackshirt Knights' muskets were. Therefore, he anxiously shouted to Huss, the leader of the coalition hussars not far away, "Huss, take people to stop those wearing black clothes. We must fight to the death, and we must not let them interfere with the knights' charge." Huss looked at the Cossack cavalry behind the opposite musketeers with complicated eyes, and felt a little afraid. However, he also knew that there was no other choice now. So he drew his sword and shouted, "Warriors, the time of loyalty has come. Now, follow me to charge at the group of musketeers, and ignore the interference of the enemy hussars." After that, he took the lead, turned his horse's head, and rushed towards the Blackshirt Knights who were chasing and intercepting the plate-armored knights. But Alsace had already anticipated this. When the coalition hussars left the main force and turned, the Cossacks who were originally behind suddenly turned and rushed to the side and front, heading straight for the enemy hussars who were heading straight for the Blackshirt Knights. However, this time the charge of the Cossack cavalry was very dangerous. Because they did not charge the enemy cavalry head-on, but charged sideways. If they charged head-on, the 2 sides would eventually pass each other. Then, it would be a competition of martial arts and riding skills at the moment of passing each other. With the personal ability of the Cossack cavalry, they would definitely have the upper hand. But if they charged sideways, it would not be a competition of ability, but a competition of courage. Because, this is basically a car accident scene. Other people's horses are charging forward, and you are charging from the side. Even if you can avoid one of the enemy's horses, the enemy's warhorse that comes later will also hit you. So, this is basically a barbaric game of horse charging. Therefore, most of the Ukrainian Cossacks who came from the steppes of Eastern Europe were timid and unconsciously slowed down during the charge. In contrast, the German Cossacks, who were a minority in number, were very obedient to orders despite their small number. When Alsace ordered to charge at the enemy cavalry, although a few of these German Cossacks who were not good at riding hesitated, most of them still rushed forward without hesitation and crashed into the enemy's horses. Huss, the commander of the coalition hussars, was shocked. Are these people crazy? They want to die together. However, no matter how surprised he was, the Cossack cavalry still crashed into them. Bang 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 dash, a dull crash sound came, and suddenly the battlefield was full of people and horses. Dash, the horses of the coalition hussars that were hit made a series of mournful cries. The Cossack horses that hit them were not much better. With such a high-speed collision, both sides must have been seriously injured. In addition, the fate of these cavalrymen on horseback was also miserable. Many people were thrown off the horse's back and rolled on the ground. Of course, this little injury was nothing. The terrifying thing is that the cavalry then trampled over their bodies, and most of them were trampled to death on the spot by the galloping horses. In a short period of time, 300 German Cossacks who didn't care about their lives rushed into the enemy's formation, creating hundreds of car accidents and interrupting the opponent's charge. Then, the enemy's Hussars' charge was forced to stop. Of course, these German Cossacks who forcibly collided with the enemy were also miserable. Half of them fell off their horses and were trampled to death by the enemy or friendly forces. Even the other half who survived were seriously injured. However, their crazy suicidal collision successfully curbed the coalition Hussars' behavior of rushing towards the Black Shirt Knights, and bought time for the Black Shirt Knights to intercept the opponent's plate armor knights. At the same time, the enemy's light cavalry slowed down. As a result, the Ukrainian Cossacks, who were not brave enough to fight desperately but were proficient in horse warfare, had room to show their abilities. They began to chase and chop down the coalition hussars who had lost their speed. When it came to chopping people on horseback, they were the experts. Chapter 1347, Annihilation of the Allied Cavalry. Without speed, the light cavalry of the eight-nation coalition was no different from lambs to be slaughtered in front of the experienced Ukrainian Cossacks. What's more, the number of Cossack cavalry was absolutely superior. As a result, the remaining more than 2,000 coalition light cavalry were quickly defeated by the Cossacks and fled in all directions. At this time, the Black Shirt Knights relied on the advantage of light armor to finally catch up with the plate-armored knights. But this time, Dem's order was very different: shoot the horse. Shoot the horse. In order to win, Dem didn't care about the preciousness of those war horses. Generally speaking, in this era, a good knight's warhorse can be sold for dozens or hundreds of gold coins. Therefore, in battle, war horses are very precious trophies. In previous confrontations, the Black Shirt Knights would rather shoot knights with small targets than shoot war horses. But now it's different. At such a critical juncture, victory is the only pursuit. For smoothbore muskets with low hit rates, shooting the enemy's warhorse is more likely to stop the enemy. So, this time, the Black Shirt Knights aimed directly at the warhorses, which were much larger targets. Bang 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 bang, after a burst of carbine sounds, followed by a "uu" wailing of warhorses. What? Baron Cross, who was leading the charge of the Allied Plate Knights, was shocked. Because this behavior of hitting horses instead of people is too rare in Europe. Because most of the European nobles are poor people with countless debts. Therefore, they attach great importance to wealth. And warhorses are undoubtedly one of the top wealth second only to land. For ordinary poor nobles, they would rather kill the opponent's knights than let the warhorses be harmed. Because if they captured a group of warhorses, they would make a fortune. Just like when Marin started his business, he relied on the thousands of warhorses captured from French knights, and he became rich all of a sudden, and had the capital to recruit soldiers and horses. Therefore, in the eyes of Baron Cross, the behavior of the Black Shirt Knights shooting warhorses was simply heresy and very different from ordinary people. But he didn't know that Marin was a Chinese soul who had been reciting Tang poetry since childhood. The sentence, "shoot the horse first to shoot a person, and capture the king first to capture a thief," was really too impressive. Therefore, when training the Black Shirt Knights before, Marin proposed this tactic. Of course, Marin also took into account the preciousness of war horses. Therefore, he once ordered that in general, people should not be beaten. After all, war horses are precious trophies. However, if the situation is urgent, horses should be killed first. And now is such an urgent moment. In order to ensure that the sparsely formed Third Legion is not broken by the opponent's knights, the Black Shirt Knights directly started the emergency mode and killed horses first. The death of a warhorse is different from the knight being knocked off the horse. The fall of a knight will not affect the charge of the cavalry. On the contrary, the fallen knight will be trampled by the warhorse of his comrades. However, the warhorse is so big. Even if it falls, it is a small meat mountain. Therefore, when a group of allied knights' horses fell dead, not only did they throw the knights off their horses, but they also created roadblocks for the horses behind them. In particular, the war horses used by European knights were all tall and big. Even if they fell dead on the ground, they were still a big pile. Moreover, these knights' horses were covered with hard horse armor, which was a very solid roadblock that was difficult to flatten. Then, in order to avoid these small meat-like roadblocks, the charge speed of the allied knights slowed down significantly. At the same time, most of the unlucky allied knights who were thrown off their horses were unable to avoid being trampled by their comrades' horses. Even if they were wearing plate armor, the horses carrying the knights in heavy armor weighed nearly a ton. Such a heavy combat unit, even if each hoof only weighed a quarter of its weight, could still injure the knights wearing plate armor. Moreover, the Black Shirt Knights had more than one carbine in their hands, they had 5. At the same time, in order to increase accuracy, and because the Allied knights were rushing forward, these bold black-shirt knights rode their horses directly to the front and fired at a very close distance, greatly improving their hit rate. When the 5 rounds of shooting were completed, more than half of the 2,000 Allied plate-armored knights fell directly. Moreover, the frequent falling of war horses slowed down the charge. Although these 5 rounds of shooting did not completely wipe out the Allied plate-armored knights, they also greatly hindered their charge. The plate-armored knights were slow to charge, and after being disrupted like this, their speed was even slower. Then, this gave the Third Army enough time to respond. Stop charging. Get closer. Get closer to the center. Steindorf shouted loudly on the battlefield with a trumpet. His messengers, specially selected with loud voices, also shouted, "The commander has ordered, stop charging, move to the center. Move to the center." Then, the infantrymen of the 3rd Legion, most of whom were veterans, stopped charging and moved to the center. The spearmen are in front. Crouching, insert the butt of the spear into the soil, 45 degrees forward. Steindorf continued to shout. Then, his loud-voiced messengers also repeated the shouting, "The spearmen are in front. Crouching, insert the butt of the spear into the soil, 45 degrees forward. The spearmen are in front. Crouching, insert the butt of the spear into the soil, 45 degrees forward." The spearmen in the front row quickly followed suit. They squatted down and inserted the butt of the spear into the soil. The spear head was 45 degrees upward and forward. The butt of the spear was inserted into the soil, so that when the enemy knights collided with them, the strong impact force would be transmitted to the ground by the spear, and the spearmen themselves would not be injured. As for why they squatted down, it was because the plate knights' lances were at a high level. If they stood up, they would be easily stabbed by the lances. Crouching down greatly increased the difficulty of the opponent's knight stabbing and increased their survival rate. Just after the 3rd Legion completed its formation, the remaining 1,000 or so plate knights of the coalition also rushed to the front of the 3rd Legion. However, after the previous delay, the 3rd Legion was no longer in the initial loose formation. Now, the coalition knights encountered a wall of death composed of spears. Of course, this death was not aimed at the knights, but at the war horses. The spearheads of these spears, which were tilted forward at 45 degrees, could not poke the knight sitting high on the horse's back, but just faced the chest of the war horse. Although the war horse was also covered with horse armor, the protective power of the horse armor was not as good as that of plate armor. Because if the horse armor was made like plate armor, it would be inconvenient for the war horse to move and run. Therefore, the horse armor of the war horse is often similar to barbed mail or chain mail, rather than a whole piece of plate armor. Therefore, when the Allied knights rushed over, many horses had their chests pierced, and they cried out in pain. Even if a horse happened to be pierced by a piece of armor and hit a spear with its tail inserted into the ground, even if the spear was broken, it would not be good for the horse. The key was that they had to stop. In this way, the fierce charge of the Allied knights was stopped by the spear formation that the Swiss were good at. Moreover, the spearmen in the back row were not vegetarians. Seeing that some of the spears in the front row failed to hurt the enemy horses, the spearmen in the back row immediately thrust their spears forward and rushed at the unprotected front legs of the horses with their several meter-long spears. The horses couldn't bear it. Generally speaking, in order not to affect the horses running, the 4 legs of the horses are not armored. Otherwise, the horses' legs are difficult to move. Now, the horses were forced to stop by the spear formation, and the 2 front legs of the horses were exposed to the spearmen. Therefore, the spearmen in the front row did not hesitate to stab the 2 legs of the horses whose chests were not pierced. Under such an attack, the horses were frightened. Some horses were stabbed in the legs and fell to the ground. Whether it was the horses that were pierced in the chest before or the horses that were stabbed in the front legs later, the knights on their horses were thrown off by the painful horses and fell to the ground. When Steindorf saw it, he immediately shouted, "Warhammer team, go! Beat them to death!" Then, a group of soldiers holding migrant workers' decoration hammers rushed to the front of the formation from the side and beat the coalition knights who had just fallen off their horses and were still a little dizzy. Moreover, these people were very cunning, and they specifically used hammers to hit the knights' limbs. Even if the knights were not killed, their limbs would not recover their fighting power for a certain period of time after being beaten. Occasionally, a few knights who stood up to resist were soon knocked down. After a fierce confrontation, only 300 or 400 of the more than 1,000 Allied knights who rushed to the front of the 3rd Legion were still intact. But at this time, they had no fighting spirit. Because they could not break through the spear formation in front of them. In addition, the 2,000 black-shirt knights who had originally run away to reload ammunition also surrounded them and pointed their loaded carbines at them. "Surrender and you won't be killed." Dem shouted. Then, all the black-shirt knights shouted together, "Surrender and you won't be killed." Seeing that they might be shot on the spot if they didn't surrender, Baron Cross had no choice but to lead the remaining 300 or 400 intact coalition knights to surrender. "I surrender, and I demand noble treatment." Them nodded, "No problem, follow the rules." Just like that, the 3,000 plate-armored knights and more than 4,000 hussars put together by the coalition forces of the 8 countries were completely wiped out. Chapter 1348 The enemy collapses. Not only were the plate-armored knights of the coalition forces of the 8 princes completely wiped out, but the hussars that were put together also did not escape. Huss, the leader of the coalition hussars, was captured after being chopped down by the Cossack cavalry. Although Huss was a master in martial arts, the authentic Ukrainian Cossacks were no less skilled in using knives on horseback than him. Of course, Huss did not use a knife, but a knight's sword, also called a knight's straight sword. The knight's sword evolved from the Viking sword, but the original Viking sword was made very heavy because of the backward smelting technology at the time. In the 16th century, with the development of steel technology, the knight's sword had become relatively slim, and was somewhat close to the rapier used in later fencing competitions. However, because the steel technology had not reached the level of the 19th century, it now looks similar to an ordinary saber. The difference between the two is that the cavalry sword has an extra blade on one side. However, the extra blade on the side is useless. Because, during the high-speed charge of the hussars, they could not stab at all, they could only chop. This is the same as the knights using lances. If they used ordinary lances and stabbed into the enemy's body, there would be no chance to pull it out. Therefore, even if they used swords, the European hussars used them as knives to chop during high-speed charges. As for the popular cavalry straight swords that were popular after the war, stabbing the opponent? Don't be kidding. To stab with a cavalry sword, the premise is to use a dense formation wall charge. Because there is no gap around the wall charge. Moreover, stabbing is indeed more deadly than chopping. In addition, the most important thing to note is that the wall charge is slow, and there is no problem with using a straight sword to stab. If you dare to stab at high speed, well, you don't want your hand, you will definitely break a bone, and you will have no chance to pull it back after stabbing the enemy, so you can only abandon the sword. Moreover, if you use a straight sword to stab in a sparse formation, you will definitely be beaten to death if you meet someone who uses a knife. Because, when the cavalry of both sides pass by each other, you only have one chance to stab straight, and it is easy to be dodged by the nomadic cavalry with excellent riding skills. However, the opponent's saber has a large horizontal slashing range, which is very difficult to dodge. Therefore, if you use a knight's sword to stab straight without using a wall charge, you will definitely be abused. Therefore, in this era, even if you use a knight's sword, the hussars will use slashing. Only when advancing at a low speed will they consider stabbing straight. Of course, in this era, the knight's straight sword is more used, mainly in Western European countries. Starting from Hungary, and Eastern European regions such as Bohemia and Poland, sabers are also popular. Germany is a bit strange. People in the Western region prefer to use knight's sword, while people in the East and Southeast, near Hungary, are popular with sabers. As for the hussars of the Eight-Nation Alliance, it is also more complicated. Many of them use knight's swords, and many people use knives, mainly influenced by Hungarians. However, the knight's straight sword is really not suitable for slashing. Therefore, it is not surprising that the coalition cavalry, which was originally a mob, was easily annihilated in the face of the Cossack sabers. Not to mention the duel between the cavalry in the rear, the decisive battle between the infantry of both sides in the front was also very tragic. The coalition of the 8 princes was not actually very afraid of the full charge of the North Sea army. Because they had more people and were more confident. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, the resistance of the coalition infantry was very fierce. When the soldiers of the North Sea rushed to the front and back of the enemy formation, the veterans in the front row of the coalition calmly raised their spears and stabbed forward fiercely. The soldiers of the coalition followed the habits of the European army of this era. The veterans stood in the front and the recruits stood in the back. Therefore, the soldiers of the North Sea faced the strongest group of veterans in the coalition. Therefore, at the beginning, although the spearmen of the North Sea did not lose, they did not have any advantage. After all, the veterans in the front row of the coalition were not inferior to the soldiers of the North Sea in terms of the technique of stabbing people with spears. However, after stabbing for a while, the gap came out. Why? The gap between the two sides is mainly in equipment. Marin is rich, so the first 3 rows of North Sea spearmen are all wearing breastplate armor and iron helmets, with high protection. And the spearmen stab each other. The focus is to stab the enemy's chest. When the North Sea soldiers wear breastplate armor, it is difficult for the enemy spearmen to make achievements. In particular, most of the soldiers of the North Sea will also wear a piece of wood armor similar to mahjong mats outside the breastplate, which is more difficult to be hurt by the enemy's spears. On the contrary, on the coalition side, because only 2 of the 8 vassal states, the Duchy of Brunswick, are relatively rich. Therefore, most of the frontline infantry of the coalition did not have breastplate armor. In this way, they suffered a great loss. The spears of the coalition spearmen stabbed the enemy, making a dull metal collision sound of bang bang bang. However, most of the spears of the North Sea spearmen stabbed the enemy, but the effect was very good. Except for a small number of Brunswick elite infantrymen who wore breastplate armor, no one else had breastplate armor. Once stabbed by the enemy's spear, it was definitely either death or injury. In this way, the stabbing of the spearmen in front of the 2 sides seemed to be evenly matched, but as time went on, the casualties on both sides were very different. The veterans in the front row of the coalition army, because of insufficient armor, fought less and less, and people kept falling down. On the other hand, because of sufficient armor, no one in the front row of the North Sea Kingdom was stabbed to death on the spot. Even if they were injured, most of them were non-vital parts such as arms and legs. Although some people would withdraw from the battle, this kind of spear stabbing injury can be easily saved in the hands of military doctors. Marin couldn't squeeze to the front to participate in the stabbing, so he stopped watching the battle on the movable car-mounted arrow tower behind the formation. However, he could see that the enemy seemed to be still holding on and refused to admit defeat. After all, the 8 princes sent cavalry to intercept the enemy behind the formation. If the interception is successful, the threat to the rear of the coalition forces will be lifted, and they can fight the enemy in front of them with peace of mind. Therefore, the only belief that supports the enemy's spearmen is that they expect the cavalry in the rear to win. However, this is impossible. On the movable arrow tower, Marin personally waited for thousands of enemy light and heavy cavalry, and they were defeated by the Black Shirt Knights and Cossack cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom. Seeing that the enemy cavalry was completely destroyed, Marin took the opportunity to shout, "The enemy cavalry is completely destroyed. Brothers, we won." In fact, although the cavalry was completely destroyed, the spearmen in front of the formation had not yet admitted defeat. But Marin's shouting directly let the morale of the coalition infantry who were fighting desperately in front of the formation deflate by half. Many people in the coalition army stepped on their feet and looked back, hoping that Marin was lying. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The thousands of coalition light and heavy cavalry behind them were indeed gone, and they should have been completely destroyed by the other side. The cavalry is really finished. This news quickly spread in front of the enemy army. Then, the coalition cavalry lost their backbone, and the resistance was not as fierce as before. Marin saw an opportunity, so he led his men to shout, "Surrender and you won't be killed. Surrender and you won't be killed." As soon as these words were shouted, and the coalition cavalry was indeed wiped out, the morale of the coalition collapsed. The coalition spearmen who had been fighting hard with the North Sea army seemed to have lost their direction all of a sudden. Then, after the 2,000 Blackshirt Knights and nearly 5,000 Cossacks ended the encirclement of the coalition cavalry and returned to the flank of the battlefield, the soldiers of the 8-Nation Alliance suddenly panicked, and their morale collapsed. Run! Some Allied soldiers saw defeat coming, and without thinking, they threw away their spears and ran for their lives in the gaps on the battlefield. However, there were thousands of Cossacks on the battlefield, where could they escape to? But once someone took the lead in running for their lives, many people would follow suit. In the end, the morale of the main infantry of the 8-Nation Alliance, which was originally in good shape, collapsed, and they began to scatter and flee in a very stupid way. Chapter 1349, 8 Princes Missing 1. Marin was overjoyed when he saw that many enemy soldiers began to flee. The most feared thing about fleeing is that someone takes the lead. Once someone takes the lead, it will be easy to deal with. So, Marin took the opportunity to shout, "No killing for surrender. No killing for surrender. Don't run around, we treat prisoners well." Well, Marin also shouted out the slogan of the PLA in later generations. In fact, the Bahai Kingdom treats prisoners well. The prisoners captured by the Bahai Kingdom army were either exchanged for ransom or taken to dig rivers and canals. They will not be kept for nothing. However, at this critical juncture, in order to reduce losses, Marin did not mind fooling the other party. As for how to explain it afterwards, this is easy to handle. Give the prisoners better food. You see, what I mean by treating prisoners well is to give the prisoners better food. No problem. As for the hard work, it still has to be done. After shouting, Marin quickly gestured and asked the soldiers next to him to shout together. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps of the North Sea Kingdom had long been accustomed to this collective slogan shouting, and they often sang songs. Therefore, the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom who did not fight in the front shouted with Marin, "Surrender and no killing." Surrender and no killing. Don't run around, we treat prisoners well. Then, many people really believed it, threw away their weapons, and surrendered to the North Sea Army. Of course, this was only a part of the people who surrendered voluntarily. There are still many diehards under the 8 kingdoms. They refused to surrender and insisted on resisting. For such people, Marin naturally sent people to send them to see God. The last straw that really broke the camel's back was the 3rd corps that came from behind. It's not that the 3rd corps was so strong, but because the place they attacked was too good. In this era, the new recruits or the old, weak and disabled in the army were generally placed at the back. And in front, most of them were veterans and elites. Therefore, although the 1st and 2nd corps were more powerful, it was still very troublesome to face the veterans and elites in the front row. On the other hand, the 3rd Army, which launched the attack from the rear of the enemy, faced the weakest recruits and the old, weak, sick and disabled of the 8-nation alliance. It was so easy for them. Although there were less than 8,000 soldiers, the charge of the 3rd Army defeated the recruits and the old, weak, sick and disabled behind the alliance. After the recruits and the old, weak, sick and disabled were defeated, many of them even fled to the front, which seriously affected the minds of the veterans of the alliance who were still resisting in the front. Moreover, Steindorf deliberately drove the defeated recruits and the old, weak, sick and disabled of the alliance in the rear, drove them forward, and deliberately let them attack the veterans of the alliance who were still resisting in the front row. In this way, the morale of the 8-nation alliance collapsed, and the formation was immediately disrupted by the rush of the fleeing soldiers in the back row. No. We are finished. Count Charles of Gelden knew that they were finished when he saw the recruits and the old, weak, sick and disabled in the back row began to attack the veterans in the front. So, he decisively persuaded the 2 Dukes Henry, "My lords, let's retreat." At this time, both Duke Henry of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and Duke Henry of Brunswick-Lüneburg were dejected and filled with despair. Because the knights they valued the most were annihilated. Without those knights, not only would their fighting power be greatly reduced, but even if they escaped back, they would not have enough manpower to help them rule the place. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? My knights are all gone. Duke Henry of Brunswick-Lüneburg said frustratedly. Count Charles of Gelden advised anxiously, "My lord, as long as we are alive, we will find a chance. Don't forget that many princes still support us. However, if we are caught by that guy Marin, we will be at his mercy." Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, suddenly had a light in his eyes. "You mean? Let's break through and escape back to our capital first. After we go back, we will immediately ask for help from the coalition of princes. By the way, Lord Henry, Lord Elector Frederick III of Saxony is your brother-in-law, right? He is the leader of the alliance of princes. As long as we go back and hold on, and then ask him to mediate, we can't say that we can save everything, but we can still keep our noble status. At most, we will cede some land. However, if we are caught by Marin, according to the previous duel agreement, our fiefdom will be annexed." Count Charles of Gelden said anxiously. Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, hesitated and said, "But isn't he leading troops in Switzerland to confront the Habsburgs now? Does he have time to save me?" Count Charles of Gelden was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "You also said that it was a confrontation, and the war hasn't really started yet. Besides, you are his brother-in-law, how can he watch your fiefdom being annexed by Marin? As long as you can escape back and hold on until Lord Frederick and others come back, Marin will not dare to destroy you easily. If it really doesn't work, you can go into exile in the electorate of Saxony, which is better than being caught by Marin." The 2 Dukes Henry were immediately convinced, so they began to call on their elite guards and began to escort their carriages to evacuate from the west where there were no enemy troops. At present, there are North Sea troops in the north, east and south, and only in the west there are no North Sea troops, which is suitable for evacuation. Then, a row of 8 luxurious carriages, surrounded by a large group of guards, fled westward. However, the other 7 princes did not notice that after returning, Count Charlie of Gelden did not stay in his carriage to evacuate with the army. Count Charlie knew that it would be difficult for him to escape this time, because the enemy had thousands of fierce hussars, Cossacks. Therefore, he never thought about evacuating with the noble carriage team. When the carriages of the 8 princes evacuated together, Count Charlie of Gelden changed clothes with a trusted guard in his luxurious carriage. Afterwards, he got out of the carriage wearing the clothes of an ordinary soldier, quietly took a few trusted guards, rode on horses, and fled to the east. "Sir, why are we running east?" "The east is guarded by the cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom." Count Charlie's guards asked puzzledly. "Ha!" Count Charles sneered and said, "Just watch, those luxurious carriages with flags of various families are fleeing to the west, the cavalry of the North Sea will definitely intercept them. Sure enough, after seeing the 8 luxurious carriages fleeing to the west through the telescope, Marin immediately ordered the cavalry to intercept them with a bugle. In this way, the thousands of North Sea cavalry who were originally blocking the east suddenly made a big circle and headed west to catch the 8 big fish. When Count Gelden Charlie and several of his trusted men rode to the east in the chaos, the cavalry of the North Sea were no longer in the east. "Your Excellency is indeed a genius," Count Charles's guards said admiringly. "Stop talking nonsense, let's run away." Then, Count Charles of Gelden, with a few men, dressed in inconspicuous clothes, rode past the side of Steindorf's Third Army. Steindorf wanted to send someone to intercept, but he now had only more than 7,000 infantry and no cavalry, so he could only watch Count Charles of Gelden and his men pass by. Then, the North Sea cavalry sent to the west successfully blocked 8 luxurious carriages and easily subdued the hundreds of princes' guards who resisted. At the same time, after seeing the 8 princes escape, the coalition forces of the 8 countries also completely lost their will to resist and surrendered. However, what made Marin vomit blood was that one of the 8 princes captured by his cavalry was actually a guard who had changed clothes with his master, not the real owner. Then, Marin asked carefully and heard that several horses had escaped from the southeast. Then, he immediately sent people to chase. However, after fleeing to the south, Count Charles of Gelden immediately changed direction and ran westward. Therefore, the cavalry sent by Marin to the southeast did not catch up. In this way, although Marin annihilated the enemy army, he only captured 7 princes, and the most cunning one escaped. Chapter 1350 Post-War Compensation. In fact, the Cossack cavalry sent by Marin almost caught up with Count Charlie of Gelden. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, it was dark and the pursuit became difficult. Then, Count Charlie of Gelden and his 5 most trusted guards took advantage of the night and successfully escaped. As for Marin, there were many things to do. After all, there were many casualties in this war, and Marin needed to deal with the aftermath. Because of the mutual artillery and musket shooting with the opponent, the battle was very fierce. Not to mention the casualties of the enemy, there were more than 400 people killed and wounded by the enemy's artillery on the North Sea side alone. This is the case where the enemy's artillery was suppressed. If the enemy's artillery could not be suppressed, it is estimated that there would be more casualties. The most terrifying thing is that the damage of the artillery is extremely great. Anyone who was hit by the shells either died directly or was severely disabled. Those who were passed by the shells, if they survived, would also lose their arms and legs. In short, none of the more than 200 wounded who were killed and wounded by the more than 400 shells had the opportunity to return to the battlefield. There were more casualties caused by the musket shooting, more than 800 people. However, the brutality of the musket shooting was much less than that of the artillery bombardment. Nearly half of the casualties caused by the artillery bombardment died. The casualties caused by the musket shooting were only more than 100 people. However, people who were hit by lead bullets were much more terrifying than those who were hit by swords and arrows. Being hit by swords and arrows is just an ordinary trauma. As long as the wound is cleaned with alcohol and then some improved gold wound medicine is applied, that is, the ancient gold wound medicine is strictly disinfected and treated to greatly reduce the chance of wound inflammation, the possibility of recovery is still very high. In addition, Ma Lin also asked the military doctors to use a lot of honeysuckle and Panax noto ginseng brought back from the Ming dynasty as low-level anti-inflammatory drugs. Honeysuckle can clear blood poisons and has a certain effect on the treatment of bleeding injuries. Not to mention Panax noto ginseng, which is the main medicine of Yunnan Baiyao. However, that is an ordinary sword injury. The damage caused by lead bullets is more difficult to treat. Because spherical lead bullets easily stir blood and flesh after entering the body, the damage is very large. Fortunately, under the guidance of Marin, the military doctors of Beihai Kingdom have come up with crude catgut and simple suturing techniques, so the trauma problem is not serious. The most difficult thing to deal with is probably the splitting of lead bullets in the body. If the spherical lead bullet hits the soft flesh after entering the human body, it is not a big deal. At most, take out the lead bullet, clean the wound, and then sew it up. But if the lead bullet hits the bone, it will be terrible. Lead bullets are relatively soft, and after hitting the bone, they are easy to split into several pieces. Then, the lead bullets are scattered in the body and are difficult to remove. In addition, although lead bullets are soft, they are also metal and have a high density. If they hit the bones, they will not only easily scatter, but also break the bones and even produce bone fragments. These bone fragments will be scattered in the body and are extremely difficult to remove. Therefore, although the 700 or 800 soldiers who were hit by lead bullets were not as terrible as those injured by solid shells, I am afraid that less than half of them can be completely cured in the end. The other half will inevitably suffer from disability or illness, and they may never be able to return to the battlefield again. In addition, more than 900 infantrymen suffered ordinary sword injuries, but this is not a big problem, and only dozens of people died. And most of the injured can be rescued. These are the casualties of the infantry. As for the cavalry, the Black Shirt Knights basically did not go online. As for the Cossacks, the main casualties were the 300 cavalrymen who fell off their horses after actively crashing into the enemy. Half of these 300 cavalrymen who fell off their horses were trampled to death on the spot by the enemy or friendly war horses. The other half, 60 people had their arms and legs broken, and they may be disabled in the future. Only about 90 people can recover. In addition to these 300 casualties, more than 70 Cossack cavalrymen were killed or knocked off their horses and injured in the fight. In other words, in this tragic decisive battle, the infantry of the North Sea Kingdom suffered about 2,500 casualties, and the battle loss exceeded 10%. If the general army had a battle loss of more than 10%, it would probably collapse. That is to say, the 1st and 2nd Corps of the North Sea Kingdom, which are basically veterans of more than 10 years, can hold on and achieve a brilliant victory. However, Marin felt distressed. Those are veterans of 10 years. Everyone is a treasure. If more than 2,000 new soldiers were killed or injured, Marin would not feel so distressed. But those veterans of more than 10 years were killed or injured so many times that Marin was so sad that he almost cried when he heard the report. After all, even the worst soldiers can become elite after 10 years of training. Every veteran who has been trained for 10 years has the ability to serve as a recruit instructor. One death is a huge loss. Marin suddenly understood why when he took the war, he would directly pull the musketeers who had been trained for 2 weeks to the battlefield as cannon fodder because he didn't feel bad if he died. Marin was really distressed and cried. When comforting the wounded soldiers, he couldn't help but shed tears. But unexpectedly, Marin's distressed tears were misunderstood by the wounded soldiers as caring for his soldiers. As a result, many wounded soldiers were so moved that they cried and felt that it was worth dying for Marin. Of course, Marin did not disappoint them. He announced on the spot that all the families of soldiers who died in battle would be supported by the state. Parents are supported by the state in their old age, and children will not only be raised to adulthood, but also be educated and given priority in arranging jobs when they grow up. This generous condition made many wounded soldiers cry with excitement, saying that they had no regrets in death. Moreover, there were indeed dozens of seriously injured soldiers who died with a smile on their faces. But in fact, in this era, it does not cost much to support the families of the dead. It is enough to provide enough food and then issue a few sets of clothes every year. At most, add a medical reimbursement. As for the issue of children going to school, it is nothing. Because Marin originally planned to promote compulsory education, which was purely incidental. This is Marin's old 1st and 2nd Corps, no infantry of the 3rd Corps died in battle, only dozens of wounded, and Marin has mixed feelings about the casualties of the Cossack cavalry. Why? Strictly speaking, the Cossacks were basically recruits. Moreover, Marin never regarded most of the Ukrainian Cossacks as his own people. Therefore, Marin did not feel anything about the more than 70 Ukrainian Cossacks who died or were injured in the fight. It was the 300 German Cossacks who desperately crashed into the enemy's horses that moved Marin very much. So, after appeasing the 1st and 2nd Corps, Marin personally visited the more than 100 survivors of the 300 warriors who dared to suicidally crash into the enemy. In order to set an example and encourage those who came after him to continue to work for him, Marin squeezed out tears and personally paid tribute to the dead among the 300 warriors. Moreover, Marin personally ordered to commend the 300 warriors as the 300 Spartan warriors of the North Sea Kingdom. That's not all. Marin also appointed the surviving officer calls among the 300 warriors as the head of the cavalry regiment on the spot, and personally awarded the number Spartan Warrior Regiment. When Marin personally handed the flag of the Spartan warriors that he had created temporarily to calls, other North Sea soldiers nearby showed strong envy in their eyes. Because this kind of warrior's glory is very glorious in Europe of this era. And after taking over the flag, calls also swore loudly, "Next time I will definitely take the lead in a suicide charge." Marin suddenly had 1,000 MMPs to say in his heart, "I praise you to let others know that there are benefits in dying for me, and to set you as a benchmark. You said that you will take the lead in a suicide charge next time. If you die, doesn't it mean that the benchmark I set has fallen? So, next time, if I can avoid sending you to charge, I won't send you, so that you won't be taken away in one wave." As for the more than 70 Ukrainian Cossacks who were killed or injured, Marin didn't feel anything. However, in order to appease those Ukrainian Cossacks, Marin still gave them the same pension treatment as the infantry. At the same time, Marin promised that the state would reimburse the male liquor in the families of those who died in battle and retired due to injuries. Then, the Ukrainian Cossack wounded with strange brain circuits actually lay on the stretcher and cheered for the free liquor in the future. They thought that they could no longer enjoy the treatment of a small bottle of ergoto every day after they retired due to injuries. In this way, Marin promised all kinds of preferential treatments that were not considered preferential treatments, and solved the pension problems of the soldiers. Chapter 1351 Eat my food and spit it out. Looking at the cheers of the soldiers, Marin found it a little funny. This little treatment can make you cheer, you really have no pursuit. But he didn't think about it. What era is this? This is an era where human life is worthless. Sometimes, many people serve as soldiers just to have enough food and clothing. Marin is a modern man, and he is always used to thinking with modern people's thinking. In the 21st century, you have to have 5 insurances and 1 fund to find a job casually. If there is a work injury, the boss will probably have to pay a large sum of money. But that's modern. Modern times that emphasize human rights. But what era was the 16th century? Europe has just come out of the barbaric Middle Ages and has retained many barbaric traditions. Why are mercenaries popular in Europe in this era? Because mercenaries don't need pensions when they die. The nobles of this era are more stingy than one another. Soldiers who die will basically not get any pensions. Only when nobles die will they get some compensation. Therefore, these soldiers of civilian origin, seeing that Marin actually cares so much about their lives, can they not be moved? Seeing that the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom could get generous compensation even after their death, the soldiers of the Eight-Nation Alliance who were squatting on the side as prisoners of war were full of envy. They didn't expect that there were such good nobles in the world who treated soldiers as human beings. As for the 7 princes who were watching, they were full of disdain. They actually spent so much money to compensate those humble soldiers, they were really bored. After Marin appeased his soldiers, he strode towards the 7 captured princes. Before he got close, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, shouted, "Marin, I demand noble treatment. Please send someone to Wolfenbüttel to inform my son Henry the Younger and let him pay to redeem me and my officers." Even though he was captured, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, still looked down on Marin, who was of humble blood, and did not call Marin the Grand Duke at all, but called him by his name. Moreover, paying the ransom was not a big deal for Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. After all, he had robbed a lot of property in various parts of the North Sea Kingdom before, with a total value of more than 1 million gold coins. So, he thought that since he was unfortunately defeated, he should just spit out what he had eaten before. Moreover, the ransom of 1 million gold coins is definitely very high in Europe. Even when the King of England was captured by the Holy Roman Emperor Henry VI, he only paid £100,000. He is a prince and duke, and he can pay 1 million gold coins, which is definitely a premium. But how could Marin agree to such a thing? Use my money to pay the ransom? Haven't you woken up yet? So, Marin directly rejected him. I remember that the 2 sides seemed to have agreed on a national duel at the Worms Imperial Parliament. Now, you have lost this duel. So, your country is mine. After speaking, Marin smiled triumphantly. At this time, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, shouted, "No, it doesn't count. At the beginning, it was your son Caesar who agreed to duel with us, not you. So, even if you defeated us, you are not a party involved and have no right to annex our country." The other 6 princes, who had just looked dejected, shouted after hearing what Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg said, "Yes, you are not a participant in the duel. You defeated us, it doesn't count. We demand to redeem ourselves." Marin calmly took out the prepared duel statement and said, "Open your eyes and look, it says on it that the 2 parties to the duel are the North Sea Kingdom and several of your principalities, and it doesn't specifically state that Caesar will duel with you. So, there is no problem for me to annex you." After that, Marin laughed triumphantly. The 7 princes looked ashen, but Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, insisted, "Don't be so confident. My son Henry is still in Wolfenbüttel, you may not be able to take Wolfenbüttel. As long as we can hold out until Lord Frederick and his men return, how can you annex us? Hold out? How can your son hold out? You brought all your elite troops to the North Sea Kingdom, and there are only a few regular troops and a group of farmers at home. With those people, can they prevent me from taking over Wolfenbüttel? Don't dream." Marin said disdainfully. "Humph, my son has a lot of money. As long as he spends money, he can always hire enough mercenaries. Now all the capable mercenary veterans in Germany have employers." Marin interrupted. "So what? It's just defending the city. Even if you hire new mercenaries, you can't break through the strong city walls in a short time. You can hold out until Lord Frederick and his men come back. I forgot to tell you that our Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel is not short of money. The 4 city gates are all made of pure iron. Even if you have more artillery, you can't do anything about the big iron gates. After saying that, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, was very proud. Marin smiled mysteriously. Iron city gates, right? It doesn't matter. I have plenty of ways to deal with iron gates. He has Aqua Regia in his hand, so why would he be afraid of a mere iron gate? After a pause, Marin suddenly shouted, "You said your son is rich, most of that money was robbed from the North Sea Kingdom, right? You dare to take advantage of me, are you tired of living? I'm telling you, spit out what you ate from me." But when he got to this point, a line of lyric suddenly popped up in Marin's mind, "Please give me back what you took from me, spit out what you ate from me." He schwa schwa, oh, second sound, dash, Marin's head was full of black lines, and De Jangway's big teacher, Shamat style suddenly floated through his mind, accompanied by the cry of crows. "Well, spit out what you ate from me." Marin repeated it again, and then floated away, trying to get rid of the Shamat image of big teacher in his mind. When Marin left, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, shouted, "Let me go if you know what's good for you. My eldest brother-in-law will come to rescue me." His brother-in-law was, of course, the leader of the princes, Frederick III. Duke Henry's threat did not scare Marin, but it reminded Marin that the princes' alliance was indeed a problem. So, Marin called Schwartz and ordered, "Send someone to Switzerland and ask Brunsberg to take the initiative to attack. Be sure to hold back the princes' coalition forces and don't let them come back." Marin now has only more than 20,000 people in his hands, and he is busy dividing his troops to occupy the 8 principalities. He does not want to encounter the prince's coalition forces immediately. Although the prince's coalition forces only have tens of thousands of people, if they are ruthless, they can also gather an army of 100,000. Moreover, if the prince's alliance asks the French to move, Marin may not be able to bear it. Therefore, it is best to let the Habsburg family's army entangle the prince's coalition forces and not give them the opportunity to cause trouble for themselves. Schwartz hesitated and said, "But, Franzberg doesn't have the right to decide such a big thing." "Then find His Majesty the Emperor. Anyway, he is in Innsbruck, not far from Switzerland. What conditions should we offer?" Marin thought for a while and said, "Waste the loan debt of 300,000 gold coins from the Bank of Siena, just as a gift to him." 300,000 gold coins is a lot of money for the poor emperor, but for the rich Marin, it is not a big deal. If the 8 principalities can be annexed, especially the richer Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and Brunswick-Lüneburg, the silver mines in Goslar and the salt mines in Lüneburg alone are far more than 300,000 gold coins. Schwartz nodded and quickly sent someone. In his opinion, 300,000 gold coins are enough to buy off the poor Emperor Maximilian I. Anyway, it's not that he is fighting to the death, just to delay the coalition of princes. Chapter 1352 The Emperor's Request. Speaking of which, Maximilian I was also quite sad. The Holy Roman Emperor, what a resounding title. But, he was a poor guy. Speaking of Maximilian I, Marin always thought of the Zhou Emperor in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, who was also poor. After the fall of the Western Zhou dynasty, King Ping of Zhou, who moved the capital to Luoyang, had no money to hold a funeral after his death, so he had to send people to the state of Lu to ask for it. Of course, His Majesty the Emperor was better than the Zhou Emperor. In any case, the Habsburg family still had Austria as its base, and later acquired the Netherlands and Franche-Comté through marriage. It itself was a powerful vassal. Unlike the Zhou Emperor, only the land around Luoyang was left. However, in order to expand and gain real power, the Habsburg family maintained a strong army. For this reason, although the Habsburg family had a lot of financial income, a lot of it was spent on mercenary troops. In addition, considering the many branches within the Habsburg family, they all had to share a piece of the pie. So, the Habsburg family became poor. Emperor Maximilian I also became a poor emperor. How poor was Maximilian I? Originally in history, the reason why he died in 1519 was to go out to avoid debt. As a result, after arriving in Innsbruck, where his daily palace was located, he had a tense relationship with the citizens of Innsbruck because of the debt problem, and the citizens of Innsbruck refused to open the city gate to let him in. In desperation, he had to temporarily live in a mountain hut at the foot of the Alps. However, it was January at that time. The poor emperor probably froze in the mountain hut and then died of illness. 300,000 gold coins, for Marin, was just the income from rye produced by 3,000 ugrams of wheat fields. But for Emperor Maximilian I, who had little income, it was a lot of money. Sure enough, when Marin sent people to change horses along the way and quickly arrived in Innsbruck, and put forward Marin's conditions, Maximilian I, who was short of money, was moved. However, he did not agree to Marin's conditions, but followed the envoy to the North Sea Kingdom in person, intending to meet with Marin. In order to save time, Maximilian I, like the North Sea envoy, even went through the post-station system set up by Marin himself, changing horses along the way, and soon arrived in the North Sea territory. He met Marin, who had just recovered the city of Oldenburg and planned to continue to march into Bremen province to eliminate the remnants of the noble resistance. What? You want me to send troops to join forces with Frundsberg's army to destroy the prince's coalition together? After hearing the emperor's request, Marin's teacup almost fell to the ground. Maximilian I said seriously, that's right, if you are willing to send troops to attack Frundsberg from front and back, I think the tens of thousands of princes' coalition will definitely not escape defeat. When those princes are finished, then we will divide Germany together. Marin suddenly had 10,000 MMPs to say in his heart, and I'ma still divide Germany? Do you think I'm a fool? Marin knew very well that the secular princes led by Frederick III who were currently confronting Frundsberg in northern Switzerland were just a group of secular princes, not the full strength of all the German princes. Moreover, even those secular princes who were against the emperor had not yet exhausted their potential. For example, the electorate of Saxony left half of its troops in its homeland. The other secular princes who participated in the Allied forces also kept a hand. Not to mention, those church princes basically did not send out any troops. Marin was sure that if he wanted to unite with the emperor to eliminate the princes' coalition, it would definitely cause a strong backlash from all the German princes. At that time, no matter which prince, they would fight to the death with him. Because if they didn't fight to the death, they might be annexed by the emperor and lose most of their rights. At that time, what Marin and the Habsburg family army faced would never be the tens of thousands of coalition forces on the front line, but at least hundreds of thousands of troops. Also, if he really joined forces with the emperor, the French would have to fight to the death. Because, once Germany is unified, France will face a huge threat. Although Germany is poor, the Germans are more martial than the French. A unified Germany is definitely a huge threat to France. Don't you see, after the unification of Germany, the French were bullied so badly. During World War I, if it weren't for the troublemaker Britain sending a large number of nobles and cannon fodder to the battlefield to accompany the French to die, the German Western Front Corps would have defeated France and reproduced the shame of the Franco-Prussian War. The French obviously knew this, so once the emperor had the idea of unifying Germany, the French would definitely stop it at all costs. At that time, Marin and the emperor would probably face more than hundreds of thousands of allied forces of princes, and tens of thousands of elite French troops. So, Marin rejected the emperor without hesitation. Your Majesty, this is impossible. If I dare to send a large army south, the originally neutral church princes will definitely gather their troops to fight against us. In addition, the French, who have always been enemies of the Habsburg family, will never watch Your Majesty unify Germany. Therefore, at that time, we may face more than 200,000 troops. In fact, the situation is not as bad as Marin said. As long as you act quickly, first eliminate the tens of thousands of allied forces of princes and capture those princes, you can take a great initiative. By then, even if the church princes react and send troops, plus the French army, it will be too late. Moreover, if Marin transfers the 6th Corps and the 4th and 5th Corps in England to fight, he may not be able to defeat the enemy. But Marin will not be so stupid. First of all, even if they can defeat their opponents, the cost will definitely be extremely huge, and the gains will not outweigh the losses. Also, even if the allied forces of the princes were eliminated, what good would it do to Marin? After all, Marin was also a member of the princes. If the other princes were destroyed, then the next one to be destroyed would be himself. The butt determines the head. Marin's identity determines that he can't really stand on the side of the emperor to eliminate those princes. As for what the emperor said about dividing the world with him, Marin, who has seen too much history, doesn't believe it at all. He couldn't help but think of the time when Liu Bang and Xiang Yu divided the Chu River and Han River. As soon as Xiang Yu turned back, Liu Bang tore up the agreement and sent troops to pursue. Although Maximilian I was not as shameless as Liu Bang, he was definitely not a good man. If the other princes were finished, the next one to be cleaned up would definitely be the North Sea Kingdom. Don't look at the Habsburg family's current strength, but that's not because of poor combat effectiveness, but because of lack of money. Now, the Habsburg family has Frundsberg, a general who is proficient in the training methods of the North Sea Kingdom, so training is not a problem. The only problem is that the Habsburg family has no money. If Marin helps him conquer half of the country, the spoils alone can make up for the lack of money of the Habsburg family. At that time, the Habsburg family can recruit more people and have the ability to fight against the North Sea Kingdom. After thinking about it, Marin considered it and politely refused. Your Majesty, I only have more than 20,000 people. The subtext is there are not enough people to go around, and I won't help. Maximilian I was silent for a long time before saying, okay, I won't force you to lead the troops with me to destroy the prince's coalition. It is indeed possible to face all the princes and the French in Germany. That loan of 300,000 golden gold coins. No thanks. As long as you are willing to send troops to temporarily hold back the coalition forces of the princes and prevent them from returning to their country. There is no need to win or lose with the other side, just hold them back for a while and give us time to annex the 8 principalities. But Maximilian I did not seem satisfied. What I mean is, can I borrow another 300,000 gold coins? After all, I feel very tired to support so many troops now. Obviously, Maximilian I is asking for a higher price. Of course, His Majesty the Emperor did not lie. During this period, in order to fight against the coalition forces of the princes, the Habsburg family has expanded its army vigorously, and it does require a lot of military expenditure to maintain the army. Marin thought about it and felt that this was not a big problem. As long as he sent troops to capture the 8 principalities, a mere 200,000 gold coins is really nothing. Moreover, Maximilian I did not ask for it, but borrowed it. Although, God knows when the return date will be. However, this is better than Marin hastily sending troops to help the Habsburg family eliminate the princes. So, Marin nodded and said, okay, I will say hello to the Bank of Siena. Chapter 1353, Confiscation of Property. 300,000 gold coins are really a piece of cake for Marin. Not to mention the confiscation of the 8 vassal states. Even if you go to Bremen province to search the homes of those rebellious old nobles, you can get far more than 300,000 gold coins. You know, this time, there are hundreds of old noble families in Bremen province who participated in the rebellion, occupying most of the noble families in Bremen province. Even if each of these noble families can only confiscate a few thousand gold coins, hundreds of noble families can also confiscate hundreds of thousands of gold coins. But Marin estimated that this might be more than that. Because those baron families must have tens of thousands of gold coins in their homes. Only those knight families will only have thousands of gold coins. Therefore, providing the emperor with another 300,000 gold coins is really just a piece of cake. And Maximilian I probably knew it, but he might be able to get hundreds of thousands of gold coins by searching the 2 Brunswick principalities. Therefore, he dared to ask for another 300,000 gold coins loan. In fact, Marin asked the Habsburg family to hold back the prince's coalition, not because he was afraid that the prince's coalition would fight with him after returning. But Marin actually intended to use this critical moment to force the prince's alliance to admit that he had annexed 8 principalities. Under normal circumstances, even if Marin occupied 8 principalities, the princes might not be willing to admit Marin's occupation of the 8 principalities, even if there was a duel. The princes could find excuses to deny the duel. For example, it was signed on the premise that Marin was dead. In short, it was easy for Marin to occupy the 8 principalities, but it was extremely difficult to obtain the recognition of the Imperial Princes' Council. In particular, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, was the brother-in-law of Frederick III, the leader of the princes, the Elector of Saxony. Therefore, Marin did not want the princes' coalition to withdraw from Switzerland at this critical juncture and prevent him from occupying 8 principalities. Although Marin was confident that he could defeat the other side, the princes would never be willing. Moreover, they would never be willing to admit their occupation of the 8 principalities. Therefore, Marin thought of a way: let the Habsburg army hold back the princes' coalition first, and then occupy the 8 principalities first to create a fait accompli. Then, he threatened the princes' alliance, saying that he would send troops south to attack them with the Habsburg family and completely destroy the princes' coalition. Although Marin could not really send troops to destroy the princes' coalition, the princes did not know. They would be really scared. Because if the princes' coalition was really defeated and a large number of princes were captured, then the princes would really find it difficult to stop the Habsburg family from unifying Germany. At that time, these princes would have to compromise and pinch their noses to admit Marin's occupation of the 8 principalities. As long as the Imperial Princes' Council recognized the legitimacy of Marin's occupation of the 8 principalities, Marin would not be afraid even if the princes regretted it in the future. He even hoped that some of the princes would regret it, just in time to give him the opportunity to send troops. Therefore, it is very important to let the Habsburg family hold back the princes' coalition. Those princes will not surrender if the princes' coalition is not in danger of being caught in a pincer attack. What? You said France intervened? Now King Louis XII of France has been completely fooled by the matter of volcanic ash fertilizer, and is making every effort to prepare for a new round of war for Italian hegemony. At this juncture, the French cannot turn against Austria and the North Sea Kingdom at the same time for the affairs of the German princes. Why? Because in order to dominate Italy, the French must confront the strong Spain head-on. Spain is so strong now that the French must go all out to have the possibility of victory. At this time, it is very unwise to provoke the North Sea kingdom of the Habsburg family and Marin. At most, they will only pretend to scare the Habsburg family and Marin, and will not really go all out to send troops to participate in the Swiss hegemony. As long as the French do not intervene with all their strength, Marin will have enough confidence to force the prince's alliance to surrender. Then, it is about how to get the support of those church princes. This is also easy. Most of the church princes are greedy for money. As long as you are willing to spend money, and let the Pope's father-in-law help to put pressure, there is no need to worry about no support. After sending away the satisfied poor emperor, Marin immediately led the army out of Oldenburg and went to the eastern province of Bremen to confiscate the family. The betrayal of the 100 old nobles will not be forgiven. Marin was worried that he had no excuse to move them, but he didn't expect that they would rebel. Generally speaking, the nobles who rebelled usually have a very bad end. At the very least, it is a capital crime. Then, the confiscation of property is also a basic operation. This is still in Europe. If it were in ancient China, this would be a crime of treason, but the 9 clans would be killed. Of course, Marin is now a European noble, and it is impossible to punish those nobles according to the Chinese method. Anyway, killing the person responsible and then imprisoning his family is about the same. The most important thing is that Marin can take back all the fiefs and manors of the 100 old nobles this time. This is the fief of 100 nobles. Even the smallest knight family, each family's fief, has at least 1,000 or several hundred acres of arable land. If there are hundreds of families, there are at least hundreds of thousands of acres of arable land. This is still the minimum value. If the baron families are included. In short, the total arable land area of the confiscated fiefs this time is estimated to reach more than 500,000 or 600,000 acres. These lands can be used to reward the new nobles. It just so happens that Marin is planning to reward the new nobles who have won military merits this time. No, the land has been vacated. Of course, Marin has no plans to promote new fertilizers in Bremen for the time being. Therefore, the recovered manors may be used to resettle the old nobles of the 8 captured principalities. For example, the 7 captured principalities are more suitable for resettlement in the province of Bremen. Because it is convenient to control here. When the army set out, Hanks happened to catch up with the 6th Legion, which was mainly composed of Scottish Highland infantry. It just so happened that Marin asked the 6th Legion to act as a pioneer and drive all the way into the province of Bremen to search the homes of the old nobles who participated in the rebellion. The old nobles are old nobles with strong heritage. At the beginning, in order to comply with the unspoken rules of Europe, Marin did not dare to move those old noble families who did not resist, but only replaced their territories and concentrated them in the province of Bremen. Therefore, Marin did not send people to plunder the assets of these old nobles. If it were in their original old manor, the gold and silver treasures that served as the family assets would be difficult for Marin to find. However, after moving to the province of Bremen, the actions of these old nobles were actually monitored to a certain extent. In this way, those old nobles who wanted to build a new treasure place would leave clues. In addition, after experiencing the Battle of Siena, the soldiers under Marin had a lot of experience in finding the secret room where the treasure was hidden. For example, this time, the veterans under Marin who had participated in the house confiscation operation in Siena found many secret rooms with hidden treasures behind the bookshelves, behind the statues, and even near the toilets of the old nobles' new houses. Then, a large amount of gold and silver treasures were seized. After a centralized inventory, Marin was surprised to find that these more than 100 rebellious old nobles had hidden gold and silver treasures worth more than 1 million gold coins, with an average of tens of thousands of gold coins hidden per family. As expected of an old noble family, they have a lot of wealth. Marin said. No wonder our army liked to fight the local tyrants and divide their land among the poor, which won the hearts of the people and the source of soldiers. Fighting the local tyrants can definitely save enough money for the military. Especially for the local tyrants who have been passed down for a long time, their wealth must be very rich. Chapter 1354, Redistribution of Benefits. In this era, there were few professional banks in Germany. Even if the nobles borrowed money, they mainly borrowed money from Hanseatic merchants who had a lot of spare money. There were few professional banks in Germany that made profits by absorbing deposits and lending. At this time, only in Italy were there some early banks similar to banks in later generations. Therefore, most of the money earned by the nobles was basically hidden at home. And many old noble families basically set up secret rooms to hide money. Therefore, in this era, house raiding was a very good way to make money, and it was accurate when it was raided. Of course, it also requires a little technical content. For example, you need to know how to find the secret rooms of those old noble families. People of this era have not read books, let alone watched movies, so they naturally don't understand those methods. And Marin has seen a lot of movies in his later life. What torches are used as secret room mechanisms, there is a secret room behind the bookcase, and there is a secret room behind the pit. Under his teachings, plus the experience of raiding the house in Siena this time, the private collections of those noble families did not escape the search. It can be said that the descendants of those nobles basically have no future. In contrast to those nobles whose homes were confiscated, Marin is really full this time. The precious property such as gold, silver, jewelry and gold and silver coins alone is worth millions of gold coins. Counting the food, livestock, including art and other property, the total value may reach about 1.8 million gold coins. This is because in order to form 7,000 noble private armies, these more than 100 old nobles took out a lot of money and food. In addition, the more valuable war horses and weapons and armor in the homes of these rebellious old nobles were all seized on the battlefield. If they were left at home and seized together, they could reach 2 million and hundreds of thousands of gold coins. The huge benefits of the house confiscation made Marin very excited. However, it also scared the 50 or 60 old nobles who did not follow the rebellion. Because they were worried that Marin would become addicted to house confiscation and copy their family business by the way. Of course, their worries were unnecessary. Although Marin did have the urge to copy their home together, he finally held back. Because these 50 or 60 old nobles are the benchmarks that Marin needs to set, and they are the demonstrations of Marin treating the old nobles who do not resist well. Therefore, even if these families are rich, Marin will not touch them. We must find ways to protect their interests. Therefore, after ending the large-scale house confiscation operation against the rebellious noble families, Marin held a banquet and invited the heads of the 50 or 60 old noble families who did not participate in the rebellion, and appeased them with a pleasant face. At the banquet, Marin announced in public that all law-abiding nobles will be protected by the laws of the North Sea. Then, based on the news he had heard before, Marin also gave certain rewards to the nobles who had taken the lead in opposing the rebellion. Of course, this kind of reward is not a reward of property, but a reward of channels. For example, some of the business and agricultural product business channels of the confiscated old noble families will be given to those families. Marin looked down on these channels. If he ignored them, they would be divided up by the surviving noble families afterwards. It would be better to use them as favors to reward the nobles who stood on his side. In addition, Marin also made a major adjustment to the fiefs of various families in Bremen province. The specific approach is to change the fiefs of the surviving 50 or 60 old noble families from being slightly scattered to being gathered together. Originally, there were about 160 old noble families in Bremen province. Their fiefs are distributed all over Bremen province. Because there are too many families, Marin is also a little difficult to monitor. Moreover, after banning hundreds of old noble families who participated in the rebellion, many manors in Bremen province were vacant. It happened that, taking this opportunity, Marin reorganized the fiefs of the remaining 50 or 60 nobles and gathered them together from being scattered. In this way, it is also convenient for him to manage and monitor. Yes, monitor. These people are not his own people. Marin suffered a loss this time, so he will naturally be on guard. It can be said that if Marin had not set a trap in advance this time, and the Third Army had borrowed a boat from Hamburg to successfully cross the river, Marin might have suffered a great loss this time. In fact, Marin has already suffered huge losses in order to prevent the Eight-Nation Alliance from knowing the true grain output of the North Sea Kingdom. Marin reluctantly burned tens of thousands of rye fields in Oldenburg province. The economic losses caused are estimated to be several million, which exceeds the losses of the old nobles in Bremen province this time. Of course, this cannot be entirely blamed on the rebellion of these old nobles. After all, it was indeed too late before. But the rebellion of those old nobles did catch Marin off guard, and he had to burn most of the rye fields in Oldenburg province. In addition, the remaining 50 or 60 nobles are not all supporters of Marin. Most of the families are actually timid and afraid of failure, rather than supporting Marin. According to Marin's men, among these 50 or 60 old nobles who did not rebel, there were actually less than 10 who really supported Marin. No wonder Marin never regarded them as his own people, so he could not blame them for not treating Marin as his own people. Moreover, as many old nobles in Bremen province who participated in the rebellion said, Marin did not provide fertilizers for their manors, which made them earn a lot less money. How could they not resent it? It was good that these dozens of families did not participate in the rebellion. So, taking advantage of this reshuffle, Marin simply gathered them all together. In the future, Kohler's spies will not have to be dispersed to various places for surveillance, as long as they are concentrated, which is much more convenient. Of course, Marin will not let these old noble families who did not participate in the rebellion suffer. For example, when choosing a new fief, Marin tried to move them all to the west bank of the Elbe River. The arable land by the river was very valuable in ancient times. After all, there were no modern aqueducts and mechanical water pumps in ancient times, and it was difficult to divert water for irrigation. The cultivated land by the river can be easily irrigated as long as a water wheel is set up, which is absolutely excellent farmland. Marin gave them these lands, which was worthy of them. As for the hundreds of noble fiefs that were vacant, Marin thought about it and decided to use them to settle the princes and nobles of the 8 captured vassal states. In order to appease the 50 or 60 old nobles who did not participate in the rebellion, Marin decided to provide them with some fertilizers in the future. Of course, the fertilizers that Marin provided to them were definitely not the local fertilizers, but weakened versions of compound fertilizers. For example, the volcanic ash used to fool the French. Yes, Marin planned to provide these old nobles who did not rebel with weakened versions of volcanic ash fertilizers. Anyway, Marin now owns several Italian volcanoes and is constantly mining volcanic ash. Although it is used to fool France, there is no place to consume it. Simply give it to these old nobles who did not rebel as fertilizers for them. Although the fertilizer effect of these volcanic ash fertilizers is not as good as the compound fertilizers with 3 fertilizers made by Marin, they are also effective. In addition, since the secret of volcanic ash fertilizer has been leaked, Marin does not intend to cover it up. It is better to show it to outsiders generously. Of course, Marin certainly does not want to show the core areas such as East Frisia, West Frisia, and Oldenburg. Then, the manors of these old nobles by the Elbe River have become the best display areas. The main reason is that these manors are by the Elbe River, and it is difficult to keep them secret. At the beginning, Marin took this situation into consideration, and did not trust the old nobles of Anxi, so he did not provide them with fertilizer. Now, in order to fool the French. In addition, there is a need to give these nobles who did not rebel some sweet things, so Marin simply plans to send the volcanic ash he brought back to the estates of these old nobles as a weakened version of fertilizer. And after these old noble families who did not rebel used the volcanic ash fertilizer, they really had good output. Then, the eyes of all Europe will pay more attention to Italy. Then, Italy will definitely be more capable of fighting. Chapter 1355, Raising Earthworms with Feces, Raising Chickens with Earthworms. In addition to providing volcanic ash as fertilizer, Marin also provided a high-tech plow such as a curved plow to replace the Saxon heavy plow and light plow used in these old nobles' homes to further improve the efficiency of plowing. Originally, Marin also planned to provide them with new agricultural technology, such as a bull-nose ring. In this way, using cattle plowing can also save costs. But then I thought again, it seems that horse plowing is faster and more efficient, so it is better to continue horse plowing. Europe is different from China. There are many Chinese people and no shortage of labor, so it is naturally more cost-effective to plow with cattle. Europe lacks people, and America lacks people even more, so it is better to promote faster horse plowing. In fact, Marin has been hesitating about how to promote manure. However, once the promotion of manure is known to outsiders, the grain output of the whole of Europe will increase significantly. By then, the agricultural production level in Europe will be able to catch up with China. And Marin will find it difficult to make a fortune by selling grain. Therefore, Marin will never let others know the secret of manure. However, it will take several months to process the manure and make it lose the smell of feces. Otherwise, if there is a trace of odor left, people will recognize it as feces. In addition, the appearance of feces, even if it loses its odor, is easy to identify. After all, feces are not uncommon. Even if it is dried and deodorized, you can still vaguely see its original appearance. And Marin now has someone to deal with the feces, then mix it with phosphate fertilizer and potassium salt, and then send someone to fertilize it. The human resources consumed are huge and very uneconomical. Therefore, Marin has been thinking about how to deal with feces so that people can't see that it is shit. It just so happened that this time in Bremen province, Marin thought a lot. But he didn't seem to be able to solve the smell of those feces. If too many other things are added, the smell can be covered. However, it also reduces the fertility. What should I do? Marin ran to the Elbe River to fish and relax out of boredom. Marin casually found a fishing rod that was searched from the house of the nobles who were confiscated, and went to the Elbe River to fish accompanied by several guards. As for the bait, this is easy. Marin waved his hand, and several miserable guards began to dig earthworms by the Elbe River with swords. When a pile of earthworms was brought to Marin's eyes, Marin looked at the disgusting earthworms wriggling all over the ground, and suddenly inspiration was triggered. What inspiration did Marin trigger? He remembered a news report in later generations about raising earthworms with cow dung. This report was hidden deep in Marin's memory. After all, this is not an important piece of information, and Marin never thought of it. But this time when he was fishing, he saw a bunch of earthworms dug out by the guards, and he immediately remembered the news. Yes. I can use earthworms to deal with feces. Earthworms are masters of eating feces, and like maggots and dung beetles, they love to eat feces. However, maggots eat feces and will turn into flies, which will harm the world. Dung beetles like to roll feces into balls and hide them in the soil. Only earthworms like to loosen the soil. Moreover, after eating feces, the earthworm feces pulled out is called the king of organic fertilizer. In the report deep in Marin's memory, it was mentioned that a farmer collected cow dung from a nearby dairy farm and used it to raise earthworms. Then, the earthworm manure was used as organic fertilizer to grow organic vegetables. Organic vegetables cannot use chemical fertilizers, but they will not grow well without fertilizers. Using feces as fertilizer is too smelly. Moreover, using animal feces as fertilizer also attracts flies. Using earthworm manure as fertilizer not only makes vegetables grow well, but also absorbs quickly. In addition, farmers who use cow dung to raise earthworms also use earthworms to feed yellow eels. Yellow eels like to eat earthworms the most, and they grow well after eating earthworms. Moreover, the price of yellow eels is high, dozens of yuan per kilogram. Relying on raising earthworms with cow dung, growing organic vegetables with earthworm manure, and the ecological agricultural technology of raising yellow eels with earthworms, the farmer earns millions a year, crushing many high-tech talents. However, the report also said that it is best to use the feces of herbivorous animals such as cow dung and sheep dung to raise earthworms. Because it seems that the pH value and ammonia content in the feces of carnivores and omnivores exceed the standard, which makes earthworms unbearable. Only cow dung and sheep dung are herbivorous feces, which contain more cellulose and are not so smelly. Earthworms can adapt better and eat them immediately and convert them into earthworm manure that is not smelly at all. If it is human feces, it may need to be fermented or even fermented into biogas before it can be used as feed for earthworms. This is also normal, because human feces, as agricultural fertilizer, cannot be directly applied to the fields. Before that, it needs to be composted and fermented before it can be applied to the fields as fertilizer. If it is not processed, it is easy to burn the seedlings if it is directly applied to the seedlings. Although he does not know the principle of burning seedlings, Marin knows that feces that can burn seedlings cannot be used to breed earthworms. But if it is processed, although it is not as popular with earthworms as cow dung, it can also be used to breed earthworms. Of course, Marin does not think that earthworm manure is much more fertile than direct feces. In fact, the difference in fertility is limited, it's just that earthworm manure is easier to be absorbed by crops. What Marin values most is that earthworm manure has no odor. Moreover, it looks like soil. Although it looks like grains, earthworm manure has no odor. Its appearance similar to soil particles makes it difficult for half of people to guess its relationship with the distinction, which is more conducive to Marin hiding the secret of manure. In addition, the cultivated earthworms themselves are also a very good feed. For example, it is used to cultivate high-value eels. Wait. It seems that eels are species in East Asia. Marin suddenly remembered that it seems that eels, long fish, are East Asian products. Although eels are famous delicacies in later generations. However, there are no eels in Europe in this era. Even if Marin introduced eels from the Ming dynasty, Europeans may not dare to eat eels because of their snake-like appearance. Maybe, if eels are raised with earthworms, there is a possibility that the eels cannot be sold. However, it seems that earthworms are a very good delicacy for eels, chickens, ducks and geese. In his previous life, when Marin was a child in his hometown in the countryside, he often saw old hens turning the soil to find earthworms to eat. Moreover, ducks seem to like to eat earthworms. Marin witnessed a funny scene of two ducks fighting each other for a worm. Later, the two ducks each held one end of the earthworm, sucked and swallowed it fiercely, and then the two ducks kissed. It just so happened that Marin had developed the Kong room hatching technology before, which made the North Sea Kingdom have many chicks, geese and ducklings. But the problem is that farmers lack feed. These days, the price of grain in Europe is so expensive that it is absolutely a super luxury to use it to feed chickens. Therefore, after Marin promoted the Kong room hatching technology, the most hatched were not chickens, but geese. Why? Because geese eat grass, unlike chickens, they need to find living things to eat or eat grains. Therefore, in ancient times, Europeans actually preferred to raise geese. Because raising geese is cheap. After all, geese eat grass. Therefore, before the little match girl died, she fantasized about the delicious roast goose instead of roast chicken. In ancient Europe, chickens were more expensive and geese were more popular. However, ducks and geese don't seem to like hatching eggs. Therefore, even if ducks and geese lay eggs, they are not as patient as hens to hatch them. Therefore, ducklings and goslings are rare. But as long as the goslings are hatched, it is much easier than raising chickens. But compared to the tender meat, chickens are still better. At present, after the Beihai kingdom built a Kong room for hatching, it has made a lot of goose eggs and let the manor graze. Because geese eat grass and have low breeding costs. But now, if Marin promotes the technology of raising earthworms with feces, he can get a large number of earthworms. Then, raising chickens will be promising. Chickens that eat earthworms not only grow fast. Moreover, it is said that the order rate of hens can also be increased. In other words, as long as earthworms are raised with feces, not only can the source of feces be concealed, but also a large number of chickens can be raised. In the future, I am afraid that ordinary people in the Beihai kingdom will be able to afford chicken and eggs, which is absolutely beneficial to the people. So, Marin immediately ordered to set up earthworm farms in all feces processing plants across the country. Let the earthworms process the fermented feces into earthworm manure that is similar to soil and cannot be recognized by others. In this way, when the nitrogen fertilizer is taken out, others cannot guess the source. At the same time, a large-scale chicken farm will be set up next to the earthworm farm. Both broilers and laying hens will be put into operation. In this way, the people of Beihai will not lack chicken and eggs to eat in the future. I am such a genius. Not only did I solve the confidentiality problem of manure, but I also developed a very promising chicken farming industry. Marin laughed proudly. Chapter 1356, Marching South. People in later generations may not understand the hardship of the ancients' lives. Let's not talk about ancient times, let's talk about the 1970s and 1980s. At that time, people, let alone eating meat, even eating eggs was considered a great improvement in life. As for big fish and meat, I'm afraid they only appear during festivals and weddings. Moreover, Marin liked to read historical novels in his previous life. The novel said that the frequency of laying eggs in ancient times was very low, which made eggs expensive and scarce. Generally speaking, a hen will only lay eggs once every few days. Sometimes, because the nutrition is not enough, it may not lay eggs in the normal cycle. Of course, if you eat more live food such as earthworms, the egg production rate can be more frequent. After all, egg yolk is fat and egg white is protein. If the chicken itself does not have those nutrients, how can it have the energy to lay eggs? Therefore, eggs in ancient times were very precious. Poor families all regarded eggs as an important means of supplementing their bodies. Even in the 1980s, it was almost the same. Even in the Qing dynasty, the Ministry of Internal Affairs purchased eggs, and the account said that the purchase price of eggs was 5 taels of silver per egg. Of course, this was the Ministry of Internal Affairs cheating the emperor. During the reign of Emperor Daoguang, the purchase price of eggs was 5 taels of silver each according to the accounts of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It was even more amazing during the reign of Emperor Guangxu, when the purchase price was 30 taels each. This made Emperor Guangxu regard eating eggs as a very luxurious act. Of course, this was all the behavior of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Qing dynasty to deceive the emperor. Eggs on the market actually cost only a few coins each. But considering the prices of ancient China, a few coins were also very expensive, more expensive than meat buns. Until later, because of the introduction of varieties with high egg production rates, that is, high-yield varieties that can lay eggs every day. And the high yield of grains, so that chickens have enough feed, eggs will become something that everyone can afford. There was a local in Taiwan who made fun of the mainland, saying that the people on the mainland couldn't afford tea eggs. Although this story is funny, tea eggs were really a luxury before the reform and opening up. If the time is pushed back more than 30 years, this joke is really not a joke. Therefore, Marin was so happy after thinking of the way to raise chickens with earthworms. Because, as long as this thing is done well, the people of Beihai Kingdom can also afford to eat tea eggs. No, they can afford to eat eggs. Earthworms are very nutritious and high in protein. In later generations, some people even regard earthworms as high nutrition food. Of course, that is too disgusting, and only gods dare to eat it. However, because of the high protein, hens can indeed lay more eggs if they eat more. Marin collects and processes feces from all over the country, and then uses it to breed earthworms. The earthworm manure obtained is also very considerable. Similarly, a lot of earthworms will be obtained. This is the feces of more than 1 million people in the country. God knows how many chickens can be raised with earthworms. It can be expected that ordinary citizens of Beihai Kingdom will probably be able to eat chicken in the future. And now, it seems that a chicken costs several pfennigs in the market. But the annual wages of ordinary people are only 2 pfennigs. According to the low standard of 100 yuan per person per day in later generations, it seems that a chicken in the North Sea Kingdom costs hundreds of yuan. Having solved the problem of keeping feces confidential, and solving the problem of eating chicken and eggs for the people of the country, Marin felt that he was simply a wise ruler, much better than the Emperor Kangxi. After all, Emperor Kangxi let the people eat sweet potatoes, and he let the people eat chicken. This level is incomparable. The matter of transforming the feces processing plant into an earthworm farm was naturally handed over to Kohler, the #1 confidant. Kohler is the confidant who has the most secrets under Marin, and it is most appropriate to leave this kind of confidential matter to him. When Kohler, who came to Bremen province to report to Marin, heard Marin's instructions, he was confused. What? Cultivating earthworms with feces? Is this okay? In Kohler's eyes, those earthworms seem to eat soil. Could they also eat feces? It will definitely work. Marin's face was full of certainty. Just kidding, this is a way to get rich that has been confirmed by later generations. If he didn't know where there was a cattle farm that could get a stable supply of cow dung, he would have wanted to raise earthworms in his previous life. But I really don't know how to raise earthworms. Also, my lord, you said that human feces must be processed before raising earthworms. What's the reason? Marin thought for a while and said, I don't understand much either. I only know that cow dung and sheep dung can be used directly to raise earthworms. However, human feces need to be specially processed before earthworms can be raised. How about this? You ask someone to build a manure pit for collecting saltpeter. After collecting the saltpeter, use the feces to raise earthworms. It should be fine. But don't say but, find someone to do it. I didn't ask you to shovel shit and raise earthworms yourself. Don't know to find someone to do it. As long as you offer a large reward, there are people willing to do it. Marin waved his hand impatiently. In later generations, although Marin couldn't stand the Americans, he still admired the American concept of letting professionals do professional things. After explaining the matter of raising earthworms with feces, Marin arranged to appease the people of Oldenburg province. Before, in order to keep it secret, Marin had to send people to burn most of the wheat fields in Oldenburg province and even slaughtered several manors. Now that the war is over, Marin must send people to appease the local people in time. Otherwise, resistance forces will emerge. For this reason, Marin made a special instruction this year. The living conditions of the manor serfs in Oldenburg province have been greatly improved. Mainly, the supply of a lot of salted fish has been increased. Salted fish is really not a rare thing for Marin. His people-friendly policy of lending money to fishermen to buy fishing boats and fishing nets has doubled the number of fishing boats of fishermen in the North Sea Kingdom, and the catch has also increased greatly. And the policy of providing salt to fishermen on credit for pickling salted fish has greatly increased the supply of salted fish in the North Sea Kingdom. The population of Oldenburg province is not large, only more than 100,000 people. Even if each person is provided with one more salted fish per day, it will only be more than 100,000. When a small or medium-sized fishing boat goes out to sea, it can catch thousands of fish every day. You know, the North Sea fishing ground is one of the 4 largest fishing grounds in the world. In addition, Marin has also sent hundreds of fishing boats and even some whaling boats to the Newfoundland fishing ground near Newfoundland Island. Providing some salted fish is really nothing. Moreover, this is only provided for a few months, not permanently. When the people's hearts are appeased, it will not be needed. This year's autumn harvest in the North Sea Kingdom seems to be very unsuccessful. Because it was previously scourged by the coalition of the 8 kingdoms, the entire autumn harvest work was stagnant. Fortunately, Marin defeated the coalition of the 8 kingdoms in time, and the autumn harvest was restored. Afterwards, Marin arranged the captured 30,000 enemy troops and 30,000 civilians, a total of more than 60,000 people, to help harvest in Bremen province. Originally, Marin planned to send them to East Frisia province to harvest, but considering that the Permu yield there could not be leaked. So, he had to bring them to Bremen province to participate in the autumn harvest. After all, the province of Bremen did not use new fertilizers, so there was no fear of leaks. When the autumn harvest in Bremen was almost over, Marin sent 10,000 people to dig ditches and canals with the prisoners. Then, he led the remaining 30,000 troops south from Bremen, first attacking the Saxony-Lauenburg Principality, which was separated from the southern part of Bremen by only the Elbe River. Chapter 1357 Easily breaking the Iron Gate. The Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg is called a duchy, but it actually has an area of only more than 1,200 square kilometers, which is only equivalent to a county in later generations. Compared with those grand duchies that easily cover thousands or even tens of thousands of square kilometers, the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg is really weak. Therefore, in the court of princes of the Holy Roman Empire, the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg has no say, and is similar to an ordinary county. However, even if it wants to expand, it is not that easy. Because, to the north of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg is the Duchy of Holstein, to the northwest is Hamburg, and across the river is the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg. No matter which one, it is not an existence that it can afford to provoke. Even if the land area of the Hanseatic Free City of Hamburg is not as large as that of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg, it has more financial resources. In this era of rampant mercenaries, its strength is much stronger than that of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg. Coincidentally, the turmoil in the North Sea Kingdom this time gave the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg on the other side of the river an opportunity to expand. The southeastern part of Bremen province is separated from the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg by only the Elbe River. As long as the coalition can defeat the North Sea Kingdom, there will be a chance to obtain part of the land in Bremen province. But unfortunately, the coalition was defeated in the end, and the expansion dream of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg was also terminated, and Marin also led his troops to attack. In fact, Brunswick-Lüneburg, the capital of the Duchy of Lüneburg, is not far from Lauenburg, the capital of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg, only separated by the Elbe River, and then it is more than 10 kilometers southwest. However, Marin chose to go to the east bank of the Elbe River first to solve the problem of Lauenburg, the capital of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg on the Elbe River. Why? Because Marin was worried that if he attacked Lüneburg first, the people of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg, especially the royal family members, would be scared to abandon the city and flee to other countries. This would be very troublesome. Therefore, Marin chose to besiege Lauenburg first and capture the family of Magnus I, Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg, to prevent them from going into exile. As for whether the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg would abandon the city and flee after learning that his army was heading south, Marin was not worried. Because the city of Lüneburg was much taller and stronger than the city of Lauenburg, and it was replaced with a heavy iron gate, so it was not afraid of explosions with gunpowder barrels. Therefore, the Welf family would definitely not give up the city of Lüneburg and run away easily. Moreover, Lüneburg is a famous salt-producing land in Germany and the salt city of Germany. At the beginning, the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg on the other side of the river built the Stocknitz Canal from Lauenburg to Lübeck to facilitate the smooth transportation of Lüneburg's mineral salt to Lübeck in the Baltic Sea region, and then sell it to Poland and Lithuania where the salt price is very high. It can be said that the Welf family will have no worries about food and drink with the salt mines in Lüneburg. If they were not forced to do so, they would never give up Lüneburg, a salt mining city that produces white gold, table salt. Therefore, Marin simply sent people to besiege the small town of Lauenburg on the east bank of the Elbe River to prevent Magnus I's family from escaping. When Marin led an army of 30,000 to surround the small Lauenburg, the soldiers and civilians left behind in the city of Saxe-Lauenburg were scared. Magnus I himself led more than 3,000 soldiers to the expedition, and only 700 to 800 old, weak, sick and disabled people, plus 2,000 to 3,000 civilians remained in Lauenburg. There was no resistance to Marin's 30,000 troops. Moreover, due to the average financial resources, the gates of Lauenburg were not replaced with large iron gates, but the most common oak gates. What to do in the face of oak gates? Of course, gasoline was used. Marin had people carry a bunch of gasoline and pour it on the pile of firewood piled under the city gate, and then set it on fire. After the fire was extinguished, the west gate of Lauenburg city was burned and collapsed. Marin sent another 1,000 blasters to blow up the pile of debris behind the gate. Seeing that the city gate was lost and Marin's tens of thousands of troops were about to swarm in, Magnus I's wife, Lady Catherine, who knew she was powerless to resist, came out crying and surrendered with a group of ministers who stayed behind, holding her 2-year-old son, Prince Francis. It should be pointed out that Magnus I's wife, Lady Catherine, was the daughter of Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. Otherwise, the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg would not easily respond to the call of Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel, to deal with the North Sea Kingdom together. Even if he had territorial ambitions against the North Sea Kingdom, Magnus I had no confidence and was always hesitant. It can be said that he was also pitted by his father-in-law this time. After capturing the wife and children of Magnus I, Marin's goal was basically achieved. As for Magnus I's 2 brothers, Eric and John, they were not in Lauenburg. Because they were both church clergy and served as bishops in other places. Marin didn't want to arrest them. After all, they were all monks and would not have inheritance rights, which would basically not affect Marin's rule over the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg. Besides, Marin didn't intend to kill Magnus I and his son, but would only put them under surveillance, similar to the Qing dynasty's later confinement of the Ming dynasty royal family, delimiting the scope of activities. As long as their father and son were alive, his brothers would not be able to inherit the title of Duke of Saxe-Lauenburg and confront Marin. After occupying Lauenburg and capturing the people he wanted to capture, Marin only left a few hundred garrisons, and then led his troops across the river and headed straight for the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg on the other side of the river. As for other areas of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg outside Lauenburg, Marin was not in a hurry to occupy them. For him, capturing members of the ruling family of the country was much more important than occupying territory. After crossing the river, Marin's 30,000 troops marched more than 10 kilometers and surrounded the capital of the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, the city of Lüneburg. However, Prince Otto, the son of Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg in the city, was not too worried. His mother, Margaret of Saxony, had sent people to Switzerland to find his uncle, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, and asked for help. The 17-year-old Prince Otto believed that as long as his uncle Frederick III, the leader of the German princes, came forward, Marin would have to give him face. Of course, the premise is that he can hold on until his uncle comes from Switzerland. However, Prince Otto was not worried about this. Because there are still 4,000 regular troops in the city of Lüneburg. In addition, more than 7,000 civilians with certain training experience were recruited to help defend the city together. The city walls in Europe are much stronger than those in ancient China. Because most of them are castles built of stone. Unlike ancient China, many cities are built of bricks, and the two are not of the same strength. In addition, the 4 heavy iron gates also gave Prince Otto enough confidence. As long as he did not let the North Sea army attack the city wall easily, he was confident that he would be able to hold on until his uncle Frederick III came to rescue him. However, Prince Otto's idea was too simple. Get Aqua Regia. Seeing the solid and thick iron gate, Marin had no pressure. Then, a cart filled with Aqua Regia was carefully pushed over. Aqua Regia is a super potion that can corrode gold and silver, and can only be put in glass bottles. But glass bottles are fragile, so people who transport Aqua Regia have to be careful to avoid accidents. After the Aqua Regia arrived, the soldiers responsible for using Aqua Regia put on gas masks, held several bottles of Aqua Regia, got into a metal cart, and rushed to the city gate. This iron cart was actually modified from Eudaio's chariot. It was a wheelbarrow with an iron roof added to it to protect against arrows and stones from the top of the city. Of course, this iron roof was much stronger than the average iron shed and could withstand the impact of stones, so as to prevent the soldiers using Aqua Regia from being hurt. Under the protection of the wheelbarrow with an iron roof, the soldiers using Aqua Regia successfully arrived in front of the city gate and began to corrode the city gate with Aqua Regia. Because they had intelligence in advance, the relevant soldiers directly poured Aqua Regia on the iron gate at a predetermined height. Under his careful control, it only took an hour or so for the Aqua Regia to corrode the bolt position of the large iron gate of the east gate of Lüneburg. What surprised the soldiers who were responsible for corroding the iron gate was that after corroding the bolt of the iron gate of Lüneburg's east gate, the gate was pushed open directly. It turned out that Prince Otto was confident that the iron gate could withstand bombardment and collision, so he did not pile up logs, bricks and other debris in the gate hole behind the gate. After corroding the bolt, the soldiers using Aqua Regia easily pushed open the east gate of Lüneburg without any hindrance. Chapter 1358, Salt and Grassland in Lüneburg. When the east gate of Lüneburg was pushed open, not to mention Prince Otto's face, even Marin was a little stunned. Isn't there still a blasting link? Skipped it directly. But Schwartz was the first to react. Warriors, charge. But Marin immediately stopped him. Wait. Send someone to spread lime powder first. Marin has studied chemistry and knows the power of Aqua Regia. If you accidentally get it on your skin, it will be a big deal. After all, Aqua Regia is a legendary corpse-dissolving water in later generations, and it is extremely powerful. Moreover, when corroding the iron gate before, a lot of Aqua Regia was poured on the door, but most of it actually flowed to the ground. Now, the ground in front of the east gate of Lüneburg is full of water, all Aqua Regia. If a charge is launched at this time, the soldiers' running footsteps will splash on the Aqua Regia, and the consequences will be very serious. Even the soldiers responsible for corroding the city gate with Aqua Regia are wearing several layers of thick leather-soled boots. Otherwise, your feet will be in trouble. After all, when the Aqua Regia was tested, a soldier's foot was corroded by the Aqua Regia. For this reason, Marin specially prepared several soldiers. They brought quicklime powder in leather bags. Quicklime is a strong base, which is sprinkled on the ground to neutralize the strong acid Aqua Regia. After spreading the lime powder, the acid and alkali are neutralized, so there is no need to worry about the Aqua Regia on the ground corroding the soldiers. With Marin's order, several soldiers wearing gas masks, each carrying a leather bag full of lime powder, holding the removed door panels in their hands, rushed up carefully and came to the big iron gate. Then, they began to sprinkle lime powder fiercely, making the city gate hole full of smoke. Fortunately, whether it was them or the soldiers who were sent to corrode the iron gate with aqua regia before, they all wore gas masks and were not affected by the lime powder at all. However, the soldiers sent by the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg to seize the city gate were in trouble. When Prince Otto saw that the East Gate was forced, he was confused at first, and then ordered to send soldiers to retake the East Gate in panic. For this reason, 300 veterans who were originally standing on the East City Wall and posing a desperate defense were divided and hurriedly went down the city wall and rushed straight to the gate of the East City Gate. Unexpectedly, as soon as they went down the city wall and rushed into the gate, they encountered several biochemical soldiers who were throwing quicklime powder. The 300 defenseless veterans of the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg were directly hit. Ah, my eyes! The group of veterans of the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg who rushed to the front were directly covered in the eyes by the terrible quicklime powder. Quicklime is a strong alkali, and it will react violently when it encounters water. The Brunswick-Lüneburg veterans who were at the front had their retinas burned by lime powder. And many of the Brunswick-Lüneburg veterans who followed behind were also hit. Those who reacted quickly and were not hit dared not open their eyes at this time, and could only close their eyes tightly to avoid being hit. In the distance, Marin saw this scene with a telescope and his eyes immediately lit up, a good biochemical tactic. Let the biochemical soldiers, wearing gas masks, sprinkle quicklime powder fiercely, and see who dares to open their eyes. But Marin didn't feel proud for long before he realized the error of this idea, because the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom were hit. When the Cossack cavalrymen who rushed forward first rushed into the city gate, the quicklime powder inside had not yet dispersed. Then, the horses of these Cossack cavalrymen were hit first. The horses' eyes were hit by lime powder, which caused a reaction and burned the cornea. Then, the horses were startled. In this way, the horses of the Cossack cavalrymen who rushed into the city gate first began to go crazy. Because of the damage to their eyes, the timid war horses were somewhat hysterical and rushed around in fear. After a horse was hit in the eyes by quicklime powder, it closed its eyes and crashed into the wall in the city gate. The war horse died on the spot, and the Cossack cavalry on the horse's back was also seriously injured. There was even a horse that turned around and ran back, its eyes were closed. Seeing that the horse was about to charge at Marin's position, his men had to shoot the horse to death. Marin immediately learned a lesson. It seems that scattering quicklime violently will not only harm others, but also yourself. Unless, all of us wear gas masks. However, people can wear gas masks, but horses cannot. Horses are timid to begin with, and if you put a mask on them, it will definitely scare the war horses. Therefore, scattering lime powder or something like that seems to be only suitable for small-scale special warfare, not for large battlefields. At least, it is not suitable for the presence of cavalry. Fortunately, our army did not rush into the city, and the enemy soldiers were unable to attack the city gate. After all, the worst place to spread lime powder is the inner side of the city gate. Later, a group of sword and shield soldiers rushed into the city gate. They didn't have gas masks, but they could squint their eyes to avoid lime powder as much as possible. After the lime powder was completely dispersed, Marin's soldiers completely controlled the east gate of Lüneburg city and beat the defenders back step by step. After all, there is an absolute advantage in numbers. Moreover, Khan put on a full set of plate armor and led the charge. Prince Otto didn't react, and he and his mother were captured by the North Sea soldiers who swarmed up. Captured with them were Prince Otto's sister Elizabeth and brother Ernst. It should be pointed out that his sister Elizabeth was originally going to marry Charles II, Duke of Getters, now Count Charles of Gelden, in 1518. However, she was captured by Marin's army before she got married. After arresting the family of Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, Marin asked Prince Otto to order the unconditional surrender of the entire Duchy of Lüneburg. Then, the whole family was sent to Oldenburg to reunite with Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, who was imprisoned there. Next, of course, was the action of plundering land. The Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg was not a poor country like the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg. The finances of the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg relied purely on the tolls paid by merchant ships from Hamburg and Lübeck and salt ships from Lüneburg when they passed through the Stocknitz Canal. In the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, the annual output of salt mines in Lüneburg was a huge figure. Even for a long time, most of the salt in the Baltic region was provided by the Lüneburg salt mine. Originally, the annual output of salt in Lüneburg exceeded 1 million gold coins. Although many of them were monopolized by the great Hanseatic merchants, the Welf family could still make hundreds of thousands of gold coins from salt mining every year, and was a famous local tyrant in the German region. The Duchy of Lüneburg was one of the few principalities in this era that did not have a fiscal deficit. However, after Marin rose to power, he started a business of boiling salt with coal briquettes. Moreover, the quality of washed sea salt was higher than most of the Lüneburg mineral salt, and the cost was cheap, which took away a lot of business. Therefore, in recent years, the income of the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg has declined, and Duke Henry began to covet the secret of the high grain yield of the North Sea. If Marin had not intervened in the salt trade in the Baltic Sea before, Duke Henry would have had a lot of money and might not have coveted the agricultural secrets of the North Sea. How powerful was the Duchy of Lüneburg before? Because there were salt mines in the territory, the people of Lüneburg disdained to engage in agriculture. The huge Duchy of Lüneburg is more than 10,000 square kilometers in size. However, because the residents focused on mining salt mines, they had no intention of developing domestic land. This also led to the fact that the Duchy of Lüneburg had the largest grassland in the German region, the Lüneburg Wasteland. The Lüneburg Wasteland is a famous scenic spot in Germany in later generations. This grassland covers an area of 7,200 square kilometers. In later generations, it was a famous grassland with heather blooming, which was extremely beautiful. What is the concept of 7,200 square kilometers? It is as big as 2 East Frisian provinces. The reason why Marin wanted to annex the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg was not only because he coveted the salt mines here, but also because he coveted this large grassland. Why? Because this large grassland can be used to raise horses and train cavalry. After all, Germany is an agricultural country with relatively little grassland. It was difficult for Marin to find a large grassland. Fortunately, Lüneburg has such a large grassland, which is very suitable for raising horses and training cavalry. It cannot be wasted. As for agriculture, Marin has no shortage of arable land in the Lüneburg area. Chapter 1359 Sweeping the Six Nations. To be honest, Marin was speechless about the princes of the Duchy of Lüneburg. There was such a large grassland, 7,200 square kilometers, which was about 1,000 square kilometers larger than the Shanghai city in later generations. Such a large grassland, not to mention being reclaimed as fertile land, at least used for grazing, right? But the Dukes of Lüneburg did not, and would rather leave it barren than use it. Even in later generations, the title of Lüneburg Wasteland was still retained. Of course, Lüneburg has salt mines and is not short of money. Therefore, the Dukes of Lüneburg who did not want to make progress naturally did not want to develop the prairie well. Just like the coal bosses in later generations, why do they have to farm when they have mines at home? Marin coveted this grassland, not for economic development, but as an important military area. Marin mainly used this grassland to raise horses. At the same time, large-scale military exercises can also be carried out. It seems that the NATO troops stationed in Germany in later generations often conducted military exercises on this grassland. In particular, some tank cluster exercises are often held here. After all, other places in Germany are more developed. It is difficult to find a place with few people for military exercises. Moreover, the location of Lüneburg Wasteland is very good. This is the hinterland of northern Germany and belongs to the core area. If the cavalry is stationed here, no matter where in northern Germany it is attacked or supported, it can be quickly reached. After the capture of Lüneburg, the main force of the Cossack cavalry will probably be moved to Lüneburg Wasteland in the future. Not to mention the military value of Lüneburg Wasteland, Marin is now supervising his men to confiscate the property of Lüneburg City. However, because Lüneburg City is an important member of the Hanseatic League, Marin has to treat it with caution. Because there are many important business families in the Hanseatic League in Lüneburg City. Marin has to be cautious in dealing with these Hanseatic business families and cannot rob them casually. Therefore, Marin had to control most of the merchant families in Lüneburg City first. Then, he sent people to Hamburg and Lübeck to ask them to show the list of people to be protected. Marin's attitude is that all the Hanseatic business families in Lüneburg that the allies Hamburg and Lübeck want to protect will not be touched. As for those that Hamburg and Lübeck do not come forward to protect, naturally they have to be searched. In this way, Marin finally searched nearly half of the business families in Lüneburg. These families are families that have bad relations with Hamburg and Lübeck, and most of them are vassals of the Welf family. In this way, Marin has no psychological burden when robbing. In the end, Marin robbed property and food worth 4 million gold coins from the Welf family and nearly half of the Lüneburg merchants. However, there are about 1 million of money and food in it, which were originally robbed from the North Sea by the coalition of the 8 princes. Therefore, what Marin's men actually robbed in Lüneburg City is only worth more than 3 million gold coins. But even this number is very scary. After all, in this era, it is considered very good for the general princes to have 100,000 or 200,000 gold coins. However, there are salt mines in Lüneburg. Salt is known as white gold in Europe in this era. With salt mines in hand, and having been mined for hundreds of years, it is not surprising that so much money can be seized in Lüneburg. In fact, if more than half of the other major merchant families in Lüneburg are seized together, the total value will definitely easily exceed 5 million gold coins. However, in order to maintain friendly relations with the Hanseatic League, Marin still held back. After all, a little impatience will mess up a big plan. Besides, Marin is not short of money. Although the Hanseatic League is a group of cities, and each city has limited strength. However, a little accumulates into a lot, and when the Hanseatic League gathers together, it is also an important political force that cannot be ignored. At present, Marin needs diplomatic support to annex 8 principalities. Therefore, he cannot be hostile to the Hanseatic League. Moreover, there is no need. Therefore, after seizing and dealing with the merchant families of the Prowell family, Marin stopped the seizure in Lüneburg. Anyway, the money and food seized are enough for him to squander. After completing the raid on the city of Lüneburg, Marin left only part of the army, and then continued to move south with most of the army. However, this time, Marin no longer gathered 30,000 troops together to move south. In pursuit of efficiency, Marin divided the army into 6 parts. He personally led 15,000 people to continue moving south, heading straight to Wolfenbüttel, the capital of the Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. As for the rest of the people, in addition to leaving 2,000 people to continue stationing in Lüneburg, the rest were divided into 5 groups. 1 group went to Detmold, the capital of the county of Lippe. 1 group went to Tecklenburg, the capital of the county of Bentheim-Tecklenburg. 1 group went to Bielefeld, the capital of the county of Ravensburg. 1 group went to Gelding, the capital of the county of Gelding, and another group went to Rietberg, the capital of the county of Rietberg. Of course, the group going to Bielefeld also had a task: send people to capture Schaumburg, the base of Count Antonio's. However, except for Marin's group, which had a lot of people, the other 5 groups had only 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers in each group. After all, they were only conquering the capitals of insignificant small states. The domestic armies of these small states were originally taken out by the princes to attack the North Sea Kingdom, and those who stayed in their own countries were all crooked and small. Just sending 2,000 or 3,000 people can conquer them. Only Wolfenbüttel, an important city, is the home of Henry, the leader of the invasion of the North Sea Kingdom. Its defense is no less than that of Lüneburg. It is said that there are more than 3,000 regular troops guarding the city. In addition to the conscripted civilians, it is estimated that the number of defenders exceeds 10,000. Therefore, Marin plans to bring more people and take the main force south to besiege Wolfenbüttel. In addition, the Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel has a mining city that Marin values very much: Goslar. The Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel is similar to the Principality of Brunswick-Lüneburg, both of which make money from mining. The difference is that the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg mainly made money by mining salt mines and selling salt, while the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel mainly made money by silver, copper, lead and gold produced by the Rammelsburg mine near Goslar. Europeans at that time did not know how to refine zinc. As the most important silver-producing area in northern Germany, Goslar has always been a cash cow for the Duke of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. It is said that in order to ensure the safety of Goslar, not only the capital city of Wolfenbüttel was replaced with iron gates, but also the city of Goslar was replaced with iron gates to avoid being easily breached by the enemy. I don't know what Duke Henry was thinking. Obviously, the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel was already strong enough, but he had to provoke the North Sea Kingdom. How can I put it? I can only say that human greed is endless. Just as Marin led his army southward, in the southwest city of Gelding, Count Charles of Gelding, who had escaped by chance, was instructing his men to pack up his valuables and load them onto a ship, intending to transport them away. "Sir, why are we running? Can't we wait for Lord Frederick and his men to come back and uphold justice?" One of Count Charles's personal guards asked in confusion. Count Charles of Gelding shook his head and said, "I also want to wait for Lord Frederick and his men to come back and uphold justice, but I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until then." His spies had already sent a secret report. The city of Lüneburg was breached by Marin's army using a special method in just half a day. This news frightened Count Charles. He knew that the wealthy Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg had specially replaced the heavy cast iron gates for the city of Lüneburg, which were extremely solid. Such a solid iron gate was removed by Marin in less than half a day, not to mention the defense of the city of Gelding, which was much lower than that of the city of Lüneburg. Count Charles was worried that he would be captured by Marin's army and become a prisoner before Frederick III and others came back. Moreover, he was also worried that the prince's coalition composed of Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, and others might not be able to defeat the army under Marin. Therefore, for safety reasons, he simply asked people to load the remaining gold and silver treasures of the Gelding county on a ship and planned to go to France for refuge. Count Charles of Gelden was an ally of the French in the past. It was with the support of the French that the original Duchy of Guedes was able to restore its country and become a prince at the level of the German powers. Later, although the Principality of Guedes was defeated and had to cede most of its territory, France did not completely abandon it, but said that if it was finished, it could seek refuge in France. Now that the earldom of Gelden was almost finished, he thought of this and planned to seek refuge in France. As long as he fled to France, Marin would not have the courage to send troops to France to catch him. On the second day after Earl Gelden's ship left Gelden, Marin's detachment arrived at Gelden City. As Marin expected, the capitals of these small counties were basically wooden doors. The demolitionists assigned by Marin to each unit first burned the oak city gate with mixed gasoline, and then broke through the city gate with a blast. As for the 3 or 2 kittens left in the city, they could not cope with 2 or 3,000 enemies and could only surrender. And Marin's side was also very smooth. Because when he was besieging Wolfenbüttel and Goslar, he was pleasantly surprised to find that these 2 cities, like Lüneburg, did not pile up bricks, stones, logs or other debris in the gate holes behind the iron gates. As long as the bolt position is corroded, the gate can be pushed open directly. Therefore, Marin's army easily broke through the 2 cities of Wolfenbüttel and Goslar, and completed the most important occupation of the Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. Moreover, the old foundation accumulated by these 2 cities for hundreds of years also made Marin eat his fill, and he was almost stuffed. In these 2 cities, Marin seized property worth more than 5 million golden gold coins. In this way, the remaining 6 principalities were quickly swept by Marin's 6-way division of troops. Chapter 1360. Sweeping these 6 countries can only be described as crushing. Moreover, the only country that can really fight against Marin's army is the Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel. The other countries are even weaker than paper. After all, the regular army of several small countries usually has only 1 or 2,000 people. This time, the regular army was basically taken to the North Sea Kingdom. There are only a few cats left in the country. In addition to the city walls, there are some old, weak and disabled people. Even the Principality of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel can only rely on tall and solid city walls and heavy cast iron gates to defend itself. Otherwise, it is impossible to be the opponent of Marin's army. Once Marin finds a way to deal with the city gates or walls, these countries will be no different from paper. Unfortunately, relying on the power of technology, Marin has come up with gasoline to deal with oak city gates and aqua regia to deal with cast iron gates, making the reliance of several countries meaningless. However, after the battle, Marin was worried that his easy way of dealing with the oak and iron gates would cause concern to various countries. So, Marin spent a lot of money to send spies to spread the news everywhere and carried out reverse propaganda. As for how to reverse propaganda, naturally, it is to downplay the existence of aqua regia. In order to downplay the existence of aqua regia, Marin spent a huge amount of money to forge news, saying that the reason why he was able to quickly capture the 3 strong cities with cast iron gates in Lüneburg, Wolfenbüttel and Goslar was because there was an insider in the city who helped open the gate. Of course, Marin controlled the enemy troops who had witnessed the corrosion of the iron gate by aqua regia. As long as there are no witnesses, the news will not spread at will. As for his own soldiers, I must have told them a long time ago. In addition, Marin also spent money on public relations. For the problem of gasoline burning the oak gate, Marin asked his spies to claim that they just piled up firewood outside the city gate and poured olive oil on it. Then, they burned the opponent's city gate. What? You ask me why pouring some olive oil can burn the city gate? That's not the problem of olive oil. It's that the gates of these countries are too old and have been in disrepair for a long time, so they are so easily burned. In fact, the 2 false news that Marin sent people to spread sound more like the truth. Because people of this era can't understand what aqua regia is, and they don't know that there is such a thing as gasoline that can burn. After all, in this era, Boyle, the founder of modern chemistry in Europe, was not born yet. Boyle was born in 1627, and it would take more than 100 years. Therefore, Europeans of this era can't understand the principle of aqua regia corroding iron gates at all. If it's not good, it can be promoted as evil witchcraft. People are very easy to fear unknown things. If people know the existence of aqua regia and gasoline, it will definitely cause fear in various countries. At that time, someone with a mind will push it again, and Marin must be given the title of devil. You know, Marin was almost slandered as the devil's spokesperson by Earl Gelden because of the problem of not sleeping and still energetic in front of the battle. If aqua regia and gasoline were shown to the world, without the escaped Count Charlie of Gelden leading the pace, others would also panic because of fear. Once countries are afraid of the black technology in Marin's hands, they will definitely be afraid of the North Sea Kingdom. Then, Marin, who is already relatively isolated, may be targeted more. Therefore, in order not to cause panic in other countries, Marin had to spend gold and silver to eliminate the adverse effects. Moreover, the tampered version sounds more reasonable and easier to believe. In fact, Marin's so-called sweeping the 6 countries this time is nothing more than occupying the capitals of these 6 countries, and not completely occupying the borders of the 6 countries. Let alone these 6 countries, even the previously occupied Lüneburg and Lauenburg are only the capitals of the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg and the Duchy of Saxony-Lauenburg, which is still far from completely controlling these countries. Moreover, in these countries, most of the nobles, especially the small and medium-sized nobles, basically live in manors in the countryside, not in the city. Therefore, if Marin wants to completely control these 8 principalities, he must send troops to the countryside to sweep and occupy all the nobles' manors to complete the control of these 8 principalities. Fortunately, in the war that broke out on the border between East Frisia and Oldenburg, most of the nobles of these 8 countries were captured after the battle. After all, nobles of this era are naturally officers. Anyone who can go to war must lead the army to fight with the Lord. Only the very old or underage nobles stayed at home. Moreover, those nobles who were in their prime also took away the strongest forces of their respective manors when they went to war with the princes. In fact, only the old, weak, sick and disabled stayed in the manor. Even armed personnel may not be left. Then, the next step is to sweep and control the countryside of the entire 8 principalities. Only by completing the control of each noble manor can we completely control the 8 vassal states. For this reason, Marin personally sat in Goslar, and then dispersed his 7 or 8,000 cavalrymen, including Cossacks, black shirt knights and lancers of the 1st Legion, and mobilized door-to-door work according to the information and addresses found in the archives of various countries, to complete the control and occupation of the rural areas of the 8 countries. Anyway, those rural manors are now left with the elderly, the weak and the disabled. Even if Marin only sent a small number of troops, he could take those manors. But the huge problem facing Marin at present is that his troops are not enough. If he just defeats the enemy, his troops are enough. However, if he sends people to occupy the entire territory of the 8 vassal states, his troops will not be enough. You know, the 2 Brunswick duchies alone have more than 20,000 square kilometers, plus the Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg, the County of Ravensburg, including the original County of Schaumburg of Count Antonios, the County of Lippe, the County of Bentheim-Tecklenburg, the County of Gelden, and the relatively small County of Rietberg. The total area is definitely more than 30,000 square kilometers. If you want to sweep the noble manors throughout the territory, the amount of troops required is amazing. The key is that it takes a long time. In desperation, Marin had to recruit mercenaries to help control the territory. Because the main force under Marin's command needs to go south. What does Marin do with the main force going south? Of course, it is to scare the prince's coalition. In order to obtain the recognition of the various principalities, Marin must pose as if he and the Habsburg family are attacking the prince's coalition in order to scare his opponents. Moreover, the troops brought must not be less. Otherwise, those princes will not be scared. However, the 8 newly conquered principalities also need to be garrisoned. Otherwise, there will definitely be people who are dissatisfied and cause trouble. Of course, because the main forces of the 8 vassal states were basically defeated in the battle with the North Sea state. The rest were also finished in the defense of the capital. Therefore, even if there are people making trouble in these 8 vassal states, there will be no powerful opponents. Therefore, when Marin recruited new mercenaries this time, he did not recruit any veterans, but only recruited 10,000 novice German mercenaries. Moreover, the contract signed was relatively short, only a 1-year contract. In fact, at this time, the experienced mercenaries in Germany were basically recruited because of 2 major wars and the invasion of Morocco by the Spanish team. If Marin wanted to recruit mercenaries at this time, he could only choose those inexperienced novice mercenaries. Fortunately, because of the frequent wars in this era, there is no shortage of young Germans who are willing to join the battlefield. Therefore, Marin's action of recruiting mercenaries was relatively smooth. Besides, Marin just hoped that these 10,000 novice mercenaries could stabilize the situation of the newly occupied 8 principalities when he led his troops south, and the difficulty was originally very low. Their only challenge may be that the unwilling nobles of the 8 countries instigated the peasants to launch an uprising. After all, the regular troops of the 8 countries who survived were sent to Oldenburg for centralized detention. Before leaving, Marin arranged 2,000 veterans for the 10,000 newly recruited mercenaries. The role of these veterans is to help train these recruits. At the same time, it is also a supervision of these novice mercenaries to prevent them from messing around. After all, Marin did not go through a strict screening this time, and he did not know what kind of people these novice mercenaries were. Marin was worried that there were scum among them who would harm the people, ruin the reputation of Bahai state, and even anger the local people. Therefore, he left 2,000 veterans behind to serve as supervisors. Moreover, before leading his troops south, Marin issued a notice in the 8 newly occupied vassal states: no taxes would be paid this year, and the serfs could keep all the grain they harvested. Chapter 1361 Troubled Times. This move is very cruel and very effective. Historically, many rulers who have just seized power will also issue similar tax exemption orders. And the only purpose of this move is to maintain stability. What Marin is worried about is that the nobles of the 8 vassal states will slip through the net and take advantage of his troops to the south to incite the peasants to revolt. Once a peasant uprising occurs in the country, Marin will have to send troops to suppress it. At that time, he will have to return to his division. Even at that time, he will have to raise his butcher knife and kill the rebels wantonly. After all, in order to prevent later generations from following suit, he must kill the rebels ruthlessly. Therefore, the best countermeasure is to prevent the German serfs from having any ideas against him. In this way, even if there are ambitious people inciting, no one will pay attention. Whether it is the ancient Chinese peasants or the European serfs of this era, the most concerned thing is probably the output of grain and the rent paid to the serf owners. In fact, most of the grain harvested by serfs every year must be handed over to the manor owners, leaving only a small amount of grain that can barely make a living. Therefore, Marin simply ordered the exemption of this year's rent and taxes, and even let the serfs keep all the harvested grain and not pay rent, so that the serfs can have a good year this year. At least, the serfs of the 8 vassal states will definitely be well fed and well drinked this year. Because their grain can be completely left, and most of it does not have to be handed over. In this way, the serfs who have received huge benefits will be overjoyed. Even, they will be grateful to Marin. At this time, even if there are ambitious people who jump out to instigate them to rebel, no one will pay attention. As expected, when Marin posted and issued the order of exempting all rent and taxes this year, in various places in the 8 vassal states, serfs everywhere were overjoyed. On the contrary, it was the anger of the nobles of all sizes. Because Marin's decree made them have no income this year, and their lives would become difficult. But Marin didn't care what they would think, because the main noble members of the 8 vassal states basically participated in the war to invade the North Sea. Then, they either died in the North Sea Kingdom or were imprisoned in Oldenburg. The nobles who stayed at home were either too old or too young. Even if they wanted to rebel, they couldn't make any waves. And if they wanted to incite the serfs to rebel, it would be even more impossible. Because this decree brought huge benefits to the serfs and made Marin very popular in the eyes of the serfs. Who would oppose Marin? As long as there are no serfs following, these nobles who are either too old or too young can't make any waves. Of course, Marin doesn't want to offend these nobles too much. After all, he will rule these areas in the future and can't offend everyone. Therefore, while announcing that he would not collect rent and taxes from serfs, Marin also told the nobles of the 8 vassal states that he would give these people certain compensation later. The premise is that they must be obedient. In a word, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. In fact, if Marin had not been in a hurry to lead his army south to force the princes of the Princes' Alliance to recognize his occupation of the 8 princes, including the earldom of Schaumburg, why would he care about the economic losses of the nobles of these 8 countries? It is a gift to keep them alive. But for Marin, it is obviously more important to go south to get the recognition of the princes than to deal with the nobles of these 8 princes. Therefore, Marin was willing to compensate for their economic losses. In order to reassure these old nobles, Marin specially gave each noble an IOU according to their harvest in previous years, and promised to fulfill it after returning. Anyway, the income per acre of these nobles' fiefdoms is only a few dozen pounds of rye, and Marin has a lot of food and can afford it. As long as these people don't make trouble for themselves when they lead their troops south, these efforts are worth it. Before leaving, Marin hosted a group of elderly noble representatives from the 8 princes, and reiterated that they would retain their noble status and fief interests in the future. Of course, he didn't say that he would still centrally exchange the fiefs of these nobles to the province of Bremen in the future to facilitate unified management. After appeasing these noble representatives, Marin gathered 40,000 troops again, set out from the city of Goslar, and first went west to his hometown of Bochum. Then, after the grain transport ships from the province of East Frisia transported enough military rations through the Munster Canal, he regrouped and continued to head south, heading straight to the Swiss region. When passing by Bonn, the seat of the Archbishop of Cologne, and Mainz, the seat of the Archbishop of Mainz, Marin specially visited the 2 archbishops and presented a lot of gold and silver looted from the city of Goslar to bribe the 2 respected electors of teaching, hoping that the Archbishop of Mainz could temporarily convene an interim meeting of the imperial parliament to discuss and recognize Marin's rule over the 8 principalities. Of course, Archbishop Marin of Trier, who was also an elector of the church, was not left behind. He also sent an envoy to send a large amount of gold and silver. The relationship between the German church princes and Marin was very delicate. On the one hand, out of vigilance and disgust towards the Habsburg family, these church princes had no good feelings towards Marin, who had a close relationship with the Habsburg family, but on the other hand, because of Marin's close relationship with the current Pope Julius II, these church princes were not very convenient to openly turn against Marin, so as not to be remembered by the Pope. You know, these church princes care more about the attitude of the Pope than those secular princes. The rights of secular princes come from the inheritance of blood. The Pope can only announce the excommunication of secular princes, that is, excommunication. However, this is not fatal. At least, it does not affect those secular princes to continue to be his princes. Unless there is a life-and-death enemy who comes to challenge on this pretext. So, really speaking, the emperor is more afraid of the Pope's excommunication than those secular princes who inherit by blood. Because the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire was elected by the princes and needed a good reputation. If he was excommunicated, the princes could use this as an excuse to depose the emperor. But those princes were different. Their fiefdoms and titles did not need to be elected and recognized by others, but came from the inheritance of blood. Even if they were excommunicated by the Pope, at most they would be infamous, but it would not affect their continued status as princes. This is like some celebrities with a bad reputation in later generations. Even if everyone despises them, so what? They still live a comfortable life. But these religious princes are different. They are elected like the emperor. Moreover, in terms of status, they are all subordinates of the Pope. The status of the emperor and the Pope is similar, and at most the emperor is inferior in reputation. Even the emperor is afraid of the Pope's excommunication, let alone these church princes who are subordinates of the church. Therefore, even if they are unhappy with Marin, they dare not publicly diss Marin. Otherwise, if the Pope is angered and dissed by the Pope, it will be a big deal. So, facing Marin's request, the Archbishop of Mainz, the Archbishop of Cologne and the Archbishop of Trier were all embarrassed. In the end, the three church electors were surprisingly consistent in their attitudes. They agreed to hold an interim meeting to discuss Marin's annexation of the 8 principalities. However, they are only responsible for convening the meeting. After the interim meeting is held, these church princes will express neutrality. If Marin wants to obtain the right to rule the 8 principalities legally, he must obtain the consent of more than half of the secular princes. This attitude is actually equivalent to a euphemistic refusal. Because, under normal circumstances, those secular princes would not agree to Marin's legal occupation of the 8 principalities, even if there was a dual book. But Marin didn't care, because he had long been prepared to force the group of secular princes to agree. Therefore, as long as Archbishop Mainz agreed to hold an interim meeting, his goal would be achieved. After Archbishop Auriel of Mainz agreed to notify the various vassal states to hold an emergency meeting, Marin led his army away from Mainz with satisfaction. In fact, Marin had planned to stay in Mainz with his troops if Archbishop Auriel did not agree. Outside the city of Mainz, Marin's 40,000 troops were flying flags. The momentum displayed by the 40,000 elite veterans during their march was extremely amazing. On the city wall, Archbishop Auriel of Mainz looked at the 40,000 elite troops of the North Sea Kingdom with flags covering the sky, and sighed, Germany is about to usher in a turbulent time again. Chapter 1362 Basel Confrontation. As the saying goes, there are more than 10,000 soldiers and horses, and there is no limit to their strength. How amazing is the power of the 40,000-man army when it marches. Not to mention that Archbishop Auriel of Mainz was shocked when he saw it, even Marin himself was shocked when he saw it. The North Sea Army learned the most standard PLA formation in later generations, and had extremely high requirements for discipline. Basically, when the army marches, the order of the left and right legs of the soldiers in each team is almost the same. If a few people walk like this, it's nothing. But 40,000 people move in unison, and the scene is shocking to everyone who sees it. Not to mention fighting, it can scare people. What's more, Marin also brought more than 20,000 civilians to help transport food and ammunition supplies. The team of wheelbarrows transporting supplies was endless. After leaving Mainz, Marin led the army south and headed straight for Worms. Worms is the meeting place of the Imperial Parliament, 40 kilometers south of Mainz, also on the west bank of the Rhine. After the temporary meeting of the Imperial Parliament is held, Marin will definitely come here. However, the main reason why he went south along the Rhine River was to consider the supply problem. Because it is much more convenient to transport supplies by ship through the Rhine River than on land. Therefore, Marin only brought 20,000 civilians this time, which was enough. Moreover, Basel, the destination of Marin's army this time, is also on the banks of the Rhine River, but it is on the banks of the upper reaches of the Rhine River in the south. Marin led the army upstream along the west bank of the Rhine River and was sure to reach Basel. Moreover, the terrain along the way is relatively flat. Even the Rhine River in the Basel area is a navigable river section. If you go a little upstream from Basel and reach Rheinfelden east of Basel, you will reach the navigable border of the Rhine River. Therefore, this march is very pleasant for the North Sea Army. Because heavier artillery and other supplies are mainly transported on ships. Only food is afraid of moisture, so it is mainly transported on land. After all, the Rhine River further south of Mainz is navigable, but it cannot be navigated by large ships with deep draft. If it is a small boat, the draft is too shallow and it is easy to get wet. If the food gets damp, it will easily become moldy. Of course, the reason why Marin brought 20,000 civilians with him was not only to transport food and supplies, but also to act as an engineering team. After all, building barracks and the like cannot be done by combat troops. If the combat troops consume too much physical strength because of building barracks, they will not be safe when facing the enemy. On the other hand, after Emperor Maximilian I returned to Innsbruck, he also ordered Frundsberg to dispatch 20,000 troops according to the agreement, and marched to the city of Basel, taking an offensive posture, which surprised the coalition of princes. Today, the city of Basel is still under the control of the coalition of princes. However, Frundsberg has completed the reorganization of the 15,000 surrendered mercenaries. Later, according to Kohler's suggestion, Maximilian I secretly snatched food from the Princes' alliance and dug 7,000 or 8,000 veteran mercenaries, causing the total force to surge to 35,000. Moreover, in terms of combat effectiveness, Frundsberg's 35,000 troops are actually capable of beating the 37,000 troops of the Princes' coalition. However, because the Swiss resistance army, mainly composed of French people, has more than 20,000 elite soldiers watching covetously, Frundsberg did not dare to act rashly. Therefore, this time, Frundsberg dispatched the 20,000 troops of Arau in the north. As for the 15,000 people in Lucerne in the south, they stayed put to guard against the coalition forces of Switzerland and France. Of course, it is not safe for 20,000 people to fight 35,000 people alone. After all, the 20,000 people under Frundsberg are not 10-year veterans like the 1st and 2nd legions of the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, after Frundsberg personally led 20,000 troops to the city of Basel, the first thing he did was not to attack the city, but to immediately build a solid earthen city. Moreover, several trenches were dug outside the earthen city, and the trenches were filled with sharp stakes. Frundsberg had been following Marin for a long time, and he had learned a lot of Marin's methods. For example, when building a camp, Marin prefers to use rammed earth to build earthen walls. Because earthen walls are much stronger than wooden fences. The earthen walls with thatch as bones are still very strong, and some are like weakened versions of concrete. Although it is difficult to resist heavy artillery, the general European army in this era did not have heavy artillery, and light artillery such as 3-pound guns could not blow open the earthen walls with thatched bones. Moreover, soldiers can stand on the earthen walls to guard the barracks like guarding the city. This is much easier and safer than guarding wooden fences. Because there are also simple battlements on the earthen walls that can withstand bows and bullets. As for the Prince's coalition forces in Basel, they did not dare to leave the city to attack Frundsberg's army. Why? Because although the Prince's coalition forces had a total strength of 37,000 troops. But at this time, only 20,000 people remained in Basel. The other 17,000 were scattered in Besançon, the capital of Franche-Comté, and Baden-Baden, the capital of the county of Baden. Karlsruhe mentioned earlier was wrong, and the capital of the county of Baden would not be moved to Karlsruhe until 1715. Why? Because the Prince's coalition forces sent troops to Franche-Comté and the county of Baden to collect grain. Now, it happened to be the end of the autumn harvest, and it was also the best time for the monarchs and princes to collect grain. The total number of troops of the Prince's coalition forces reached 37,000, plus 40,000 civilians, and the food consumption was very alarming. It was difficult to maintain the economy solely relying on the financial support of the various princely states and the private subsidies of the church princes. Therefore, as soon as the autumn harvest was over, the princely coalition divided its troops to go to Franche-Comté and the county of Baden to collect grain. Of course, the so-called collecting grain is actually similar to the devils going to the countryside to rob grain. The princely coalition was an absolute invading army for Franche-Comté and the county of Baden under the rule of the Habsburg family. Therefore, the princely coalition did not care about the lives of the locals. They collected as much food as they could. If the soldiers saw the chickens, ducks, geese, etc. raised in the manor, they would catch them like the devils, tie them up with ropes and tie them to the spears. Therefore, there were only 20,000 defenders in Basel at this time. Facing the 20,000 strong army of Frundsberg, they had no chance of winning and dared not go out of the city to fight. Of course, they had the walls of Basel as a support, and they were not afraid of Frundsberg's troops. As for Frundsberg, he knew very well that attacking the city was not cost-effective, and the emperor did not ask him to do so. And when the other 17,000 enemy troops arrived, he might not be able to defeat them. Therefore, while the enemy's forces were dispersed, building a solid camp in the style of a mud city became the best choice. The coalition of princes was indeed frightened by the inexplicable actions of the Habsburg family. Then, the army that was still collecting food in the countryside of Franche-Comté and the county of Baden was urgently recalled and gathered in Basel to guard against further actions of the Habsburg family's army. But they didn't know that they just wanted to scare them. But the coalition of princes was frightened and had to gather in the city of Basel, but they did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 1363, The Fear of the Princes. In fact, up to now, the Habsburg army and the princes' coalition have been in a state of wrangling with each other, and have not completely torn their faces. Although the two sides have fought a big battle before, both sides claim that the other side is at fault and that they are reacting passively. Until now, the Princes' Alliance and the Habsburg family are still wrangling with each other over the right and wrong of the ambush in the Coastal Valley, accusing each other of being at fault first. In fact, both sides are very aggrieved and want to kill each other, but they are afraid. What are they afraid of? The Habsburg family's fear is simple: they are afraid that the French will stab them in the back when they are fighting with the Princes' coalition. Therefore, although the military strength is obviously superior to that of the opponent, Frundsberg did not dare to let go and attack the Princes' coalition. After all, the more than 20,000 Swiss resistance troops outside Lucerne, including many French elites, are no joke. The fear of the Princes' coalition was even simpler: the French had not yet come out in person. Originally, Frederick III in the Princes had been persuading Louis XII to send out the main force of France, and together with the Princes' coalition, to eliminate the main force of the Habsburg family in Switzerland. In this way, the Habsburg family would be devastated and no longer have the ability to threaten the princes. At the beginning, Louis XII was indeed tempted and planned to mobilize a large army to cooperate with the princes' coalition. However, Marin sent John, now Baron John Lafitte, to France by mistake. Under John's deception, Louis XII believed that volcanic ash was an important fertilizer. Then, he went to Italy with all his heart. Moreover, John's statement was also correct: if France, an agricultural country, got enough volcanic ash fertilizer, its financial strength would be extremely strong in the future, and it could explode as many troops as it wanted. In addition, Spain was deeply trapped in Morocco at this time and could not show its full strength. This is indeed the best time to seize Italy. Therefore, Louis XII, the greatest hope of the coalition of princes, was busy marching into Italy at this time, so how could he care about the life and death of these German princes? However, Louis XII was kind enough not to withdraw the French elite in the Swiss resistance army outside Lucerne. Otherwise, the coalition of princes would have been finished long ago. But in order to keep it secret and avoid arousing the vigilance of the Spaniards, Louis XII was very unkind not to tell the German Princes' Alliance the truth. So, up to now, the princes of the Princes' Alliance, such as Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, have been kept in the dark, not knowing that the French had long given up the plan to join forces with them to deal with the Habsburg family. And without the support of the French army, the Princes' Alliance did not dare to completely break up with Emperor Maximilian I at this time. Therefore, the two sides are still in the stage of arguing with each other, but no one is willing to retreat. At the same time, they dare not take the initiative to attack, so as not to get the situation out of control. Therefore, when Frundsberg arrived at the city of Basel with 20,000 troops, Frederick III and other princes were very surprised. Was the emperor crazy? The reason why they thought the emperor did not dare to take the initiative to attack was because they knew that behind them, there were still church princes who occupied half of Germany and had not taken action. These church princes had complicated feelings. On the one hand, they usually remained neutral. After all, for the church princes, making money is the first priority. Anyway, the position of bishops is not hereditary. Generally, after the bishops came to power, they were committed to making money, and their diplomatic attitude was relatively mild compared to that of secular princes. But at the same time, most of the church princes actually came from secular princes' families. Therefore, many times, they would stand together with the secular princes to fight against the Habsburg family together. However, under normal circumstances, they would not end up. Only when the situation was critical would these church princes take the initiative to tear each other apart. In other words, if the Habsburg family defeated the coalition of princes, those church princes might not be able to help but jump out and send troops to deal with the emperor together. Also, if the Habsburg family has too much advantage, France next door will not ignore it. Therefore, Frederick III and other princes believe that the Habsburg family will not easily send troops without absolute certainty. Otherwise, if the church princes and the French are forced out, it will be a lot of fun. However, now the Habsburg family has indeed sent troops, which makes Frederick III and others puzzled. Moreover, the other side only dispatched 20,000 people, which seems not enough to defeat the 37,000 troops of the prince's coalition. Therefore, the princes were confused. But soon, the princes of the Prince's Alliance knew why the Habsburg family had such an unusual move. Urgent intelligence came from the north. The Grand Duke Marin of the North Sea Kingdom survived the shipwreck by chance. After returning home, he used the strength of 2 legions, plus the army of the 3rd Legion that rebelled and surrendered in the east, to defeat the more than 40,000 troops of the 8-nation alliance. Then, Marin not only quickly conquered 8 vassal states, but also led an army of 40,000 to the south. Why was the 8-nation alliance defeated? Don't they have more than 40,000 people? No matter how powerful Marin is, he can't defeat them with the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion composed of new recruits. Tell me, what's going on? Frederick III was very concerned about the situation in the north. Because, as the deputy leader of the 8-nation alliance, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, is his brother-in-law. It's like this, Lord Elector. Originally the princes of the 8-nation alliance intended to use half of the money and food worth 2 million gold coins looted from the city of Oldenburg to bribe Steindorf of the 3rd Army. However, later, because the old nobles of the Bremen province of the North Sea Kingdom formed a 7,000-man noble private army to help. Then, the 2 dukes Henry of the 8-nation alliance thought it was unnecessary to bribe Steindorf, cancelled the heavy bribes promised before, and sent 10,000 conscripts to defend the Elbe River to prevent the 3rd Army from crossing the river. It seems that this move angered Steindorf. Then, Steindorf returned to the North Sea Army with the 3rd Army and raided the 8-nation alliance from the rear, resulting in a great defeat of the 8-nation alliance. The spy sent to the north to inquire about the news reported the news in detail. In fact, this news was deliberately spread by Marin. After all, Steindorf's rebellion and surrender must be reasonable. Otherwise, the princes would suspect that Marin deliberately set a trap. Moreover, when Baron Ginter brought 7,000 Bremen nobles' private army to join the 8-nation alliance, the 2 Henry dukes did decide to default on the huge amount of money and food that was originally intended to bribe Steindorf, and sent 10,000 conscripts to defend the Elbe River. And this just gave Steindorf the best excuse to rebel and surrender. Frederick III was so angry that he threw away the porcelain teacup. Are these 2 guys pigs? They angered Steindorf for a little money and food. If the North Sea Kingdom is taken, Auric's money and food alone will be too much to use. However, not all princes can have a big picture like Frederick III. At least, the 2 Henry dukes of the Welf family can't do it. After all, half of the money and food in Oldenburg city is 1 million gold coins. Of course, even if the 2 Henry dukes are willing to give it up, it's useless. Because, that was a trap set by Marin to trick them. So, of the 40,000 troops of the North Sea Kingdom that went south this time, in addition to the 1st and 3rd Legions, the 2nd Legion of Jutland also returned. The other 10,000 are the new recruits of the 2nd Legion? Duke Anthony of Lorraine asked. The spy in charge of gathering information said in a deep voice, no, it is said that the 10,000 recruits were left in the country. In addition to the original 1st, 2nd and 3rd Legions, the 6th Legion that just returned to the North Sea Kingdom also went south this time. It is said that after hearing that Marin came back alive, the original 6th Legion also returned from Scotland. All the princes present took a breath of cold air. Damn, Marin brought 40,000 elite veterans south. What does he want to do? Could it be? Thinking of the 20,000 Habsburg troops outside Basel that were behaving abnormally, the princes present all changed their faces. If it were only the Habsburg army, the princes would not be afraid. Because if the church princes were stimulated, everyone would join forces and would not be afraid of the Habsburg family at all. Moreover, the Habsburg army did not have much advantage, and they could hold on until the church princes' army arrived. But the problem is if Marin brought 40,000 elite soldiers to mix in, then the problem would be big. After all, the combat effectiveness of Marin's North Sea army is there. Most of the veterans of the 1st and 2nd Legions of the North Sea are veterans of more than 10 years, and their combat effectiveness is awesome. With these 40,000 troops, plus the Habsburg army, it would be as easy as playing to destroy the princes' coalition. Even if the church princes came to the rescue, they would probably not be able to rescue them in time. Because it would take time for the church princes to gather their troops. And Marin's powerful army had already headed straight for Switzerland. Maybe, before the church princes gathered their troops to rescue them, they would become Marin's prisoners. So, at this moment, many princes were filled with fear. Chapter 1364, Meeting with Frederick III. Just when everyone was feeling terrified, the young and vigorous Elector of Brandenburg, Joachim I, suddenly threw a cup and shouted, "What good will it do for Marin to destroy us? He is also a prince. Does he want to be the emperor's yes man like the French dukes? How nice it would be to be a prince who is in charge. He was just talking in anger, because he was depressed and wanted to complain. But this reminded Frederick III, who had been frowning all the time, yes, Marin is also a prince. If the Habsburg family unified Germany, he would not have an easy life, at most he would become the king's favorite like the great nobles of France. However, after all, he lost his power and voice. So, after thinking about it, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, stood up and solemnly announced, "I plan to go north and talk to Marin in person to persuade him to withdraw his troops." "Will he listen to you?" Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, expressed doubt. "Yes, because he is also a prince," Frederick III said confidently. Everyone was speechless, but there was no other way. After all, they had no better choice. A few days later, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, came to Strasbourg, a city on the west bank of the Rhine River about 140 kilometers north of Basel, escorted by more than 100 cavalrymen, and met Marin. Strasbourg is still a German city. It originally belonged to the Duchy of Lorraine, but later became an imperial free city. In name, it was directly under the emperor, but in fact it had already paid for the right to autonomy from the emperor. Of course, this is the current situation. Originally in history, in 1681 during the reign of Louis XIV, Strasbourg would have been annexed by France and become a border city in eastern France. But until later generations, the locals still mainly spoke German. I almost forgot to say that Strasbourg is the capital of the Alsace region. Most of the Alsace region was occupied by the French army during the 30 Years' War, but the capital Strasbourg was not occupied by France until 1681. Speaking of the Alsace region, Marin couldn't help but complain about Daudet's, the last lesson. This is obviously a German region, but Daudet advocated that teachers and students were heartbroken after they could not learn French. But in fact, the locals were originally Germans, and they were sad that they could not learn French. This is like the recovery of the 3 northeastern provinces from Japan in later generations. As a result, the people in the northeast were heartbroken because they could not learn Japanese. Isn't this nonsense? After Marin's army arrived in the Alsace region, it did not continue to rush south, but stopped in Alsace. Why? Because the Alsace region is one of the most important sources of soldiers for the North Sea Kingdom. At the beginning, when Marin formed the First Legion, the main sources of soldiers came from the mountains of Württemberg and the Alsace region. Later, although the size of the North Sea army continued to expand, it still retained the tradition of recruiting spearmen from Alsace. Because, although the Alsatians are not as fierce as the mountain people in the Württemberg mountains, they are very obedient and have good overall combat effectiveness. Therefore, Marin ordered the army to stay in the Alsace region, and also meant to continue recruiting soldiers locally. Moreover, in order to facilitate the recruitment of soldiers, Marin forced the city of Strasbourg to open the gates to welcome Marin into the city. The reason why Marin wanted to enter Strasbourg was not to plunder the city, but to make Strasbourg one of the most important recruitment points for the North Sea Army in the south. In order to enter Strasbourg through threats and intimidation, Marin also gave the Alsatian veterans of the 1st and 2nd Corps of the North Sea Kingdom a holiday and allowed them to visit relatives and friends. Of course, the purpose of Marin's move was not to relax those Alsatian soldiers, but to use their personal experience to fool more locals into joining the North Sea Army. Although the entire Alsace region does not have a population of more than 1 million like in later generations, it also has a population of several 100,000. Marin's plan was to take advantage of the opportunity to get another group of young people from Alsace to become recruits for the North Sea Army. When Frederick III arrived outside Strasbourg under the escort of a group of his cavalrymen, Marin had just fooled away thousands of local young men in Strasbourg. In the city hall of Strasbourg, Marin warmly received the visiting Elector Frederick III of Saxony. These days, in order to show the strength of the North Sea Army, Marin kept letting the elite veterans of the North Sea march in a parade in Strasbourg, so that the locals could see the majesty of the North Sea Army. When entering the city, Frederick III also happened to witness the majesty of the North Sea soldiers. It was precisely because he had seen the majesty of the North Sea soldiers along the way that Frederick III was silent, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. When he met Marin at the city hall, Frederick III suddenly asked, "Why?" Marin was stunned, "Why?" Seeing that there was no one else, Frederick III asked directly, "What I want to ask is, why did you send out a large army to help His Majesty the Emperor? Don't you know that you are also one of the princes? If we are finished, who knows if you will be the next one?" Marin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly he was a little uncomfortable with Frederick III's straightforward way of speaking. After all, he had just returned from the Ming dynasty and was used to talking in circles. Therefore, he was a little uncomfortable with Frederick III's straightforwardness. However, he quickly reacted, "This is already back in Europe, so naturally he had to change his way of speaking. So, after thinking about it, Marin replied, "Of course I know that I am also one of the princes, but, Lord Frederick, do you really regard me as one of the princes? I have always wanted to integrate into the group of princes, but, Lord Frederick, who of you is willing to accept me? I have come to this point today, and I still choose to stand on the side of His Majesty the Emperor. Am I not forced by you?" Marin directly threw the pot to the other party, but it was not surprising. Because, although Marin has been a German noble for more than 10 years. However, he has never been accepted by the traditional circle of German princes. That group of stupid old German princes have always regarded Marin as a running dog of the Habsburg family and are unwilling to accept him. Moreover, they seem to have determined that Marin's bloodline was low and he was not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with them. Seeing Marin's mocking expression, Frederick III's expression froze. Marin was right, it was indeed the traditional princes who had been refusing to accept Marin. After all, not all princes had such a strategic vision as Frederick III. Most of the princes were actually stupid people who followed the old ways. They were conservative and stubborn, refusing to accept change, refusing to recognize Marin, the newly promoted powerful prince, and even looking down on Marin's bloodline. In this way, it was strange that Marin could stand on the same line with the princes. Chapter 1365, Parting on Bad Terms. Seeing the thoughtful expression on the face of Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, Marin sneered and said, "Have you figured it out? Lord Frederick. It's not that I, Marin, have always wanted to go against the princes, but that you have always been against me and refused to recognize my status as a prince. In fact, since I became the Count of East Frisia, I have been a member of the princely nobles. At that time, I thought about integrating into the circle of princes. But have you ever given me a chance? You have always regarded me as a dog of His Majesty the Emperor and refused to accept me. I was forced to continue to hang out with His Majesty the Emperor. Otherwise, no one in the world would accept me." Frederick III thought about it. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Since Marin became the Count of East Frisia, he has never taken the initiative to attack anyone. Every time he sent troops, he stood on the side of reason. In fact, Marin made a deliberate choice. Therefore, Marin said that the princes forced Marin to stand on the side of the Habsburg family, and he was not wrong. What kind of people are the German princes? Frederick III actually knew it clearly. In this era, most of the princes were fools who only knew how to enjoy and abuse their power. Moreover, most of the German princes were stubborn and conservative in their thinking, refusing to accept new things and ideas, and clinging to the old ways. In this era, in addition to Marin, who was a time traveler, the two most capable monarchs in Germany were actually Frederick III and Maximilian I. Unfortunately, Maximilian I was born in the Habsburg family and was an emperor, so he naturally stood on the opposite side of the princes. And another powerful native prince, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, also stood on the opposite side of Emperor Maximilian I because of his identity. In theory, although Maximilian I was capable, he was born in the King family of the Habsburg family, and there were enemies everywhere. In addition, when he was young and vigorous, and after expressing his ambition to unify Germany, he was naturally resisted by the German princes. Therefore, even if His Majesty the Emperor is very capable, a hero cannot stand up to the number of enemies. Maximilian I had no choice but to face the princes who huddled together for warmth. As for Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, who was as famous as Maximilian I, he also knew his own sufferings, although the princes were united indeed with him as the core. However, there were not many teammates with vision. If Frederick III had lived in the future, he would definitely evaluate his allies, pig teammates. Although these princes knew that the Habsburg family, who huddled together to fight against the emperor, also recommended Frederick III, who had the most vision, as the leader of the princes. However, they often did some things that dragged their feet. The most classic thing is that these princes have always refused to accept Marin into the circle of German princes on the grounds that their bloodline is too low. Because of the joint boycott of the old nobles, Marin basically had few secular princes' friends in the imperial prince's court and was often isolated. Every time they see Marin, many secular princes use "emperor's running dog" to describe Marin. In this way, it would be strange if Marin was not angry. And the cooperation with the Habsburg family is just a matter of course. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. What's more, Marin has an old relationship with the Habsburg family. Of course, these are all superficial phenomena. After all, no one would have thought that Marin was actually an ambitious traverser. Even if those princes accepted him, Marin would not really be in the same mind with them. After all, Marin's ambition is to learn from Prussia in later generations, occupy small Germany, and become a German hegemon. So, even if those princes are friendly to him, he will find a way to make enemies with them. However, in that case, it will not catch up with the passive enemies with the princes. After all, if you passively make enemies with others, the fault is no longer yours. At this moment, Frederick III understands why Marin continues to stand on the side of the emperor, but understanding is understanding, but his goal has not been achieved yet. So, Frederick III said to Marin, "It is the prince's fault for treating you like this. However, Grand Duke Marin, you are also a prince, and a more powerful one among the princes. What good will it do you to defeat our prince's alliance? Once we collapse, the Habsburgs are likely to take the opportunity to launch a comprehensive war of unified will. If we are all finished, the Habsburgs will become extremely powerful. By then, do you think the Habsburgs will let go of the only remaining North Sea kingdom? By then, we will all be destroyed. The best result is to lose power like the Duke and Earl of France. Good or bad depends on the emperor's thought. So, as a member of the princes, you should not help the Habsburgs to deal with us, but help us deal with the Habsburgs." After listening to Frederick III's words, Marin smiled coldly and said, "Help you? You treated me so badly in the past, why should I help you? Just because you are so shameless? You are right. If I help His Majesty, I may end up badly in the future. But, will it be okay to help you? Most of you hate me and want to destroy me. If you win, can you still tolerate the existence of the North Sea Kingdom?" After a pause, Marin continued, "Like this time, I was in danger and almost couldn't come back. But how did you princes treat me? The 8 princes near the North Sea Kingdom actually took advantage of my death to unite and plan to bully my 10-year-old son. They also wanted to destroy the North Sea Kingdom and remove my Hoffman family from the list of princes. I guess, if the allied forces of the princes were not about to interfere in Swiss affairs, maybe, after hearing the news of my death, your army would be more active than those 8 princes in destroying my North Sea Kingdom." Frederick III was a little embarrassed, because after hearing the news of Marin's death, the princes of the alliance really wanted to destroy the North Sea Kingdom, including Frederick III himself. Now, Marin exposed it, which made him a little embarrassed. But Frederick III is Frederick III, and he has long been thick-skinned. He argued, "How could it be? I am a reasonable person, and most of the princes are reasonable. Only a small group of people are unreasonable. The behavior of the 8 princes does not represent the thoughts of most princes." Marin took a sip of tea and said seriously, "Oh, so, then, Lord Frederick also thinks that the 8 princes have brought it upon themselves." Frederick III suddenly didn't know what to say. If his brother-in-law Henry was not among the 8 princes, he would definitely immediately express his position and draw a clear line with them. However, because of his brother-in-law, he couldn't draw a clear line. So, he said hesitantly, "Should, or, probably, maybe." Marin pretended not to notice the other party's entanglement, and continued, "Since the 8 princes are the evil party, and they signed a duel with my son before, then according to the agreement in the duel, now that our North Sea Kingdom has defeated the other party, we can reasonably occupy the entire territory of the 8 princes. Lord Frederick, what do you think?" After speaking, Marin looked at Frederick III with a bright eye, waiting for the other party to express his opinion. After hearing this, Frederick III was shocked and said, "You can't do this. The 8 principalities are all old German principalities. You can't just destroy them. Otherwise, according to the old rules, these defeated countries cede part of their territory to the North Sea Kingdom." Frederick III decided to follow the old practice and let the 8 principalities cede land and pay compensation. For example, when he lost to the North Sea Kingdom before, he ceded a land the size of a county. He planned to repeat the old trick and let the 8 countries cede land and pay compensation to solve the problem. Especially his brother-in-law's Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, he planned to let his brother-in-law cede a large piece of land to Marin to solve the problem of defeat. For example, Frederick III thought the Lüneburg wasteland near Lüneburg was good. That place seems to be very large, but the degree of development is relatively low. Even if it is ceded, it will not hurt the foundation of the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg. But Marin shook his head and said, "No, I plan to completely annex these 8 countries according to the agreement in the duel book." So, the first meeting between the two ended unhappily. Chapter 1366, Compromise and Balance. Frederick III, who went back to the inn to rest, was extremely angry and felt that his authority was ignored. However, after he calmed down, he found that he had no good choice now. Because if Marin really got angry and joined forces with the Habsburg family army, the 37,000 princes in Basel would really be doomed. If the 37,000 princes were eliminated and dozens of German princes who sent troops were captured, then everything would be over. If they fell into the hands of Emperor Maximilian I, these princes would not die, but they would definitely be severely blackmailed. Asking for a huge ransom is light, and the most feared thing is that the emperor may ask them to cede land. If one or two families cede land, it may not be very large, at most as large as a county. But if dozens of princes come together, especially if these dozens of princes are the most powerful dozens of secular princes in Germany, it will be terrible. By then, the territory ceded by dozens of princes may be much larger than the existing Austrian Grand Duchy of the Habsburg family, or even several times larger. By then, the Habsburg family will surely be even more powerful and their strength will increase greatly. On the other hand, the strength of the princes will be so weak that it is close to the bottom. Then, Maximilian I's ambition to unify Germany may really come true. If it were only the Habsburg family, Frederick III would not worry. Even if this battle fails, there are still so many church princes in Germany who have not taken action. At that time, the two sides will go to war in an all-out manner, and the outcome is unknown. But the fatal thing is that the existence of Marin makes the princes have no chance of winning. Once Marin's tens of thousands of elite troops of the North Sea Kingdom completely turn to the emperor, not to mention that the 37,000 princes coalition army is doomed. In the future, even if the princes unite again, they may not win. After all, the combat effectiveness of the North Sea army is not just a matter of words. Last time, the electorate of Saxony and the electorate of Brandenburg gathered more than 50,000 troops and were defeated by Marin. This time, 8 princes sent more than 40,000 troops and were also defeated. Moreover, it was defeated by the North Sea army with inferior forces. Now Marin is heading south with 40,000 main forces, not to mention the 20,000 Habsburg family troops south of Basel. But the 40,000 troops of Marin cannot be defeated by the coalition of princes. In the middle of the night, Frederick III tossed and turned in bed and couldn't sleep. He suddenly remembered Marin's words: "You have been making things difficult for me and refused to recognize my status as a prince." Yes, why have we always refused to accept him? Frederick III thought of the issue of bloodline. Marin was of humble origin. But he thought of Marin's history of success. It seemed that Emperor Maximilian I promoted Marin to power. With a humble origin and promoted by the emperor, it is no wonder that those old princes are unhappy with him. But Marin was right. From the moment he became the Count of East Frisia, he naturally became a local prince, and no longer a thug of Emperor Maximilian I. Even, Marin rarely went to Austria to serve the emperor. In contrast, Count Frederick II of Hohenzollern, who belonged to the Swabian League, accompanied the emperor in Austria almost every day and managed the army for the emperor. In other words, Marin had no intention of staying with Emperor Maximilian I from the beginning, but had long been self-reliant. It's a pity that these princes didn't see it, and always regarded him as the emperor's running dog. Frederick III thought he had seen Marin's position clearly, but he didn't know that Marin, as a traverser, was not something that people of this era could guess. If he was a native of this era, Marin would generally have only two choices. One was to choose to become the emperor's running dog and confront most of the princes in Germany, and the other choice was to stand on the side of the princes and confront the emperor. After all, no one wants to be emptied and become a puppet. In any case, as a native, you have to stand in these two camps. But how could he have thought that Marin's soul came from the future generations who valued equality for all? Modern people simply lack awe for monarchs and princes. Especially for time travelers, it is easy to treat others as NPCs, and it is easy to treat themselves as gods, and it is impossible for them to have awe for anyone. Therefore, even though Frederick III was one of the wisest European monarchs of this era, it was difficult for him to guess Marin's true thoughts. The next day, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, who negotiated with Marin again with dark circles under his eyes, changed his negotiation strategy and no longer confronted Marin. Instead, he took a warm approach to impress Marin. "Grand Duke Marin, you are also a prince, and a more powerful one at that. Do you hope that the North Sea Kingdom will break away from the control of the Hoffman family and be managed by the Habsburg family? By then, we will all be like the dukes and counts of France, living only in Vienna, and everything will depend on the emperor's wishes. By then, our fate will not be in our own hands. If the emperor is unhappy and accuses you of a crime, you may not even be able to keep your title." Watching Frederick III's performance, Marin took a sip of milk tea leisurely, and then replied slowly, "Lord Frederick, I understand what you said. So, I also give you a choice. As long as you agree to fulfill the agreement in the dual letter and unanimously recognize my occupation of the 8 principalities, I will turn around and leave immediately. I will never attack the coalition of princes, nor will I participate in the military confrontation between the Habsburg family and the princes. No." Frederick III shook his head repeatedly. "Let me tell you this, Grand Duke Marin. I have no objection to you annexing the other 7 countries. However, Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, is my brother-in-law. I cannot watch you annex the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg. You know, I am the leader of the German princes. If I can't even protect my own sister, do you think those princes will obey me in the future? After a pause, Frederick III continued, "My prestige is actually a small matter, but if I lose my prestige, then the coalition that was organized with great difficulty to oppose the Habsburg family's unification of Germany will lose its morale. At that time, it will be easier for the Habsburg family to defeat each principality one by one and solve the various principalities. I think, as a powerful prince, you don't want to see this happen, right? So, my opinion is, I have no objection to you annexing the other 7 principalities. However, the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, please show some mercy. Even if most of the land is ceded, it is okay, but please keep some land and noble titles, so that I don't lose face and avoid the disintegration of the prince's alliance against the emperor." After listening to Frederick III's words, Marin fell into deep thought. After thinking about it carefully, what Frederick III said was really good. It can be said that Frederick III is indeed the most powerful figure in the anti-emperor alliance. If Frederick III loses face, it will be easy to shake the hearts of the anti-emperor alliance. You know, apart from Frederick III, there is really no other strategist in the anti-emperor alliance who can be compared with Maximilian I. How high was Frederick III's strategic level? According to historical records, when Maximilian I died in 1519, Frederick III, feeling threatened by the powerful Ottoman Turks, took the overall situation into consideration and changed his attitude of confrontation with the Habsburg family. He refused the possibility of becoming emperor and instead supported Charles V to become emperor. Therefore, people in later generations called Frederick III the Wise Frederick. As Frederick III said, Marin is a vassal after all. Moreover, the other vassals in the anti-emperor camp are basically fools. If Frederick III falls, this camp really can't stand the powerful character of Maximilian I. In particular, Maximilian I is likely to take Switzerland now. Once Switzerland is taken and the bonus of Switzerland's abundant manpower is digested, the Habsburg family may be so strong that it is out of control. And as an old subordinate of the emperor, it is not easy to confront the emperor openly. Therefore, Frederick III really has to be kept to contain the equally powerful Emperor Maximilian I, and this is the so-called balance, the most basic thing in the emperor's mind. So, after thinking for a long time, Marin finally nodded, "Okay, we can discuss the matter of Duke Henry." Chapter 1367, Negotiating the Terms. Although he agreed to discuss the matter of Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, Marin's plan to annex the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg would not be shaken. Frederick III proposed that most of the land of the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg could be ceded, but the capital city of Lüneburg should be retained as the last self-made territory of the Welf family, which was also a fig leaf. Similarly, it was also a fig leaf for Frederick III's own face. But Marin directly rejected this proposal. Why? Because the most valuable thing in the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg is the salt mine in Lüneburg. If the salt-producing capital of Lüneburg is not obtained, it is half a failure. Therefore, Marin proposed to choose another city as the resettlement place for Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg and his wife. Marin can recognize its autonomy, but the territory cannot be too large, so as not to threaten Marin. After that, the two sides had a fierce debate over where to resettle. Frederick III proposed to settle the family of Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, in Brunswick, the place of the dragon's rise, of the Welf family, which was also a return to their ancestral land. Originally, the Welf family started in Brunswick. Later, two powerful branches were separated, the Duchy of Brunswick-Wolfenbüttel and the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg. However, the salt mines in Lüneburg were too profitable, and it was not safe for others to manage them. So, later a duke moved the capital to Lüneburg, which produced white gold salt. In this way, the rich salt mines were controlled by the duke himself to prevent his subordinates from embezzling. Then, the original ancestral land of the Welf family was abandoned. However, the two major branches of the Welf family both started with Brunswick as the title of nobility, indicating their origin. Therefore, the city of Brunswick is very important to the Welf family. This is like Fengyang, Zhu Yuanzhang's hometown. Although the Ming dynasty never regarded Fengyang as its capital, Fengyang was the spiritual capital of the Ming Empire and had a very special status. When Zhang Xianzhong broke through Fengyang and dug up the Zhou family's ancestral tomb, Emperor Chongzhen almost cried to death. The Ming dynasty was also considered to be doomed. Because of this, Marin was reluctant to give Brunswick, the spiritual capital of the Welf family, to Henry, Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg, for fear that the Welf family would still want to start over. Moreover, according to the report of the engineers of the Chamber of Commerce, there are potash mines near Brunswick. That thing is the lifeblood of agriculture and is very important to the North Sea Kingdom. How could it be handed over to the Welf family? Then, Marin began to consider the city of Hanover. Hanover is very famous in later generations, because it is the dragon's rise of the Hanoverian dynasty that once dominated the world. Hanover is inconspicuous now, but as the Welf family moved to Hanover in the 17th century and became electors, Hanover became the surname of the Welf family. Later, George of the Hanover family inherited the British throne after the death of Queen Anne, and then Britain and the electorate of Hanover maintained a personal union for more than 100 years until Queen Victoria ascended the throne. Because the Germans refused to allow women to be kings, the two countries officially broke up. However, after checking the map, Marin didn't want to give Hanover to Duke Henry because Hanover is located at the intersection of the North German Plain and the Central German Mountains. To the south of Hanover is the Harz Mountains. If Hanover is given to Duke Henry, it will never be just a city, and it must be accompanied by hundreds of square kilometers of land. In this way, it is inevitable that many places in the Harz Mountains will be enclosed. If some important mineral deposits are enclosed. Marin thought about it and rejected this plan. But where should Duke Henry be placed? Marin flipped through the map and suddenly cast his eyes to the west side of the map. Got it, I know where to place Duke Henry. Marin said happily. Oh, where? Frederick III also came up curiously to look at the map. Marin pointed to the west of the map and said, look, it's here. Geldern County. Frederick III frowned. Not bad. After all, Geldern was once the capital of the Principality of Geddes, and it is not a small city. Moreover, the Upper Geddes area around the Geldern County also has 600 or 700 square kilometers. Marin suddenly remembered that it seemed that Frederick III did not understand the concept of square kilometers. So, he changed his words and said, after all, the Upper Geddes region was once the core area of the Principality of Geddes, with very developed agriculture and sufficient food. Moreover, because the city of Geldern is on the banks of the Meuse River, the shipping industry is developed. Frederick III frowned and looked at the map, struggling. This place is not bad, but the Geldern region is a county after all. Is Henry going to be demoted to a count? The person I'm protecting not only lost the entire country, but was also demoted from a duke to a count. It's a big blow to my prestige. Hearing Frederick III say this, Marin laughed. You don't have to worry about this. The duel book clearly states that even if they lose, their original noble titles will be retained, but they will lose control of their fiefdoms, like the Duke of France. In the future, Lord Henry will still be the Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg. However, he will no longer be an independent duke, but the Duke of the Grand Duchy of the North Sea. So, in the future, Duke Henry can not only directly govern the entire county of Geldern, but also retain the title of Duke of Brunswick-Lüneburg. Of course, he will have no jurisdiction over the Duchy of Brunswick-Lüneburg, and can only keep the royal palace in the city of Lüneburg as his private residence. When he is free, he can also live in the royal palace in the city of Lüneburg. Frederick III nodded after listening and said, that's good, I have the actual fiefdom of a county and still retain the original title of Duke. Well, I can be considered worthy of my sister. But if I only protect the interests of my brother-in-law and ignore the other 7 princes, it will be easy to be criticized. He is the leader of the princes and cannot only care about his own family. Otherwise, he will be accused of being unfair. Marin looked at him speechlessly, but he had to admit that Frederick III was right. He came alone to negotiate with me, but only a certain amount of autonomous territory was reserved for his brother-in-law. It would indeed be criticized as unfair. After thinking about it, Marin proposed, how about this, my plan to annex the 8 principalities remains unchanged. Then, you publicly declare that you will use 300,000 gold coins to buy the county of Geldern to settle your sister and brother-in-law. I don't have money. Frederick III waved his hands repeatedly. A few years ago, he was blackmailed by Marin for 1,000,000 gold coins and was robbed by Marin's army. And this time he also invested a lot of money to fight against the Habsburg family. The treasury was empty long ago. Where can I get 300,000 gold coins? Marin smiled and said, I just said that. I don't really want you to take out 300,000 gold coins. You can publicize it, but you don't have to pay. In this way, the outside world will not question your fairness. After all, you spent money to buy the county of Geldern and gave it to your sister and brother-in-law. Others can't ask you to spend money to buy land for the other 7 princes, right? Frederick III thought for a while and said, pretending to spend money to buy territory for your sister and brother-in-law is a way to prevent people from accusing me of being unfair. However, if I don't help the other 7 princes, I can't show my leader's righteousness. Marin wanted to scold him, where do you get so many troubles? But when he thought about asking him to help contain the emperor, he had to calm down and help think of a solution. So, during the collective negotiation, you pretend to argue for your own reasons. Then, I agree to allocate a large sum of money every year to the 7 captured princes as their daily expenses. In fact, Marin had planned to give this money a long time ago. After all, he could not bear the notoriety of abusing the nobles. But Frederick III wanted to maintain his reputation, so Marin simply did a favor and pretended to be a little harsh, letting Frederick III fight for it before giving it. In this way, Frederick III could also save some face. With face, he could continue to lead everyone to find trouble with the Habsburg family as the leader in the future. In this way, the two sides finally agreed on the terms. However, there is still one last step, and a play needs to be performed. Chapter 1368, Recruiting Soldiers and Recruiting Disaster Victims. Although Frederick III is the leader of the princes, he is only the elder brother after all, not the superior of the princes. Therefore, he has no right to sign directly on behalf of everyone. Therefore, in order to implement these conditions, Marin needs to cooperate with Frederick III to play a good show and force the princes. When the princes are desperate, Frederick III will step forward and talk to Marin on behalf of the princes. In this way, the princes will accept the conditions agreed upon by the two. As for what drama to play, it's very simple. Marin brought people to the door to force those princes. The princes are all arrogant and will not give in easily. Therefore, Marin must force them to a desperate situation and make them feel afraid, and they will surrender. Otherwise, these arrogant princes cannot be convinced by mouth cannons alone. However, before raising troops to the south to intimidate those princes, Marin needs to call back all his men scattered throughout the Alsace region. It is necessary to point out that the Alsace region is not a whole at present, but is divided into several parts. For example, the southern region of Alsace is currently under the control of the Habsburg family and belongs to Upper Burgundy, that is, the Franche Comté region. The northern region belongs to the Free City of Strasbourg Empire, the Duchy of Lorraine and the Duchy of Württemberg, only a small enclave. There are currently about 300,000 to 400,000 people here, and 60,000 to 70,000 young and middle-aged people. However, Marin had kidnapped more than 10,000 people before and enriched them in the 1st and 2nd legions. However, with more than 10 years of war, only more than 7,000 of the more than 10,000 Alsace veterans who followed Marin at that time were still in service in good health. This is because Marin often wins battles. If he has been losing battles, there would be no more than a few of these more than 10,000 people left. The reason why Marin stayed in Alsace this time was to let these veterans fool some fellow countrymen to join the army. Marin has heard of many pyramid schemes in later generations. Those illegal elements who engage in pyramid schemes are the ones who cheat their fellow villagers the most. Of course, Marin did not really let his men cheat his fellow villagers, but just provided a way to survive. After all, people in this era have a hard time surviving, and being able to eat and drink enough is a luxury. It is dangerous to go to the battlefield, but it is better to be able to eat than to starve to death at home. Moreover, following Marin, most of the battles will be won. Winning a battle means a great chance of survival. Moreover, the most important point is that if you serve as a soldier for Marin, even if you die in battle, your family will be protected. Under normal circumstances, only a few people dare to sacrifice their lives to serve as soldiers. Even in the martial German country, only a few are willing to serve as soldiers. However, Marin came too coincidentally. Before the arrival of Marin's army, the southern part of Alsace, that is, the part under the jurisdiction of the Habsburg family, was robbed of food by the coalition of princes after the autumn harvest. Therefore, the people in southern Alsace can't survive now. If they can't find a new source of food, it is certain that many people in the area will not survive this winter. Some people may say, you can wait for the court to provide disaster relief. What about ancient China? The grain production in ancient China was much higher than that in Europe. Once a famine occurred, there might not be enough food for disaster relief. In Europe, once a famine occurred, people would either wait to die or become bandits. Want to wait for the government to provide relief? Dreaming. Especially now that the ruler of southern Alsace is the poor Emperor Maximilian I, it is impossible for him to provide food for disaster relief. Therefore, when Marin sent his soldiers wearing high-end new clothes, with a handful of silver coins in their pockets, to reminisce about the past with relatives and friends, actually showing off, it caused a huge sensation in southern Alsace. 30 to 40,000 young and middle-aged people in southern Alsace suddenly saw a bright road. Yes, I can be a soldier and eat food, and by the way, I can earn commissions to support my family. Then, more than 20,000 young and middle-aged people in southern Alsace flocked to Strasbourg and signed up to join the army of the North Sea. However, Marin's North Sea army is not for just anyone. First of all, those city people and hooligans were excluded. Then, a competition was held. The officer in charge of the selection stared at the contestants who were fighting with wooden sticks in silence, and the contestants were working hard. Many people who won were overjoyed and thought they were admitted. In fact, they didn't know that the North Sea Kingdom only selected soldiers based on bravery, not on the level of military strength. In this way, Marin finally selected only 6,000 people from more than 20,000 people as new blood to supplement the increasingly aging 1st and 2nd Legions. Many veterans of the 1st and 2nd Legions will retreat to the 2nd line in the near future and become reserve forces, or instructors and physical education teachers in schools. Marin directly changed the physical education classes in the schools of the North Sea Kingdom to military classes, and sports are only a part of it. Of course, Marin did not completely reject the tens of thousands of people who failed to be selected. He said that if they really couldn't make it, they could choose to move their families to the North Sea Kingdom. As long as they brought their families to the recruitment point in Strasbourg to register, they could go to the North Sea Kingdom through Marin's post system. Along the way, those hotels would provide basic food so that they could go to the North Sea Kingdom smoothly. Of course, the Alsace region is on the Rhine River, and the North Sea Kingdom will send ships to pick up people regularly. Although it is not good to dig into Maximilian I's corner, Marin knows that Maximilian I is simply unable to provide relief to the victims. Rather than watching them starve to death, it is better to take them to the North Sea Kingdom. But Marin's recruitment in the Alsace region seems to have a big impact. In addition to more than 20,000 young people in the Alsace region on the west bank of the Rhine who signed up for the army, more than 20,000 people in the Baden County on the east bank of the Rhine also signed up for the army. Baden County, like the southern Alsace region, forcibly requisitioned a wave of food after the autumn harvest this year. The so-called forced requisition is actually robbing. Forcibly robbing food is much more terrifying than requisitioning food, because the army that forcibly robs food will not leave food for the people. So, it seems that the people of the Baden County will have a hard time surviving this winter. It just so happens that I heard that Marin was recruiting soldiers in Strasbourg, the core city of the Alsace region in the west of the river. So, the young people of the Baden County, who were unwilling to starve to death, also found a boat to cross the river and came to Strasbourg to sign up for the army. After thinking about it, Marin agreed to select soldiers from the young people of the Baden County. However, the young people of the Baden County do not seem to be as brave as the young people in the Alsace region. Although more than 20,000 people came, only more than 4,000 people were finally selected. Of the remaining 10,000 or so people, Marin picked a few thousand people and allowed them to take their families to the North Sea Kingdom. As for the others, he didn't want them. However, Marin promised that he would send a ship to transport a batch of food for disaster relief in a while. It's not that Marin didn't want to immigrate more people. He mainly considered that the Count of Baden only had one Baden County. If all the young and strong people in Baden were dug away, the impact would be very bad. Therefore, he finally only dug away 10,000 young and strong people from the Baden County, including their families. In this way, Marin dug away tens of thousands of people, and he must have made Count Christopher I of Baden cry to death. Therefore, Marin considered compensating him with a batch of food so that he could get through the difficulties. Anyway, after this catastrophe, the Baden County could not provide food to the victims. It is also mutually beneficial to exchange food for a group of people with him. In this way, taking advantage of the war disaster in the local area, Marin recruited tens of thousands of new soldiers and tens of thousands of civilians in Alsace and Baden, making a lot of money. Chapter 1369, Intimidating the Princes. Originally, Marin only planned to lead the army south to intimidate the princes, but he did not expect that because of the scourge of the princes' coalition, the southern Alsace and the county of Baden were so severely scourged that the people could not survive. Seeing such an opportunity, Marin would not be him if he did not take advantage. Then, the North Sea Kingdom had so many 10,000 high-quality soldiers and tens of thousands of immigrants. However, Marin was not willing to fall out with His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, he also sent someone to write a letter to His Majesty the Emperor in Innsbruck, saying that after seeing the miserable life of the people in southern Alsace after the food was robbed, he felt pity, so he recruited a group of immigrants to leave, so that they would not starve to death. However, after recruiting some of the victims, he remembered that they were the subjects of the Habsburg family, and it was inappropriate for him to do so. So, he decided to stop recruiting and gave the emperor a batch of food for disaster relief. Marin wrote lightly in the letter, and he called tens of thousands of immigrants part. His Majesty the Emperor didn't know the exact number, and thought it was just a few people. He was happy that Marin sent him a batch of food to save the lives of the people. But later, when he knew that he had lost tens of thousands of people, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. However, Maximilian I did not fall out with Marin after all. Because even if Marin did not recruit those tens of thousands of people, he could not provide them with money and food relief. In that case, they would still starve to death. In the 30 Years' War, why did 8 million people of Germany with more than 12 million people die? Most of them did not die from war or plague, but from famine. The war led to the suspension of agricultural production. Without food, how could the people live? Count on those poor nobles to provide relief to the victims. It is better to count on sows to climb trees. The situation is the same now. If Marin does not emigrate tens of thousands of people, there will be a great famine in the local area, and many people will die. Marin's migration of tens of thousands of people and the provision of food relief can ensure that most people in southern Alsace and the county of Baden can survive. Of course, after completing the recruitment of new soldiers and refugees, Marin could not personally arrange the transportation of these victims. So he sent people to rush back to the country and asked Kohler to prepare a large number of inland ships, take the Munster Canal, enter the Rhine River, and then come to Alsace to transport the victims back to the North Sea. Marin reorganized 40,000 troops, left Strasbourg in a heroic and high-spirited manner, and headed south to the city of Basel to intimidate those princes. Bang, bang. Only the 3,000 Ukrainian Cossacks could not sing this song, and could only follow the team silently, but their eyes were full of envy. The atmosphere of the North Sea Army was very good. Marin asked the soldiers to compete with each other in singing in square formations when he had nothing to do, and it was a neat chorus. When he was free, he also organized football matches and other activities to make the lives of the soldiers rich and colorful. Of course, Marin also allowed some down-and-out female branches to conduct business near the military camp. After all, under Marin's propaganda, even if syphilis was controlled in Europe, even if those big-headed soldiers looked for female branches to talk about life and ideals, there was no risk of contracting syphilis. It can be said that Marin did a great deed. Strasbourg is not far from Basel, only more than 140 kilometers away. It took the North Sea Army only more than 3 days to march from Strasbourg to the north of Basel. Then, Marin left 20,000 civilians to build a camp. And he himself took 40,000 troops to the outside of Basel to show off his power. Marin did not plan to attack the city, but planned to hold a grand military parade outside Basel to show his military power. How to hold a military parade? After leaving more than 10,000 people to guard against the coalition forces of the princes in the city, Marin built a high platform in the north of Basel and cleared a square. But there was no military parade that day. After all, the soldiers were tired after marching for 3 days. The next morning, everyone had enough rest and was in high spirits before the military parade began. First, the military band was gathered together to play. The song played this time was a bit cool, Soviet March. Yes, this is the famous theme song of the game, Red Alert 3. In later generations, many military fans used this song as BGM, background music, and with the military parade pictures, it was simply explosive. However, this song was temporarily prepared by Marin on his way south from Strasbourg. Because he planned to intimidate the princes in Basel. So, some music with a strong sense of oppression is needed. When it comes to oppression, who can compare to the Soviet March? This explosive music seems to be born to cooperate with the military parade and show of force. However, due to time constraints, Marin only taught the military band to play the Soviet March in 3 days. As for the lyrics, Marin changed them several times, but failed to change them to be as domineering as the original lyrics. So, in the end, Marin only slightly adjusted the lyrics, only modifying the Soviet and Neva River lyrics with mousy characteristics. Then, simply let the soldiers sing in Russian. So, a hot scene appeared on the temporary square in the north of Basel. The elite veterans of the 1st and 2nd Corps, in square formations, marched in neat steps through the square. When each square passed the platform where Marin was standing, it would immediately switch from marching in step to marching in step, with a very PLA and very cool posture. Of course, this is not hot. What is really hot is that on the edge of the square, next to the military band, a group of German men sang the Soviet March in unison in unproficient Russian. We bears will punish the whole world, from the British Isles to the Baltic Sea. War songs can be heard on the earth at any time. Capital, Whiskey, the giant bear of the North Sea. Then, the German princes who were watching strongly on the top of Basel were stunned. What are these guys singing? However, it sounds very cool. How can it not be cool? Although I don't understand Russian, this song has set the world on fire in later generations. Even if they didn't understand what was being sung, it didn't stop the men from getting excited. In fact, at this moment, not only the princes on the top of Basel were confused, but also the Ukrainian Cossacks who were listening on the side were confused. Many Ukrainian Cossacks could understand Russian. When they heard the phrase, we, the bears, will punish the whole world, many Ukrainian Cossacks who knew Russian were upset. What does it mean? Who is the bear? Then they looked at their own body hair. Well, there was indeed a lot of it, so the bears were the bears. Not to mention the confusion of the two groups, the Soviet March was indeed a passionate war song. Even if they didn't understand, the German princes on the top of Basel could feel the powerful momentum coming from the winning side. The passionate and fierce Soviet march, combined with the uniform steps of the veterans of the 1st and 2nd Corps, was simply stunning. Moreover, like the March of Hell, one of the theme songs of Red Alert 3, from time to time there would be a soldier with a loud voice shouting in German, Die Waffen legten, which means, get your weapons ready. Such a perfect and domineering BGM, coupled with the fact that the veterans of the 1st and 2nd Corps were full of momentum and strict discipline. The entire military parade brought great pressure to the German princes on the top of Basel. This is not an ordinary army, this is the god of death from hell. A count said in fear. No one refuted his words, because the other princes were also frightened. Moreover, they also agreed with this sentence. In this way, Marin used a military parade with a powerful BGM to severely scare the princes in Basel, making the people in Basel panic. Chapter 1370, Negotiations before the battle. Faced with the North Sea Army's show of force, dozens of German princes in Basel were frightened. However, Marin did not launch an attack on Basel. Instead, after the military parade, he invited the princes in the city to personally or send people to Worms to attend the temporary meeting of the Imperial Conference, and then recognized Marin's occupation of the 8 principalities. No, absolutely not. We can't just agree to this kid's wanton expansion. At the internal meeting of the princes, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, shouted with a righteous face. But no one knew that this prince leader, who seemed to be desperately protecting the interests of the princes, had already reached an agreement with Marin in private. Of course, his compromise with Marin in private was also considered from a long-term perspective, not for himself. However, as the leader of the princes, Frederick III could not show a tendency to sell out the interests of the princes. Otherwise, his prestige among the German princes would be greatly damaged, and he would even lose his leadership position. Therefore, although he had reached a cooperation agreement with Marin in private, Frederick III was still trying hard to protect the interests of the 8 unfortunate princes. In particular, among the 8 unfortunate princes was his own brother-in-law, and he had to express his protection. But it is indeed difficult for us to beat the other side now. What if we are destroyed? Joachim I, the Elector of Brandenburg, said worriedly. At the beginning, he and Frederick III teamed up to deal with Marin, but unfortunately they were defeated. Therefore, he had a shadow in his heart about Marin. In fact, not only Joachim I was afraid, but other princes were also a little afraid. You know, among these dozens of princes, only a dozen of them, such as the Electorate of Saxony, the Electorate of Brandenburg, the Electorate of Palatine, and the Duchy of Lorraine, are relatively strong. Most of the other dozens of princes are vassals of these powerful princes. It would be strange if they were not afraid. Frederick III pretended to think, and after waiting for a while, he proposed, how about we negotiate with him? Negotiate? How? Palatine Elector Louis V asked curiously. Louis V and Marin were the same age, born in 1478, and are also 34 years old this year. Let's hold a collective negotiation with Marin to discuss the issue of the 8 principalities. I thought about it, and these 8 princes took advantage of Marin's absence to attack the North Sea Kingdom, which did give people a reason to criticize. Therefore, it is definitely not possible without paying a price. So, I plan to let the 8 princes cede half of their land as compensation, but they must retain their status as princes. What do you think? But they signed a duel. According to the rules, Marin has the right to annex them. Joachim I remembered the duel signed by the princes. Ahem. Many princes coughed, and they looked at Joachim I speechlessly. Are you a big shot? At that time, we were willing to sign, didn't we think that the 8 princes would win? Joachim I also reacted and touched his nose awkwardly. Then he said, I know that is a stopgap measure, but if Marin insists on this, we will be in the wrong. What should we do if he attacks us at that time? Duke Anthony of Lorraine thought for a while and said, let's do this. Let's defend Basel first. Even if the opponent is strong, it will be difficult to conquer Basel for a while. At the same time, we send people to France for urgent help. This is a good idea. Many princes agreed. But Frederick III shook his head, I'm afraid it's too late. Then he explained carefully, I have been to Strasbourg and found that the 40,000 troops he brought were all elite. Even if we ask France for help, the French can only gather 20,000 to 30,000 troops in a hurry. However, the troops gathered in a hurry are definitely not the opponent of the 40,000 elite troops under Marin. We also have 37,000 troops. Duke Anthony said unconvinced. Frederick III was speechless. After a long while, he said, this is not a simple addition and subtraction problem. Let me ask you, if the French sent 20,000 or 30,000 troops, do you have the confidence to lead troops out of the city to break through the defense line of Marin's army? As long as part of his army holds us back, the main force can defeat the reinforcements sent by France. Moreover, don't forget that we still have 20,000 Habsburg troops in the south of the city. When the Habsburg army was mentioned, the princes were silent. After a long while, Louis V, the Palatine Elector, said, "How about we ask the church princes for help and ask them to help put pressure on Marin?" Frederick III shook his head repeatedly. "Everyone, have you forgotten the close relationship between Marin and the Pope? If it weren't for the fact that Marin was born, I would suspect that he was the illegitimate son of the Pope. With the pressure of the Holy See, those church princes simply couldn't tear their faces with Marin. It can be said that the possibility of those church princes turning against His Majesty the Emperor is much greater than that of turning against Marin. So, what if we do it together? We send people to ask for help from France while asking for help from the church princes. Maybe they will agree to help us. Also, we can indeed negotiate with Marin. On the one hand, we can try to keep the 8 princes. On the other hand, it can also be regarded as delaying time and waiting for reinforcements." Duke Anthony of Lorraine suddenly proposed a compromise plan. Frederick III looked at the young Duke Anthony with appreciation, and then agreed. Frankly speaking, although he and Marin had reached an agreement privately, it was a helpless choice. If he could find a way to save the 8 princes, he would definitely be more willing. Moreover, this idea was not his. Even if Marin blamed him afterwards, he could push it to Duke Anthony of Lorraine. Anyway, someone was taking the blame, and he was happy to stay out of it. Then, dozens of princes in the city jointly issued a negotiation invitation, inviting Marin to the city for negotiations. But Marin was a coward, afraid that these princes would hold him hostage. So, Marin rejected the prince's request and replied, "I, Marin, have a bad reputation among the princes. If I go into the city to negotiate, I'm afraid someone will harm me. So, it's better to negotiate outside the city." The princes were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. "We are old nobles, how can we be so mean? Moreover, it would be inconvenient to let these princes go out of the city to negotiate. Because the gates of the 4 gates of Basel city are blocked by debris, and if you want to go out of the city, you can only take a gondola. But how inconvenient is it for dozens of princes to sit in the gondola? And if Marin goes into the city to negotiate, he only needs to take the gondola up. But Marin doesn't care about whether it's convenient or not, and directly refuses again. If you want to negotiate, come out and talk, otherwise, just start fighting." How can the princes have the confidence to fight? Then, they had to send 10 big princes, including Frederick III, Elector of Saxony, Joachim I, Elector of Brandenburg, Louis V, Elector of Palatine, Anthony, Duke of Lorraine, etc., as representatives, to take a gondola out of the city and come to the front to negotiate with Marin.